Black music.
Purchase your beat. Purchase your beat.
music.
Breaker. Purchase your beat.
Okay. Now we're testing the mic. Okay. Now we're testing the mic. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to put a lot of gain. I'll stop listening from over here. All right. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to put a lot of gain. I'll stop listening here. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to put a lot of gain. I'll stop listening. Test. Really? Okay. Why is it so low? Okay. All right, maybe that's better. That's still coming up mad low. Really? Why is it okay? Oh. Okay. All right, maybe that's better. That's still coming up mad low. Really? Okay. Oh. Okay. All right, maybe that's better. That's still coming up mad low. Forgot I had all these macros. I haven't used OBS on this in a minute. Delete all these macros. I don't need any of them. Alright. So now, forgot I had all these macros. I haven't used OBS on this in a minute. Delete all these macros. I don't need any of them. Alright. So now, alright, voice coming in better. But why is it still low? Delete all these macros. I don't need any of them. A limiter, an expander. Still an expander. Alright, voice coming in better. But why is it still low? A limiter, an expander. Still an expander. It's crazy, I can actually use my Wave Show plugins. Crazy, I can actually use my Wave Show plugin. Alright, maybe if we double the gain. So how to, oh. Okay. I actually like what's going on right here. Alright, maybe if we double the gain. So how to, oh. Okay. I actually like what's going on right here. Alright, maybe if we double the gain. So how to, oh. Alright, we can close the YouTube. We're just testing right now. But we're doing streams between Twitch and YouTube. And because I already have this laptop set up for YouTube, we'll start it with YouTube here and we'll see if we can take it to the other one. Paste these. And let's keep it going, guys. Edit-a-Thon. Edit. You ready to see what I'm about to do? Yo, I swear to you, I thought that was a real knock on the door. Shit scared the living bejesus out of me. I'm gonna listen to you. Do-do-do-do.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
All right. All right.
There is a force within you that most men will never
What?
meet. A second self. A hidden self.
Wow, I've never had this happen before.
A self so dangerous, so powerful that if it were fully awakened, your entire life would change so violently that your friends would no longer recognize you. And that is precisely why most men never find it. They are afraid of what it would demand of them. Afraid of what it would strip away. Afraid of what it would make possible. I call it the other self. It has lifted men from despair into fortune overnight. It has transformed cowards into conquerors, failures into masters, beggars into kings. It is not imagination, it is not daydream. It is real, and it is waiting inside you. But here is the truth. If I told you now exactly how to unlock it, you would laugh. You would say, that cannot be enough, and that cannot be so simple. You would dismiss it, just as millions of men before you have dismissed the very key that would have delivered them. And so I will not hand you the key at once. I will lead you toward it, step by step, until you cannot help but see that it has been in your possession all along. Imagine for a moment what this other self could mean for your life. No more nights staring at the ceiling, haunted by bills. No more mornings dragging yourself into work you despise. No more lowering your head when opportunities pass by. The other self does not fear poverty. It does not shrink at criticism. It does not hesitate at risk. It acts with definiteness, speaks with authority, and carries a magnetism that bends events toward its will. But beware, the other self is not polite. Once awakened, it will not allow you to drift any longer. It will not let you make excuses. It will not permit you to stay small, safe, and hidden. It will demand greatness. And that demand will feel frightening, even unbearable, to the timid. That is why most men never open this door. They sense the danger of becoming who they were meant to be, and they retreat into comfort. And yet, for those who dare, those who are tired of drifting, tired of excuses, tired of half-living, the awakening of the other self is the dividing line between mediocrity and mastery. Once it is unlocked, fear dissolves. Failure becomes fuel. Defeat becomes instruction. Desire turns into decree, and decree turns into reality. In the next few moments, I will walk you toward this dangerous discovery. You will see why so few ever touch it, why those who do are never the same, and why your entire destiny hangs on, whether you are brave enough to awaken it. So I ask you now, will you stay safe, drifting with the crowd? Or will you risk awakening the power within you that is too dangerous for most men to hear, let alone to use? Every man carries within him two distinct selves. The first is timid, cautious, hesitant, enslaved by fear. It clings to safety, drifts with the crowd, obeys appearances, and shrinks from boldness. The second is bold, decisive, definite. The other self. It demands greatness, refuses excuses, and commands reality. This self is dangerous to mediocrity, but it is the only path to mastery. Most men live as half men. They let the timid self sit upon the throne of their destiny. They dream but never act. They hope but never believe. They desire but never demand. They die with their music unsung, not because the other self did not exist within them, but because they never awakened. Fear lulled them into sleep, and drifting became their grave. Look to Abraham Lincoln. Demand. They die with their music unsung, not because the other self did not exist within them, but because
happened to my music now?
early in life he was mocked, defeated, ridiculed, and scorned. Reality said he was a failure. The timid self whispered that he should surrender, retreat, and live in obscurity. Yet within him stirred the other self, quiet at first, but growing stronger with each trial. When it finally awakened, he became unshakable, destined to lead a nation through its darkest hour. Said he was a failure. The timid self is a jailer. It keeps you bound with chains of hesitation. It whispers that you are not ready, not worthy, not capable. It convinces you to obey fear, to worship appearances, to remain small. The other self is a warrior. It laughs at fear, cuts through hesitation, and demands victory. It is chained within most men, but it waits to be released. Say with me now, I possess another self. I awaken it. I command it to lead me to greatness. Speak these words not as a wish, but as a command. For the other self responds to definiteness. It will not stir for the man who drifts. But when you affirm boldly, when you demand its presence, it awakens. And once awakened, it will never again let you settle for mediocrity. The timid self sees obstacles and turns back. The other self sees obstacles and laughs, for it knows each is merely a test of faith. The timid self fears criticism and hides its ideas. The other self welcomes criticism, for it knows that ridicule is the proof of daring. The timid self bows to circumstances. The other self commands them to change. Every great achievement in history is proof of the other self in action. Edison ignored failure because his other self demanded persistence. Ford ignored ridicule because his other self demanded vision. Carnegie ignored poverty because his other self demanded riches. These men were not born greater than others. They simply released the warrior within, while most men kept him chained. Picture your other self as a giant locked within you, muscles bound by chains, eyes burning with fire, fists straining against the bars. Each time you act in fear, you tighten his chains. Each time you act with faith, you loosen them. Each affirmation of courage strikes a link. Each decision to persist shatters another. One day, with a final blow, he breaks free, and life will never be the same. The timid self seeks safety, but safety is an illusion. No man was ever rewarded for hiding. Fortune flows to the bold, not the cautious. The timid self prays for comfort, but comfort is the enemy of growth. The other self demands discomfort, for it knows growth is found in struggle. It seeks challenge, welcomes risk, and transforms adversity into strength. Repeat again, I possess another self. I awaken it. I command it to lead me to greatness. Let this vow burn into your subconscious. Each time you repeat it, you weaken the hold of fear. Each time you declare it, you feed the other self. Soon it will no longer wait for your permission. It will rise, seize command, and drag you toward destiny, whether you feel ready or not. Remember this truth. The timid self is weak because it feeds on fear. The other self is strong because it feeds on faith. Which self will rule you depends on what you repeat daily, what you affirm nightly, what you act upon continually. Choose wisely. For one will enslave you, and the other will set you free. Both live within you, but only one can rule. Drifting is the quiet death of men. It does not strike suddenly, nor does it announce itself with thunder. It seeps in silently, persuading you to delay, to wait, to compromise, to adjust to life instead of commanding it. Drifting is the enemy of definiteness, and definiteness is the lifeblood of the other self. Without it, the warrior within you lies dormant. The timid self loves drifting. It prefers to avoid decisions, to stay in comfort, to postpone action. It whispers, "Tomorrow will be better. Someday I will begin. I will wait until I am ready, but tomorrow never comes. Someday never arrives." Men drift year after year until they awaken old, weak, and defeated, wondering why fortune passed them by. The other self cannot tolerate drifting. It demands definiteness in thought, decisiveness in action, and persistence in pursuit. It cannot thrive in vagueness. It cannot live in delay. It comes alive only when a man fixes his desire, chooses a definite aim, and refuses to waver. Drifting suffocates it. Decision awakens it. This is the eternal law. Look at the story of R.U. Darby. In the mines, he and his uncle struck gold, but after a few weeks the vein vanished. They drifted into doubt. They listened to fear. They surrendered their tools and sold their rights. The man who purchased their claim consulted an engineer, persisted, and struck gold 3 feet from where Darby quit. The timid self had won, but Darby learned. He vowed never again
Howdy.
so easily. In insurance, he applied persistence. Prospect after prospect told him,
Go on over.
The timid self whispered, "Give up." But Darby's new vow drowned it out.
Howdy.
He acted as though each rejection brought him closer to success. He engraved definiteness into his subconscious. The other self, once ignored, now ruled him. He became rich. How many men quit 3 feet from their own goal? How many allowed drifting to persuade them that defeat is permanent, that failure is final, that effort is wasted? The timid self thrives on such lives. The other self knows better. It whispers, "Hold on, strike again." The gold is near the man who listens rises. The man who drifts dies poor. Drifting is a fog. It surrounds the mind, blurring vision, dulling desire, numbing ambition. Men who drift cannot see far ahead. They live day by day, reacting instead of creating, hoping instead of commanding. Their lives are accidents.
Go on over.
But definiteness is a blade that cuts through the fog. The other self wields this blade and clears the path. Say with me now, I refuse to drift. I think with definiteness. I act with power. Repeat this until the words carve into your nature. The subconscious cannot resist repetition. Each time you declare this, the fog grows thinner. Each time you affirm it, the other self blade. Soon you will no longer tolerate drifting, for decisiveness will feel natural. The timid self says, "I will wait for the right time," but the other self declares, "The time is now." The timid self says, "I need more knowledge." The other self answers, "I will act with what I have and learn in motion." The timid self says, "It is too risky." The other self commands, "Risk is the price of greatness. I will pay it gladly." Look again at Henry Ford. Reality said the automobile could not be produced cheaply. Experts ridiculed him. Investors doubted him. Had Ford drifted, the idea would have died in his mind. But his other self was awake. He acted decisively. He built, tested, failed, and built again. His definiteness cut through every fog until the world surrendered to his vision. Drifting makes slaves. The drifter depends on others to decide his fate. He asks, "Who will hire me? Who will save me? Who will tell me what to do?" The definite man makes masters. He declares, "I will create. I will command. I will lead." The timid self clings to safety. The other self carves fortune. The world belongs to the definite. Repeat aloud once more. I refuse to drift. I think with definiteness. I act with power. Let this be your nightly vow.
Howdy.
Engrave it until the subconscious accepts it as law. Then when hesitation arises, you will act. When doubt whispers, you will decide. When drifting tempts, you will cut through with definiteness. The other self will command, and drifting will die. Drifting is subtle. It disguises itself as patience, as prudence, as caution. But true prudence acts when opportunity calls. True wisdom seizes the moment. Drifting only postpones. It is not careful. It is cowardly. The timid self justifies it with excuses, but the truth is simple. Drifting is fear disguised as reason. The other self sees through the mask and acts. Every empire in history proves this law. Men like Carnegie, Rockefeller, Edison, and Ford did not drift. They decided. They fixed their aims and pursued them with persistence. Their definiteness awakened their other selves, which commanded circumstances until reality bent. The timid men around them delayed, hesitated, drifted, and were forgotten. Decision separated masters from slaves. Therefore, I command you, examine your life. Where are you drifting? Where are you postponing? Where are you waiting for someday? Burn those lies now. Replace them with definiteness. Write your desire. Speak it nightly. Act on it daily. Refuse to drift another hour. Each moment of drifting weakens you. Each act of definiteness strengthens the other self within. Drifting is death, but definiteness is life. Choose life. Choose decision. Choose power. Say again, I refuse to drift. I think with definiteness. I act with power. Make this your battle cry. Live it until the timid self has no voice. The other self will rise armed with definiteness and lead you into the greatness for which you were born. Defeat is not the end. It is the beginning. Crisis is not your destroyer. It is your awakener. Most men shrink from hardship, trembling at the sight of loss, ridicule, and failure. Yet within every crushing blow lies the seed of strength. It is in moments of despair that the timid self falters and the other self rises. Pain is often the midwife of power. The timid self cannot withstand defeat. It whines, it complains, it justifies failure. It says, "This is too much. I am finished. I cannot go on." But the other self stirs at the sound of crisis. It thrives where the timid self dies. It whispers, "Now is the time to fight. Now is the time to grow." This storm is my training ground. Crisis awakens the warrior. Henry Ford knew this well. He faced bankruptcy, ridicule, and repeated failure. Fact after fact declared him beaten. But Ford's other self would not surrender. Each setback hardened his resolve. Each defeat strengthened his persistence. When others quit, he pressed on. From those ashes, his other self fully awakened, and with it, the empire of the automobile was born. Thomas Edison, too, faced crisis countless times. 10,000 failed experiments, critics mocking him as insane, investors withdrawing their support. The timid self would have died long before. But Edison's other self laughed at defeat. He treated each failure as instruction, each crisis as fuel. In the end, the same world that called him foolish bowed before his light. It is no accident that crisis often comes before greatness. Infinite intelligence uses hardship to strip away weakness. When comfort is gone, the timid self has no refuge. When defeat strikes, the timid self has no excuse left. Then and only then does the other self emerge, because necessity demands it. Men who avoid crisis avoid their destiny. Say aloud, "My defeats awaken my strength. My crisis calls forth my power." Speak these words until you believe them. Each time hardship strikes, repeat them again. Refuse to whine. Refuse to retreat.
Go on over.
Affirm that the very crisis meant to destroy you will be your making. The other self answers to this command. It is not afraid of storms. It was born in them. Abraham Lincoln endured crushing defeats, business failures, repeated election losses, ridicule from enemies, and personal tragedy. any timid self would have yielded. Yet Lincoln's defeats forged
Howdy.
his character. Each crisis drew forth more of his strength until his other self became permanent. When the nation itself entered crisis, Lincoln's awakened self carried it to survival. Do not fear ridicule. Do not fear bankruptcy. Do not fear rejection. Each is only the hammer striking your soul to awaken the giant within. The timid self prays for safety and avoids blows. The other self welcomes them, knowing each strike awakens new strength. Every defeat endured with faith is another crack in the chains that bind the warrior within. Picture crisis as a fire. The timid self is consumed by it. The other self is refined by it. Gold is purified only when heated. Steel is forged only when hammered. Men are awakened only when tested. Do not curse your fire, bless it, for it is shaping the man your destiny demands. Without the flame, you would remain dull metal. Say once more, my defeats awaken my strength. My crisis calls forth my power. Engrave this truth into your subconscious. Then when hardship arrives, you will not collapse. You will stand. You will fight. You will rise. The timid self will retreat, but the other self will step forward. It will not only endure, it will conquer. History remembers not the men who lived in comfort, but those who faced crisis and triumphed. Ford, Edison, Lincoln, Carnegie, Rockefeller, each was tested. Each endured ridicule, failure, and
Go on
hardship,
over.
but each allowed the fire to awaken their other self. Comfort would have
Hello.
left them ordinary. Crisis made them immortal.
Hi
The
there.
same law applies to you. Therefore, I command you, never again curse your defeats. Welcome them.
Hello.
Look each crisis in the eye and say, you are my servant. You are here to awaken my strength. Act not as a victim, but as a conqueror. For every storm is a summons, every defeat a doorway, every crisis a call. The
Hi
timid
there.
self will die, and the other self will live. Faith is
Fire
the
chief
language
here.
of power. The timid self speaks in doubt, fear, hesitation, and apology. The other self speaks only in faith, clear, decisive, commanding. Faith is not a gentle hope. It is a decree. It is the conviction that what I imagine must exist, that what I demand must arrive, that what I affirm must become fact. Without faith, the other self remains asleep. Faith is the bridge between desire and reality. Desire ignites the fire, but faith fuels it. Without faith, desire burns weakly, flickers, and dies when obstacles appear. With faith, desire becomes unstoppable, a force that bends circumstances. The timid self sees obstacles and retreats.
Fire chief here.
The other self, armed with faith, sees the same obstacles and declares, they will fall.
The fool.
Andrew Carnegie was born
Howdy.
into poverty. By every measure of reality, he should have remained poor. Yet within him lived a faith so absolute that poverty could not hold him. He believed with burning conviction that riches would be his. He acted as though wealth already belonged to him. That faith commanded his other self to awaken, and soon fortune obeyed. Charles Schwab impressed Carnegie not with learning, but with faith. He spoke with certainty. He radiated belief. While others hesitated, Schwab acted as though success was inevitable. Carnegie recognized the presence of the other self within him and elevated him. Schwab's bold faith became a magnet, drawing opportunity that timid men could never attract. Say aloud now, I believe in my destiny. I act as though it is already mine. My faith is greater than appearances. Speak it not as a wish, but as truth. Faith cannot be half-hearted. It must be absolute. Each time you affirm this, the timid self grows weaker. Each time you live it, the other self grows stronger. Soon, faith becomes your only language. Faith silences fear. Fear whispers, what if you fail? Faith answers, failure cannot last. Fear says, you are not ready. Faith replies, I am ready because I believe. Fear cries, reality is against you. Faith laughs.
Go
Reality
on
must
over.
bend to me. Faith is the voice of the other self. And once it speaks, fear is silent.
Howdy.
Picture faith as a torch in your hand. The timid self stumbles in darkness. terrified of what it cannot see. The other self lights the torch of faith and strides forward, undisturbed by the unknown. Each affirmation is fuel for the flame. Each act of courage makes the fire brighter. Soon the path ahead is illuminated, and doubt is driven away. Abraham Lincoln lived by faith. Defeated in elections, mocked by critics, overwhelmed by personal loss, he never surrendered. He believed in his mission with such conviction that no defeat could shake it. That faith awakened his other self, turning him from a broken man into a leader unshakable in crisis. His enemies saw weakness, but his faith declared destiny. Edison, too, lived by faith. 10,000 failures mocked him. Experts told him to quit. Yet he believed in light more strongly than he believed in darkness. His faith was so absolute that his subconscious accepted it as law. The other self acted with certainty until the impossible became inevitable. Faith spoke through him and the world was illuminated. Repeat again, I believe in my destiny. I act as though it is already mine. My faith is greater than appearances. Speak this before sleep. Speak it upon waking. Speak it in the face of defeat. Each repetition engraves it into your subconscious. Each engraving awakens the other self. Soon, faith is not something you practice. It is who you are. Faith does not ask permission. It does not seek approval. It does not wait for facts. It declares and acts.
Yeah, yo.
The timid self studies endlessly, analyzing until the chance has passed. The other self believes first, acts boldly, and refines in motion. This is why timid scholars are forgotten while bold men of faith are remembered. The world rewards faith, not hesitation. Carnegie once said that every man must be willing to believe in great riches before he will ever possess them. He knew the law. Faith precedes possession. The timid self asks, when I see it, I will believe. The other self knows, when I believe, I will see it. This reversal is the essence of greatness. Faith creates the evidence it declares. Therefore, I command you, stop speaking the timid language of doubt. Never again say, I cannot. I am not ready. It is impossible. These are the words of the timid self. Replace them with the words of faith. I will. I am ready. It is inevitable. Speak them until they become your only vocabulary. Then the other self will rule and reality must obey. Autosuggestion is the daily bread of the other self. Just as the body weakens without food, the other self withers without suggestion. It feeds not on accidents, not on chance, but on deliberate repetition. The timid self listens to random voices of fear, criticism, and doubt. The other self listens only to commands, clear, definite, repeated until they are law. Every thought you repeat engraves itself into the subconscious. Each word spoken with emotion strikes deeper. The timid self rehearses defeat. I am unlucky. I cannot succeed. The world is against me. The subconscious accepts and multiplies these lies until they appear as reality. But when you affirm boldly, I am power. I am persistence. I am wealth. The other self rises. Are you?
Hi there.
Darby's story proves this law. He quit 3 feet from gold, and his timid self ruled him. Later he vowed, I will never quit again. That vow, repeated daily, became his identity. His subconscious accepted persistence as natural, and his other self took command. He built a fortune in insurance not by skill alone, but by auto-suggestion engraved into habit. Say with me now, I command my subconscious. I am power. I am persistence. I am wealth. Speak it aloud. Speak it with conviction. Speak it until you feel it. Autosuggestion is not idle talk. It is the chisel that carves your destiny. Each repetition deepens the groove. Each affirmation engraves another line into stone. Soon the timid self is erased. The timid self feeds on careless words. Each complaint is food for weakness. Each fearful whisper is fuel for doubt. If you say, I cannot afford this, your subconscious records poverty. If you declare, I am unlucky. Your subconscious engraves misfortune. Most men destroy themselves not by enemies, but by their own tongues. Words are seeds, and each bears fruit. The other self refuses to eat from this table. It demands deliberate commands. It accepts only affirmations of power, definiteness, and victory. When you say, I succeed, I persist, I am destined, the subconscious obeys. Repeated often enough, these words form identity. When identity is fixed, action flows naturally. The other self no longer struggles. It commands. Think of Edison. He often planted problems in his mind before sleep, suggesting, I will find the answer. By morning, ideas appeared as though delivered by unseen hands. He trusted the law of autosuggestion. His subconscious, receiving commands, worked with infinite intelligence to provide solutions. The timid self drifts in dreams. The other self commands the night.
Howdy.
Repeat again. I command my subconscious. I am power. I am persistence. I am wealth. Make this your nightly ritual. Each repetition is a meal for the other self. Each command is another stone laid upon the foundation of destiny. Feed it daily, and it will grow mighty. Starve it by drifting, and it will weaken until the timid self reclaims the throne. Picture autosuggestion as a steady diet. Feed fear, and fear becomes strong. Feed faith, and faith becomes unbreakable. Feed poverty, and poverty multiplies. Feed riches, and riches appear. The law is impartial. It does not care what you repeat. It only obeys. You are the master who decides the menu. Choose wisely, for your life is the harvest of your words. John D. Rockefeller repeated discipline daily. Save, reinvest, expand. These words became his creed. His subconscious accepted them, and cosmic habit force fixed them as nature. He could no more waste money than he could stop breathing. That repetition built an empire. His other self ruled because his suggestions were definite, repeated until identity and destiny were one. The timid self says, I will try. The other self says, I will. The timid self says, someday. The other self says, now. Each time you use timid words, you strengthen weakness. Each time you use definite commands, you strengthen power. The subconscious does not know sarcasm. It does not laugh at jokes. It only obeys. Guard your speech as you would guard treasure. Repeat once more. I command my subconscious. I am power. I am persistence. I am wealth. Let these words strike like hammers. Each blow shapes you. Each echo awakens the giant within. Each affirmation silences the timid voice until only the warrior remains. This is not imagination, it is law. What you repeat, you become. What you become, you achieve. Therefore, I command you, never again feed the timid self with words of weakness. Starve it. Refuse it. From this moment, let your tongue serve only the other self. Speak courage. Speak definiteness. Speak persistence. Feed it daily until it grows too strong to be denied. Then the timid self will wither, and the other self will rule forever. Decision is the sharp edge of power. Without decision, desire is wasted, faith is idle, autosuggestion is ignored. The timid self thrives in hesitation, forever weighing, doubting, delaying. The other self is crowned the moment a man decides swiftly and firmly, and stands by that decision until it is fulfilled. Indecision is weakness. Decision is mastery. The timid self whispers, wait until you know more. But no man in history ever knew everything before he began. The timid self whispers, wait until the risk is smaller. But risk never disappears. The timid self whispers, wait for approval. But approval comes only after victory. Decision ignores these whispers. It declares, I will, and acts at once. Abraham Lincoln's greatness was born in decision. When the Union trembled, when advisors urged compromise, Lincoln decided the Union must be preserved.
Go on over.
That decision crowned his other self. It gave him strength to endure war, criticism, and sorrow. Without decision, he would have been forgotten. With decision, he became immortal in the memory of mankind. Henry Ford's decision changed the world. Experts declared the automobile too costly for the common man. They laughed at his vision. But Ford decided, I will build a car for the people. That decision became his crown. He refused to turn back. Every act, every plan, every invention aligned with that decision until reality bowed to his will. Say aloud now, I decide swiftly. I act boldly. I stand by my decisions. Speak it until the words engrave themselves into your nature. The timid self hesitates, hoping for certainty before it acts. The other self acts, creating certainty by persistence. Decision is not perfect knowledge. Decision is the courage to commit and to make knowledge serve the choice. Charles Schwab won Carnegie's trust not by timidity, but by decision. While others hesitated, Schwab acted. He spoke with clarity, committed with courage, and never wavered. Carnegie recognized that decisiveness is rare, and he rewarded it richly. Opportunity is attracted to men who decide. It avoids men who hesitate. Decision is a magnet for fortune. Picture indecision as a prison. Each doubt adds another bar. Each hesitation locks another chain. The timid self paces endlessly, waiting for permission to act. Decision is the key. The moment you say, I will, the lock shatters. The door swings open. The other self walks out free. Every definite choice is another act of liberation. The timid self believes there is safety in delay. In truth, delay is the most dangerous of all choices. Opportunities appear and vanish. Fortune knocks, and while the timid man debates, the bold man answers. History remembers the man who seized, not the man who waited. Delay is defeat. Decision is victory. Repeat again, I decide swiftly. I act boldly. I stand by my decisions. Let this become your creed. Weak men change their minds often, fearing to be wrong. Strong men decide and adjust in motion, refusing to retreat. The other self cannot exist without decision, for decision is its voice. When you decide, you awaken it. When you hesitate, you bury it. Edison decided that light would exist. 10,000 failures could not shake that decision. He did not reconsider, did not retreat. He stood by his choice until victory came. His decision was the crown of his other self. Without it, he would have joined the timid crowd who laughed at his vision. With it, he forced the world to believe. Carnegie decided as a boy that he would be rich. That decision guided every step. It drew allies, opened opportunities, and compelled persistence. The timid self says, I hope. The other self says, I decide. Hope waits for chance. Decision creates destiny. Hope is powerless. Decision is law. Therefore, I command you, never again drift in hesitation. Never again postpone for fear of being wrong. Decide. Decide swiftly, stand firmly, and act boldly. Even if imperfect, decision awakens power, while hesitation kills it. Say once more, I decide swiftly, I act boldly, I stand by my decisions. Speak it until your timid self dies. The crown of the other self is yours when you decide. Each firm choice adds another jewel. Each bold stand adds another stone. Soon the timid self has no throne, no crown, no voice. Decision reigns, and the warrior within commands your destiny. This is the law. Decision is mastery. Decision is power. Decision is the crown of the other self. The timid self isolates. It hides its ideas for fear of criticism. It withdraws from strong men, preferring the safety of mediocrity. But the other self seeks alliance, for it knows no man achieves greatness alone. The mastermind principle is the lifeblood of expansion. Two or more minds in harmony, united in purpose, creating a power no single man can command alone. Carnegie admitted openly that his fortune was not the product of his own knowledge, but of his mastermind alliance. He surrounded himself with men of greater technical skill and deeper schooling, yet his other self directed them with definiteness. He provided vision and decision, while their combined genius supplied execution. That harmony created steel empires. Alone, he would have been nothing. Thomas Edison filled his laboratories with allies. He directed their knowledge to his own definiteness of purpose. His other self knew that cooperation multiplies results. Where the timid self says, "I must do this alone, lest others steal my idea," the other self declares, "Together we shall accomplish what no man dares to dream." Fear isolates, faith unites. Say aloud, "I ally with courage. I attract minds of strength. Together we are irresistible." These are not idle words. They are commands to your subconscious to draw allies who match your definiteness. Each repetition engraves expectation. Soon you meet men of courage, minds of faith, hearts of persistence. The timid self repels them. The other self attracts them like a magnet. Picture the other self as a blazing fire. Alone, its flame burns strong, but joined with others, it becomes a roaring furnace that melts obstacles. The timid self is like a single coal, isolated and fading. The mastermind connection is the furnace of destiny. Each allied mind is another log added to the fire. United, they produce a heat no adversity can endure. Charles Schwab rose because Carnegie recognized in him the spirit of faith and decisiveness. Their alliance multiplied power. Schwab's boldness inspired workers, while Carnegie's vision directed enterprise. The timid self seeks servants. The other self seeks partners. The timid self demands obedience. The other self demands harmony. Harmony creates fortune. Discord breeds defeat. The timid self fears criticism, so it isolates. But isolation starves ideas. The other self welcomes challenge, for it sharpens thought. In a true mastermind, allies do not flatter. They strengthen, advise, correct, and contribute. Their combined thought opens channels to infinite intelligence. Ideas appear that no man alone could summon. This is the secret engine of empires. Repeat again, "I ally with courage. I attract minds of strength. Together we are irresistible." Speak this until your subconscious expects alliance instead of isolation. Soon you will recognize allies where before you saw strangers.
What can I do for you?
Opportunities for harmony will appear where once you saw none.
Hi there.
The timid self will fade, and the other self will walk with companions of power. John D. Rockefeller practiced alliance as habit. He coordinated with bankers, lawyers, and competitors until Standard Oil was invincible. He did not fear sharing, for his other self knew harmony produces more than hoarding. Each ally added strength. Each partnership expanded reach. Isolation might have made him cautious, but alliance made him master of markets. The timid self says, "I cannot trust others." The other self replies, "I do not fear betrayal. I command harmony." Infinite intelligence rewards the man who trusts boldly, who unites fearlessly, who builds alliances with definiteness. The timid self hoards crumbs. The other self gathers banquets. The timid self dies forgotten. The other self builds legacies through alliance. Imagine your other self as a magnet. When you awaken it, you cannot help but draw strong minds to you. They sense your definiteness, your faith, your courage. They are compelled to join you, for harmony is attractive. But if the timid self rules, you repel strength. Strong men avoid drift. Fortune avoids hesitation. Only the definite can unite. Say once more, "I ally with courage. I attract minds of strength. Together we are irresistible." These words are not mere sounds. They are blueprints. Each time you repeat them, you instruct your subconscious to open doors to alliance. Soon your life fills with men who sharpen you, women who inspire you, opportunities that multiply your reach. The timid self cannot explain it.
Howdy.
The other self expects it. Therefore, I command you, abandon isolation. Refuse the lie that you must achieve alone. Seek harmony with those who match your courage and faith. Create alliances where each mind contributes, each will aligns, and all energy flows toward a definite aim. This is the law of the mastermind. This is the language of the other self. This is the secret of empires. Fear is the language of the timid self. It speaks in whispers of poverty, criticism, sickness, loneliness, age, and death. These 6 ghosts of fear enslave the majority of men. They bow before shadows, trembling at illusions, wasting their lives in hesitation. The other self knows no such slavery. It does not bargain with fear. It silences it. The timid self fears poverty and clings to wages, living always on the edge of despair. But the other self laughs at poverty. It declares, "I demand riches." Andrew Carnegie began in poverty, yet his fearless other self rose above it and compelled fortune to follow him. Poverty is not destiny. It is the timid self's surrender. Riches belong to the fearless. The timid self fears criticism, silencing bold ideas to avoid ridicule. But Henry Ford ignored the laughter of experts. They mocked his dream of automobiles for the masses, calling him foolish. His other self was deaf to their criticism. He persisted until critics bowed before his factories. Fear of criticism kills ideas. Fearlessness crowns them with victory. The timid self fears ill health, imagining sickness until it multiplies. But the other self commands vitality. It affirms, "My body is servant to my mind." Edison, often frail in health, did not let his body chain his spirit. His other self demanded persistence, and his mind carried his body through countless experiments. Fear of illness weakens. Faith in strength heals. The timid self fears the loss of love, clinging desperately and living as a slave to approval. But the other self commands loyalty by strength of character. Men and women admire courage, not weakness. True love grows in the presence of boldness. Fear invites abandonment. Courage commands devotion. The fearless man never begs for love. He inspires it. The timid self fears old age, imagining decline as the end of power. But history proves otherwise. Men like Edison, Carnegie, and Rockefeller worked long into their later years, their other selves burning brightly while timid men surrendered to decay. Age cannot chain the fearless. Faith and purpose keeps the mind sharp and the will indomitable. The timid self fears death, the final ghost. It whispers, "Why strive, for the grave awaits." But the other self knows death is inevitable and therefore unworthy of fear. It lives boldly, acting each day as though immortality were its inheritance. The fearless man achieves more in a few years than the fearful man does in a lifetime of timidity. Say aloud, "I do not fear. I command life with courage. I am unshakable." Repeat until it burns within you. Each affirmation weakens the chains of the timid self. Each declaration feeds the warrior within. Soon fear loses its grip, for the subconscious accepts boldness as identity. When identity is fearless, destiny must follow. Picture fear as chains wrapped around your chest. The timid self clutches those chains, refusing to break them. The other self rises, shatters them, and breathes freely. Fear is heavy only if you permit it. Once you reject it, it is nothing but smoke. The other self knows this and strides forward unchained, while the timid self trembles in bondage. Edison ignored ridicule. Ford ignored mockery. Carnegie ignored poverty. Rockefeller ignored criticism. Lincoln ignored repeated defeats. Each silenced fear. Each allowed the other self to speak louder than the ghosts. That choice separated them from the timid crowd. Their triumphs are monuments to fearlessness, proof that the other self conquers when fear is banished. Repeat again. I do not fear. I command life with courage. I am unshakable. Speak it before sleep. Speak it upon waking. Speak it in the face of danger. Each time you repeat it, fear retreats. Each time you act upon it, the other self strengthens. Soon you no longer resist fear. You no longer know it. You are fearless, and the world obeys. The timid self prays for safety, but safety is an illusion. No man was ever safe by bowing to fear. Fortune flows to the fearless, not the cautious. Critics fade. Poverty vanishes. Death comes regardless. Why waste life fearing what cannot be avoided? The fearless man commands today, and by commanding today, he secures tomorrow. Therefore, I command you, drive out fear. Do not tolerate its whispers. Do not rehearse its lies. Replace every fearful thought with affirmations of boldness. Replace every trembling step with action of courage. Replace every hesitation with decisive movement. Fear thrives on attention. Ignore it, and it starves. Defy it, and it flees. Say once more, I do not fear. I command life with courage. I am unshakable. Engrave it into your subconscious until fearlessness becomes your nature. Then the timid self will die, and the other self will rule without rival. This is the law. Fear enslaves the weak, but faith liberates the strong. Choose faith. Choose courage. Choose the fearless nature of the other self. The timid self dies hard. Even after you awaken the other self, the old habits of drifting, hesitation, and fear will try to return. To live permanently as the other self requires discipline. It is not enough to awaken it once. You must enthrone it as ruler. Daily definiteness, nightly autosuggestion, persistent faith, and fearless action secure its crown forever. John D. Rockefeller lived as his other self permanently. His disciplined habit of saving, reinvesting, and expanding became identity. It was not effort, it was nature. He could no more waste money than he could stop breathing. This permanence came from repetition. Each act engraved deeper until cosmic habit force fixed it as law. The timid self had no foothold left. Abraham Lincoln, too, lived as his other self until the end. Each defeat that once could have crushed him became another lesson engraved into habit. Persistence became natural. Courage became reflex. When destiny called, he did not have to summon strength. He was strength. His other self had become permanent, and the timid self was buried long before his body ever was. Say aloud, I am my other self. I live boldly. I persist endlessly. I create my destiny. Repeat this until you no longer try to believe it. You know it. Each time you affirm, you strengthen the new identity. Each time you act, you confirm it. Each night you rehearse it, you engrave it deeper. Soon you cannot return to timidity, for your nature has changed. Picture yourself as a sculptor. Each day of definiteness, each act of courage, each affirmation is another strike of the chisel. At first, the timid self still clings to the stone, but blow after blow, its shape is destroyed. In its place emerges the warrior, the other self, shining, complete, unshakable. Once finished, the timid self is gone forever. To live permanently as the other self, you must never drift again. Write your definite chief aim. Review it daily. Speak it nightly. Let no day pass without definite action toward it. The timid self thrives on drifting, but the other self thrives on purpose. Where there is definiteness, the timid self cannot survive. Purpose is its poison. Repeat again, I am my other self. I live boldly. I persist endlessly. I create my destiny. Let this be your law. Speak it upon rising, carry it through your day, and seal it upon sleeping. The subconscious will engrave it until no force can erase it. Identity will shift, habit will harden, and the timid self will have no return. Edison lived in this permanence. 10,000 failures could not move him because persistence was his nature. Ford lived in it. Critics could not silence him because boldness was his identity. Carnegie lived in it. Poverty could not hold him because wealth was his expectation. Each man lived permanently as his other self. And the timid self was long forgotten. The timid self will try to whisper again. It will say, You have done enough. You may rest, you may drift, but the other self answers, I persist endlessly. I act boldly, I live by faith. If you rehearse this long enough, the whispers grow faint, they vanish. The timid self loses its voice. The other self speaks alone, and it commands reality. Therefore I command you, crown the other self permanently. Do not awaken it only to let it sleep again. Do not rise in boldness only to fall back into fear. Strike the timid self daily with faith, decisiveness, persistence, and definiteness until it dies. Feed the other self until it becomes your permanent nature. Then destiny is yours without struggle. Say once more, I am my other self. I live boldly. I persist endlessly. I create my destiny. When this affirmation is no longer spoken with effort but with identity, you will know the timid self is gone. You will no longer hope to be great. You will be greatness itself. This is the final victory. To live not as two men, but as one, the other self, enthroned forever. If you act as if God is within you, your voice changes, your posture changes. You stop asking for permission to live with fire. And when you stop waiting, heaven stops waiting too. This is not a lesson. This is a summons. If you are hearing this now, it is because something in you is ready to rise. You have waited long enough. The silence you feel, the restlessness inside you, it is not confusion. It is a call, a divine order echoing from within, commanding you to stop living like you were forgotten. You were not made to shrink. You were not placed here to drift. You were sent, and the one who sent you does not apologize for power. The man who listens with reverence, who studies this again and again until it becomes his new law, he will not just change. He will become the living proof of purpose, sent with clarity, walking with power, and finishing what heaven began. Now listen, because the moment you believe this truth, you will no longer walk as a man. You will walk as one who was sent. You have walked long enough pretending to be less than what you were sent to become. You have bowed long enough to fear. You have hesitated long enough in the shadow of doubt. But now the voice of purpose calls to you. And if you will obey what is about to be spoken, not just hear it, but obey it, you will never again be the man you were before this hour. Because what I'm about to give you is not motivation. It is law, not advice, instruction. It is the truth of who you are beneath the story, beneath the excuses, beneath the hesitation that the world has taught you to wear. And here is that truth. You were not made small. You were not sent here to drift. You were not placed on this earth to survive. You were sent with power. You were sent with command. You were sent with God Himself written into your spirit. And yet, most men live like intruders in their own life. They apologize for wanting more. They hide their fire. They speak with hesitation, act with delay, and wait to be approved before they move. Another walks in and the room adjusts, not because of charisma, not because of fame, but because of certainty, because of inner conviction, because the man carries himself like one who is on assignment. And when a man moves with that awareness, the world cannot help but notice. This is not superstition, this is law. The inner belief of a man determines how the outer world treats him. Your energy, your presence, your tone, your very walk, they do not emerge from circumstance. They emerge from identity. And when your identity is anchored in divine purpose, you become immovable. You must now train yourself to walk like a man with divine instruction. You are not wandering. You are building. You are not seeking. You are executing. You are not questioning. You are obeying. And when your walk reflects that order, everything around you begins to conform. Let me say this clearly. Faith creates atmosphere. Discipline creates credibility. Repetition creates inevitability. Faith creates atmosphere because the man who believes he was sent carries no apology. His energy is decisive. His speech is aligned. His presence does not shrink to comfort others. He does not need to speak loud to be felt. His silence commands respect. Discipline creates credibility because when a man is consistent, the world begins to trust his voice. His repetition trains others to take him seriously. He says what he means. He finishes what he begins. He does not start and stop with every mood. He is reliable, and reliability is the armor of the chosen. Repetition creates inevitability because no matter how long it takes, the man who repeats the law of his purpose cannot be stopped. He may be delayed, but he is never denied, because the world must eventually adjust to what is permanent, and the man of discipline becomes permanent. Let me give you a man who lived this truth, Andrew Carnegie. He was not born into riches. He was not educated in elite circles. He had no great inheritance, but he walked as if something larger had placed him on earth to achieve something larger than life. He did not wait to feel worthy. He acted as if he had been chosen. And that belief shaped every decision, every habit, every relationship. Carnegie expected greatness, not out of pride, but out of alignment. He believed heaven had planted the seed of empire in his spirit. And because he believed it, he moved in faith. He built in silence. He gave direction to others long before others believed in his vision. And the world, slowly, then suddenly, obeyed him. You must now adopt the same law. Do not walk with apology. Do not seek permission to believe. Do not wait for someone to tell you that you are allowed to think like a man sent by God. You are already authorized. Your desire, your vision, your inner unrest, these are not signs of arrogance. They are evidence of assignment. They are proof that you were not born to blend in, but to become. Let me now give you your new mental instruction. This is your daily rhythm of thought and behavior. Each morning, stand and speak aloud. I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Move through every environment with the awareness that your presence is divine. When you sit at the table, sit like a man building something eternal. When you enter a room, speak only what aligns with your mission. Do not ask if you are welcome. Act like you belong, because the one who sent you has already cleared the path. When doubt rises, do not argue with it. Declare this aloud. I was sent. I am qualified. I do not retreat. Keep a journal of confirmations. Each day, write one moment when your belief influenced your environment. You are not here to fit in. You are here to establish law. You are here to be the example of what happens when a man believes that his life is the result of divine intention. And when you begin to live like this, the world begins to respond. Your posture shifts. Your eyes speak louder. Your silence commands. Your presence changes the temperature of every space. And it has nothing to do with personality. It is spiritual identity in motion. Now speak this aloud. This is your identity. This is your truth. I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Again, I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Let these words become your filter, your standard, your atmosphere. You no longer walk like a man hoping to be seen. You walk like a man carrying the orders of heaven. And that kind of man always makes the world yield. Transformation is not an accident. It is not a mystery. It is not the result of emotion, talent, or sudden insight. It is the byproduct of repeated obedience. You do not become powerful by hoping. You become powerful by building. And building requires a blueprint, a script written by you, repeated by you, proven by you. The man who rises is not the man who waits for belief. He is the man who writes it, who speaks it, who obeys it before he feels it, because repetition always comes before identity. And identity must be installed, not assumed. You must now take command of your daily rhythm. You must replace drift with devotion. You must stop letting time pass without proof. Every hour is holy. Every decision is documentation. And your new identity must be rehearsed like law. This is the system, the structure, the altar. It is not optional. It is not flexible. It is the daily death of the old self, the habits, thoughts, and voices that once ruled you, and the resurrection of the builder you were born to be. Let me give you the ritual. 1. Speak your chief aim aloud. You must remind your subconscious every morning what it serves. The mind, left to default, returns to smallness and voices that once ruled you. But the mind, directed with clarity, aligns its energy to your command. I demand of myself the full and complete attainment of specific goal by date through focused thought, decisive action, and daily obedience. Speak this as law, not as hope, not as theory, as law. 2, speak your identity aloud. Your identity is not memory. It is instruction. Speak it aloud until your spirit bends to its sound. I am the man who was sent. I build with order. I speak with purpose. I walk as one chosen. I finish what I begin. Say it with authority. Do not say it as if you're convincing yourself. Say it as if it's already done. 3, take one action in alignment. You must prove who you are, not once, but daily. Each act must become evidence. Identity is reinforced not in what you say, but in what you confirm through behavior. Do not wait for the perfect task. Move forward in whatever you can do today to validate your script. Whether it is a message, a decision, a conversation, or a small act, prove the identity. Fourth, record what you proved. At the end of your day, take 5 minutes. Write what you proved. What did you say that aligned? What did you do that confirmed belief? What old pattern did you break? When you write, your mind recognizes. When you document, you deepen. And when you return to your records, you realize, I have become what I declared. This is your altar. This is where your transformation is built. This is where excuses are replaced with rituals. This is where fear is exiled and decision becomes your dwelling place. Abraham Lincoln, long before he wore the title of president, lived by invisible law. He spoke to himself in silence. He repeated principle daily. He did not wait for office to act with honor. He practiced the voice of the leader until the world could no longer ignore him. And when the world finally gave him the title, he had already become the man. So must you. You are not practicing for someday. You are not preparing for a future season. You are proving daily who you have already decided to be. Let me now give you the deeper truth. The subconscious does not accept what you say once. It only obeys what you say repeatedly with belief. And when words and actions align, you build certainty. And certainty is the foundation of power. You will not feel it at first. You may speak with trembling. You may act with questions still echoing in the mind. But none of that matters. The law works when you do. And repetition is the blade that sharpens identity. Now say this aloud. This is your affirmation. This is your daily command. Each day I act in obedience. Each day I prove who I am. Again, each day I act in obedience. Each day I prove who I am. Let it be said until your old self falls silent. Let it be lived until the new man no longer has to prove. He simply is. You are not your memory. You are your instruction. And the instruction you follow daily is the man you become. Write it, speak it, act it, record it. That is your script. That is your altar. That is how you rise. Heaven does not wait. It watches. It does not stall. It stands ready. But it does not move for the man who delays. It moves only for the man who walks as if sent, with fire in his chest and obedience in his step. The man who moves without apology, without explanation, without retreat. Heaven has never responded to the idle. It has never opened gates for the one who lingers. It does not respond to fear. It responds to faith demonstrated by motion. All power, spiritual, mental, economic, belongs to the man who carries himself like he was placed here for a reason. And the moment you walk like that, speak like that, live like that, doors begin to open. But understand this. Power does not arrive first. Obedience does. The move is made before the miracle. The decision is acted upon before the provision appears. The command is walked out before the confirmation arrives. Because obedience is the evidence of belief. And belief is what heaven watches for. You cannot live as if you are here by chance and expect a life of direction. You cannot speak like a beggar and expect the favor of a king. You cannot wait for signs and then declare that you believe. Heaven does not move by your words alone. It moves by your alignment. And the man who lives by law, daily, consistently, with discipline, becomes unshakable. He becomes immovable. He becomes undeniable. Not because the world wanted to bless him, but because heaven demanded it. You must now stop praying for movement while remaining still. You must stop asking for confirmation when you have already been called. You must stop living like a question and begin living as the answer. The law is this: heaven moves when you do. There are no exceptions. There are no shortcuts. There are no excuses. You have been instructed. You have been assigned. And if you have listened to this message, you have now been commanded. The days of wondering are over. The time for wavering has passed. You do not need another reminder. You do not need another sign. You need only to act, to walk as if God is within you, to build as if heaven is backing every brick, to speak as if your words are shaping worlds, because they are. Let me now give you your final command. You will speak this not just once, but every day until your bones believe it. Act as if God is within you, because He is. Act as if heaven sent you, because it did. Say it again. Act as if God is within you, because He is. Act as if heaven sent you, because it did. Let it cancel the voice of your old self. Let it burn away the language of delay. Let it baptize you into the man you were born to be, not later. Now you are not behind. You are not too flawed. You are not missing anything. You were sent with everything you need to begin. But heaven will not move until you do. So go now, not in noise, but in law, not in haste, but in discipline, not in arrogance, but in divine certainty. Now speak your final affirmation. This is not a sentence. This is a decree. I walk in divine command. I move as if sent. I build with obedience. I become what heaven intended. Again, I walk in divine command. I move as if sent. I build with obedience. I become what heaven intended. This is your new identity. You are not a man who wonders. You are not a man who wavers. You are a man who walks with purpose, with power, with presence. From this day forward, everything you touch will rise because you no longer wait for heaven to move. You are the movement, and now it begins. Solomon never asked for gold, yet gold chased him. He never sought power, yet kings bowed before him. Why? Because Solomon understood the one truth most men ignore. Wisdom is the root of all riches, not effort, not ambition, understanding. This speech is not about history. It is about you and the questions you've been unable to answer. Why do you still feel lost, though you work harder than ever? Why does your life lack direction, though you chase every goal? Why do you read, strive, push, yet remain without peace, without dominion? Because you have pursued what Solomon refused. You have sought results without law. You have chased success without understanding the structure that sustains it. In the next hour, I will hand you the principles that made Solomon the wisest man to ever live. You will learn how to govern your thoughts, how to build wealth without worshiping it, how to hear the voice of truth in silence, and how to become the kind of man God Himself would trust with abundance. If you are ready, let us begin. Introduction: The Secret Wisdom of King Solomon. You are about to unlock the spiritual logic behind one of the wisest men who ever walked this earth, not because he conquered lands or built empires by blood, but because he understood law. I speak not of modern law. I speak of the law behind all things, the law that governs power, gold, peace, and purpose, the law Solomon mastered. Most men today want gold, but few are willing to become gold. They want the palace, but neglect the cornerstone. Solomon asked not for gold, but for understanding, and the heavens answered. What he received, dominion, wealth, peace, and mastery, did not arrive by chance, war, or inheritance. It arrived by divine response to definite mental desire aligned with eternal law. You chase results. You grind. You copy strategy. You worship the external. But understand this: the ancients did not build temples, kingdoms, or dynasties with noise. They built in silence. They built by law. And Solomon built what no modern strategy can buy: a name that echoes through time. The real treasure was not Solomon's gold, but the mind that magnetized it. He aligned with divine law first, and all riches followed. That same law still governs wealth today, but men no longer seek it. They seek shortcuts. And for this, they remain slaves to systems they should command. You ask for influence, for abundance, for clarity. But let me ask you this: have you asked for understanding? Have you asked for the wisdom to govern that which you seek, or only for the outcome? Solomon asked rightly. He knew. The man who governs his own mind soon governs all things under heaven. What I am about to reveal will not comfort you. It will confront you, but truth always does. I will show you that you have not failed because of lack of tools, support, or timing. You have failed because you have not yet understood the laws Solomon obeyed, the wisdom that turns men into kings. And so I say to you now, I seek understanding above possessions. For when you understand, you will no longer chase gold. You will command it. For wisdom is wealth in seed form. When you plant it, nurture it, obey it, harvest will come, and no man, no system, no failure can take it from you. In this speech, I will teach you how to build wealth the way Solomon did, through inner law, through quiet clarity, through alignment with principle, through obedience to order. No modern trick will substitute for what you're about to learn. What follows is not hype, but hierarchy, not theory, but throne. Let this be your declaration. I become the ruler by ruling myself. Let that identity replace all others. The world has enough followers. It has enough noise. What it lacks, what it cries for, is the return of the man of law, the return of the one who rules first within, and therefore cannot be ruled from without. This is not for the man who wants ease. This is not for the man who seeks temporary advantage. This is for the man who desires dominion, not applause, power, not popularity, legacy, not luxury. And that man must learn as Solomon learned. Riches are not granted. They are revealed to those who seek wisdom. You have reached a line in the sand. Cross it. From this moment forward, speak no longer of your poverty. Speak no longer of what you lack. Begin to speak of understanding. Begin to speak of inner rule. Begin to move not by emotion, but by divine direction. Let Solomon's path become yours. I will walk you through the laws that created his empire. I will break down the order that secured his reign. And if you listen, not just with your ears, but with your soul, you will become as he became, the man who receives what others chase, the one who is trusted with what others misuse. The hour is now. Begin. Part 1. True wealth begins with understanding, not money. Solomon did not begin his reign with ambition for riches. He began it with reverence, with a question asked not by the greedy, but by the wise. Grant me an understanding heart. And because his desire aligned with eternal law, riches followed without him asking. Understanding was the magnet. Wealth was the result. The modern man reverses this law. He prays for the gold, not the mind to hold it. He begs for results, not for the wisdom that commands results. And so he remains a beggar outside the gate of his own kingdom. What you pursue reveals what you worship, and what you worship determines what you become. Men fail not for lack of opportunity, but for lack of inner clarity. They ask, how do I get more? But never ask, how do I become more? Solomon knew the latter was the path. He became the man who could handle what others ruin. And because of that, what others chased him. Do not be fooled by noise. Do not be seduced by urgency. Most riches today are gained by force and lost by foolishness. But riches gained by understanding last for generations. Solomon's legacy was not in coins, but in the structure of his thinking. And so must yours be. Let this now become your inner creed. I do not chase riches. I command them by wisdom. For what you chase, you admit you do not control. But what you command by law, by principle, by order, it comes as servant, not as master. Gold must never be the goal. It must always be the result. Andrew Carnegie, too, followed this pattern. He did not surround himself with entertainers or flatterers. He surrounded himself with thinkers, men who could reason, calculate, and see what others missed. His wealth was a byproduct of his ability to think in long-term law. That is why it endured. The world honors the man of thought, not noise. It follows the one who speaks slowly, but acts decisively. Solomon ruled without raising his voice. His greatest victories were not on battlefields, but in courtrooms, in moments of judgment where understanding became sword and shield. He won by mind. You are to stop asking, how do I earn more? And begin asking, how do I understand better? You are not here to become a worker. You are here to become a wise man. One wise decision is worth more than 1,000 days of labor. For wisdom buys what sweat alone never can. Every day you must ask yourself, do I understand the laws behind what I'm doing? Or am I blindly performing tasks others created? Most men live in cycles they never chose. They copy, they imitate, they mimic, but they never understand. And because of that, their labor produces only crumbs. Solomon was not born into wisdom. He chose it, he asked for it, he made wisdom his priority, and in return, it made him a ruler. He prayed, give thy servant an understanding heart, that I may judge rightly. And heaven answered, not because of his status, but because of his alignment with law. Let these words govern you now. I sow understanding and reap gold. Speak it aloud. Plant it in the soil of your mind. For gold is nothing more than the visible reward of invisible alignment. No man can fake this law. Either you become wise or you become weary. The choice is yours. You must now make study a ritual, not of trends, but of principles. Do not consume information, extract understanding. Do not hoard knowledge, apply judgment. Solomon studied nature, people, time, consequence. He saw through the surface of things. And for this, his words were law in his land. The fool memorizes quotes. The wise man lives the meaning behind them. The fool rushes into markets. The wise man waits, watches, judges, and moves once with full authority. Understanding gives you leverage. One accurate move from a wise mind breaks 1,000 frantic motions from a confused one. You must now clear space for study. Build a law of reflection into your daily rhythm. As Solomon wrote Proverbs, so must you write your observations. What did you see today? What patterns repeated? What words led to gain? What actions led to loss? The man who studies his own life masters it. Solomon was a recorder, a teacher, a philosopher king. He did not simply live, he learned from living. His journals were scriptures. His laws became the structure of civilization, and this came not from privilege, but from hunger to understand. That same hunger must now enter you. Stop seeking secrets in new places. Begin building understanding from the old laws you've ignored. Honor, order, cause and effect. Stillness before decision. Purpose before motion. When you see clearly, you build permanently. That is what the wise man knows. That is what the rich man forgets. Let this final creed settle deep in your being. I do not chase riches. I command them by wisdom. I sow understanding and reap gold. Say it when you rise. Say it before you sleep. Say it until your bones believe it, and then act accordingly. Solomon became the wisest man on earth, not because he was born favored, but because he chose understanding over all else. Your wealth will follow suit. Part 2. The wise man governs his thoughts before his kingdom. Solomon declared, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." That verse is not poetry, it is law. A man's outer kingdom rises or collapses based on the state of his inner court. Thoughts are not idle, they are architects. And the man who fails to govern them will build a palace of sand. You cannot master land, wealth, relationships, or business if you cannot first master your reactions, your focus, your inner speech. The mind is either throne or battlefield. Solomon did not rise because of inheritance. He rose because he ruled within first. Peace on the outside began with order within. Men today are frantic. They want to control everything outside. People, politics, profits. But ask them, can you still your mind for 1 hour? Can you hold a vision in silence? Can you command your thoughts like soldiers? Most cannot, and that is why they fail. Power begins with thought governance. Solomon judged entire nations from the stillness of his inner wisdom. He could listen to 2 mothers argue over a child, and in a moment deliver a verdict that ended all doubt. That clarity did not come from charisma. It came from mastery of inner law. He had trained his thoughts into servants. Look at your own thoughts. Are they lifting you or draining you? Do they serve you or sabotage you? Every fear, every delay, every doubt is a reflection of an untrained mental parliament. The king must sit on the throne or the voices of chaos will reign. That king must be you. Henry Ford was not the most educated man, but he mastered focus. He trained his mind to stay on one idea until results obeyed. He made time for solitude. He walked silently with questions and returned with answers. This is what separates the leader from the laborer, a governed mind. Do not envy the man who appears successful if he is not at peace within. His gold will rot in his hand. His house will feel like a cage, because no external fortune can outshine the torment of an ungoverned inner world. Solomon's kingdom was great because his mind was first submitted to law. Write this now. I rule my thoughts, therefore I build. That is not opinion, it is principle. Every achievement you seek must first be formed in thought. Thought held in clarity, thought fueled by faith, thought refined by silence, until it becomes command, and command becomes manifestation. You must set law in your thinking. Wake up and decide, what thoughts do I allow? What doubts must be silenced? What affirmations must I repeat until they command obedience? A castle without guard falls. So does a mind without watchmen. Place guards at the gates of your attention. Let your creed be this: my outer world is the reflection of my inner law, and let your actions prove it. Begin each day in silence. Do not touch the world until you have spoken law into your thoughts. Speak your aim aloud. Replace complaint with command. Replace anxiety with order. Solomon sat on a throne, but his real power was invisible. It was in the rhythm of his heart, the structure of his values, the clarity of his attention. You must now build this same throne within. Do not wait until the world slows down. Rule now, or drift forever. Men build empires and lose them. They gain fame and fall into ruin. Why? Because they thought money could fix what only mental law could. They thought applause could substitute for inner peace. But Solomon knew all wealth built outside the boundaries of thought governance will destroy the builder. You do not need another plan. You need inner discipline. You need law of thought. You need silence before decisions. You need vision rehearsed until it becomes instinct. That is how kings move. That is how empires rise. The foundation is always unseen, but it determines everything. Write this and repeat it daily. I rule my thoughts, therefore I build. My outer world is the reflection of my inner law. Let these words become your daily anchor. Let them guide your focus, your speech, your actions. The man who does not rule within will be ruled by the world without. Solomon was not a man of haste. He was not swayed by trends. He knew that thought is seed, and every spoken word is water. He planted with intention. He spoke with calculation. And his kingdom was the harvest of his inner discipline. So shall yours be. Train yourself today. Guard your inner temple. If a thought does not build you, cast it out. If a word does not align with purpose, silence it. Speak only what strengthens. Think only what commands. Hold only the vision that lifts you. All else is noise. You do not need more energy. You need more governance of the energy you already possess. Stop scattering your attention. Start aiming your focus like a sword. The man who rules 10 thoughts completely will always outbuild the man who entertains 100 without control. Final command. Begin each morning by declaring your mental law. Repeat aloud. Today I rule my thoughts. Today I hold only what builds. Today I move as Solomon, quiet, firm, aligned. Do this for 90 days. Your mind will shift. Your energy will clarify. Your kingdom will begin. Part 3. Every man must ask for wisdom, like Solomon did before he is trusted with power. The man who seeks power before wisdom is a child playing with fire. He may build for a moment, but the structure will not last. Solomon was offered the chance to ask for anything, riches, enemies defeated, long life, but he asked for discernment. He knew that only wisdom could hold what power attracts. Many today ask for wealth without understanding how to rule it. They cry out for recognition without knowing who they are. They desire influence before they've established order within. And so what they gain quickly, they lose just as fast. For the law is eternal. Power demands structure, and structure demands wisdom. You ask why success delays, why wealth evades you, why opportunity circles but does not land? The answer is not in your circumstances. It is in your preparedness. Divine law does not grant command to the man who has not first proven himself capable of sustaining it without destruction. Look closely. Solomon's request pleased God because it was aligned with spiritual law. He did not ask selfishly. He asked lawfully. He asked for what would make him capable of building without collapsing. That is why God gave him not only wisdom, but everything he could have asked for and more. You must learn to pray, speak, and move like Solomon. Stop asking for more. Ask for the mind that can hold more. Ask for the character that sustains abundance. Ask for the discernment to make the right decision when no one is watching and no one will clap. When Andrew Carnegie built his empire, he did not seek talent first. He sought men with judgment, men who would not panic under pressure, men who would choose principle over impulse. That was wisdom in action. The fortune was built because the foundation was mental clarity. You were not denied power. You were protected from it. For power without preparation is poison. It blinds, it distracts, it multiplies the flaws already inside you. But when wisdom precedes reward, power becomes an instrument of construction, not destruction. Make this your creed. I ask for wisdom to match the wealth I will hold. I prepare my mind so my fortune may stand. These are not affirmations, they are laws to live by. Speak them aloud each day until your subconscious begins to obey. Write this now in your private journal. What must I understand in order to carry the future I desire? Do not skip this. Sit with it. Listen. That question is the gate. The answer you receive in silence will be more valuable than any seminar, book, or mentor, for it will come from your inner court. Power tests you. It magnifies who you are in secret. If you cannot govern your desires in obscurity, you will be overthrown in visibility. Solomon understood this. He built first within, and God gave him dominion without. That is the eternal order. Obey it. Do not say you want millions if you cannot manage hundreds. Do not say you want to lead if you cannot lead your own schedule. Do not declare that you are ready for expansion if you still delay the basic disciplines of daily life. That is mockery to the law of wisdom. Begin each week with a review. Have I governed my time? Have I managed my mind? Have I ruled over appetite, speech, emotion? This is your throne room. Your dominion does not begin with a title. It begins with how you handle 24 hours. God gives more to him who masters little. Thomas Edison tested over 10,000 materials before discovering the filament for the light bulb. Why? Because he was obsessed with understanding, not shortcuts. He built a mind that could endure delay. That is wisdom. And that is why his invention shaped generations. You must burn every shallow prayer. You must stop asking for escape. Ask instead for insight. Ask to become the type of man Solomon became, one who rules by discernment, one who multiplies because he first submitted to law, one who waits patiently, learns deeply, moves decisively. Affirm this into your bloodstream. I will not seek shortcuts. I will seek structure. I will not ask for gold. I will ask for understanding. And by law, I will receive both. Say it until your flesh resists. Say it until your fears retreat. Say it until it becomes instinct. This part of the journey is the most painful because it exposes the truth. You are not lacking opportunity. You are lacking capacity. And that capacity must be developed through daily seeking of wisdom, through practice, through silence, through law. Make a vow today, I will spend 1 hour each week in solitude asking only one question. What must I understand to build what I desire? No devices, no noise, just silence and truth. Solomon's wisdom came in quiet. So will yours. Power without wisdom is temporary noise. Wisdom without power is hidden gold. But wisdom with power, this is dominion. And you were born not just to succeed, but to reign in thought, in speech, in behavior, in discipline, in destiny. That reign begins when you, like Solomon, ask not for riches, but for discernment. From this moment on, you will stop chasing results. You will start becoming the man who can carry them. You will no longer weep over delay. You will rejoice over preparation. And when the hour of power comes, you will be ready. Part 4. A wise man knows when to speak and when to remain silent. A single word can crown a man or destroy him. Solomon's throne did not stand upon stone or gold alone. It stood upon judgment. Upon the razor's edge of language, he could end a war with one sentence, divide truth from deception with a single reply. Such is the weight of wisdom spoken at the right time. You are taught today that confidence is noise, that power is volume, that dominance is in speaking first. This is a lie. Real power is measured in restraint. The fool speaks everything he knows. The wise man holds what others beg to hear. Solomon ruled through words, not because he spoke often, but because when he spoke, law followed. Your life right now, look at it, is not shaped by what you know. It is shaped by what you say. the words you speak over your future, the tone you use in conflict, the silence you break when patience would have preserved your peace. Understand, speech is not expression. Speech is creation. Every word you say becomes law in the world you inhabit. Solomon's power did not come from an army. It came from timing, the discipline to wait until truth revealed itself, the strength to hold his tongue until speaking would bring clarity, not confusion. This, too, you must master if you would be ruler over your own domain. I will tell you what men do not realize. Most of your battles are lost because you spoke too soon. You negotiated before understanding. You confessed weakness instead of commanding direction. You reacted where you should have remained still. Let that pain instruct you. John D. Rockefeller, one of the greatest empire builders the world has known, was known not for loud speeches, but for measured silence. When competitors panicked, he paused. When rumors swirled, he waited. He once said, "The ability to deal with people is as purchasable a commodity as sugar or coffee." But more powerful than that, he practiced discipline of the tongue. Andrew Carnegie, too, listened more than he spoke. In his mastermind gatherings, he often remained quiet for long stretches, only speaking when his mind had formed something that moved strategy forward. That silence was not passivity. It was the sharpening of internal law. I tell you now, if you want dominion over results, you must first master restraint. The man who cannot control his tongue cannot build anything that lasts. For all things are spoken into form: your health, your relationships, your finances, your purpose. The undisciplined tongue is a destroyer of nations and dreams. You must build a law over your mouth, a code. Say nothing reactive. Say nothing unmeasured. Say nothing that weakens your future, even in jest. Speak with the weight of one who knows that words are weapons. You can use them to destroy, or you can use them to govern. Each morning say aloud, "I speak only when it builds." My words are weapons of order. I govern my tongue. Therefore, I command my outcomes. Let this become the commandment of your new self. When you're tempted to speak for validation, pause. When someone wrongs you and you wish to lash out, pause. When you feel uncertain and wish to fill the air with sound, pause. The man who can wait has more power than the man who reacts. Let me show you something else. Words not only govern results, they reveal who you believe you are. When you say, "I can't," or "I hope," or "I wish," you expose your lack of dominion. But when you say, "I will," "I decide," "I commit," you plant the seed of kingship. This is why Solomon's words lasted beyond his lifetime. They were not mere sentences. They were eternal laws clothed in parables. He said, "A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." He taught that words must be guided by wisdom, not emotion. Make your home a training ground. Begin speaking with order in small things. Bless your food. Give command to your mornings. Correct your posture with your words. Build your outer world by first mastering the inner rhythm of your tongue. If you are to build an empire, you must build first with silence. Solomon's empire did not begin with a speech. It began with a prayer for wisdom and a silent understanding of law. You, too, must create space for silence. Daily, sit alone, ask nothing, say nothing, listen. There, the seed of power will begin to grow. It is in silence that you understand who you are. It is in restraint that you begin to sense the movements of the higher law. Men who cannot be still are slaves to the world's chaos. But men who master stillness bend the world to their law. Let this part of your transformation be clear. Power does not belong to the loudest, it belongs to the wisest. And wisdom does not cry out in the streets, it whispers in the chamber of the soul. Learn to hear it, learn to speak it, learn to wait until it rises within. Affirm again now, with reverence, "I speak only what builds. I rule my world through restraint. My words do not perform, they command." Say it again until you feel the power return to your soul. Your next battle will not be won by strategy. It will be won by discipline of the tongue. Do not interrupt the wisdom being formed in you by chasing the approval of men. Speak only when the voice within confirms the words are worthy of your future. Let us proceed now to the next part, where we will multiply what you are learning, not alone, but with the right men. For wisdom shared lawfully becomes power multiplied. Part 5. Wisdom multiplies when shared, but only with the prepared. You must understand this next law if you would rise to any station of power. Wisdom does not multiply in noise. It multiplies in order. It multiplies in circles of men who honor law, seek growth, and walk in reverence. Solomon did not share his proverbs with fools. He wrote them for sons, for seekers, for those who feared God and honored discipline. Look around you. Who surrounds your mind? Who hears your ambitions? Who shapes your thinking without speaking a word? If your circle mocks principle, jokes about discipline, fears silence, or chases entertainment, then you are not in a mastermind. You are in a pit. Charles Schwab did not ascend because of charisma or genius. He was surrounded by a circle of principle. He served under Carnegie, one of the most law-abiding minds of his age. Schwab absorbed the order of Carnegie's methods, the vision of his planning, the confidence of his word. He rose because he multiplied wisdom through association. There is no self-made man. There are only self-aligned men who surround themselves with others aligned to the same law. If you want to rise, you must first purge the foolish. You must then assemble the wise. You must build your circle with intention. One man who honors law is worth more than 100 who entertain themselves with mediocrity. Ask yourself now, who are your 5? Name them. Would you entrust your fortune to their hands? Would you share your prayers with them? Would you bring your definite chief aim to their counsel? If not, you already know what must be done. Delay no longer. You cannot become Solomon in the company of clowns. Build a law for your counsel. 1 meeting per week, 1 hour of silence, 1 principle studied, 1 action agreed upon. This is not a social gathering. This is a sacred meeting of minds. Let each man speak only what strengthens. Let each man be held to his word. Let the standard be high, or let him leave. Solomon wrote, "Iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another." This is not poetry. This is spiritual metallurgy. When minds meet in truth, the friction births strength. But if iron strikes wood, both are damaged. Do not bring wisdom to a fool. Do not waste principle on the passive. Understand now, your future does not depend on your effort alone. It depends on your environment of thought. You rise not merely by what you do, but by what those around you allow you to become. If your surroundings weaken your discipline, you will decay no matter how noble your desire. The law is exact. You either build by law or you erode by influence. Ford had Edison, I had Carnegie, Solomon had his scribes, even Jesus had 12 men to whom he revealed deeper truths. This is not tradition, it is structure, and without structure, no wisdom multiplies. You may have knowledge, but unless it is shared with the prepared, it dies with you. Do not seek crowds, seek counsels. Do not crave followers, crave builders. Gather those who seek not applause, but application. Your life must become a furnace of principle. Only those who can endure its heat are meant to be near. Repeat this law within yourself. I build a circle of wise men. Power multiplies where wisdom is honored. Say it again. Write it. Speak it to your reflection each morning. This is not a motto. It is a binding agreement between your destiny and your discipline. This is why you must take record. Begin today. Write the names of the men you must release. Write the qualities of the men you must seek. Speak your intention aloud. The universe obeys clarity, not confusion. And now let me warn you. The wrong circle will cost you years. The wrong influence will rob you of your fire. Some men destroy not with fists, but with passivity. Some weaken your aim simply by existing near it without reverence. They drain you with their comfort. They anchor you with their fears. Cut them now. Choose instead those who sharpen your thought, those who ask strong questions, those who move in silence, those who carry their own weight. When 5 men think by law, they build an empire no storm can touch. This part of your life cannot be optional. Build the circle, protect the standard, multiply the wisdom. It is the way of Solomon. It is the way of Schwab. It is the only way a king is ever truly made. Are you ready to continue? In the next part, I will show you why all riches are lost without purpose, how wealth, without a vision to anchor it, will slip through your fingers like dust. Let us now move to part 6. Part 6, riches without purpose is poverty in disguise. Solomon once warned of a man who works, who toils, who gathers wealth by day and night, only to leave it to another, one who did not earn it, one who does not understand its value. Why? Because the first man had no vision behind his labor. He was rich in gold, but bankrupt in aim. He built with sweat, but not with spirit. He gained the world and lost the reason. This, my friend, is the silent plague of our time. Men chase coins, but forget cause. They build enterprises without a reason deeper than appetite, and though they count money, they cannot measure meaning. Their wealth becomes a curse. Their labor becomes bondage. Because they forgot what Solomon knew, purpose precedes profit. If your riches are not tied to a clear and definite aim, you will either lose them, misuse them, or they will rule you. And when riches rule a man, he becomes a servant in fine garments. You may impress others, but you will remain a stranger to yourself. You may feed your vanity, but you will starve your soul. Henry Ford did not merely build automobiles, he built mobility. He envisioned a world where the common man moved with dignity. His aim was not merely money, it was transformation. That aim directed every factory, every system, every invention, because he saw beyond the coin to the crown it could serve. You must now ask yourself, what is the purpose behind your pursuit? Why do you want riches? To escape pain, to prove something to others, to silence your doubt. None of these are worthy reasons. None of these will hold under pressure, and none of these will attract lasting wealth. Your purpose must be anchored in law, in contribution, in principle. You must want riches not only to live well, but to build well, not to consume, but to construct, not to hide, but to expand. This is what Solomon asked for when he prayed, not for wealth, but for wisdom to govern well. And because his purpose was righteous, riches chased him. Write your purpose now, not tomorrow. Now your mind will not obey aim that remains unspoken. Write your definite chief aim in a sentence that cuts like steel. Let it be so clear, so rooted in truth, that your subconscious cannot ignore it. Then go further. Tie every financial goal you have to this purpose. Do not just want a business that lifts others. Do not just want land that becomes sanctuary. Do not just want money that multiplies the law you believe in. Understand money is not evil, but money without direction becomes a weapon against the man who holds it. Purpose is the hand that steadies the sword. Without it, you will bleed by your own ambition. And let me speak boldly now. If you are unwilling to write your purpose, to speak it aloud, to repeat it daily, then you do not deserve the riches you claim to want. For riches are servants of the committed, not of the curious. Repeat after me. I do not gather wealth without direction. Purpose is the foundation of my fortune. Let that line be the wall that no lie may pass. Let that law be the compass that no distraction can shake. Each morning, read your aim. Each evening, review your action. Ask, did I move in alignment? Did I advance my purpose? If not, the day is lost, no matter how much you earned. Build rituals around your aim. Let your habits reflect it. Let your speech honor it. Let your circle strengthen it. For the man who lives without aim lives without command. And the man who moves without command becomes the laborer of another man's vision. Solomon taught that to work without purpose is to sow into the wind. You may be busy, but you are not building. You may feel movement, but you will reap dust. Without a purpose, your energy is stolen by every passing desire. With a purpose, every act becomes a brick laid upon destiny. If today you feel lost, confused, scattered, it is not because you lack strength. It is because you lack aim. Aim clarifies. Aim orders. Aim turns fire into light. Do not ask for more motivation. Ask for more alignment. Let me remind you, wealth is not your problem. Direction is. Strategy is not your enemy. Vagueness is. There are millions of men who work hard and still feel hollow because they never answered one sacred question. Why must I build? If your answer does not ignite your spine, it is not yet true. This is the law. Only the man with purpose can carry the weight of power. Riches do not destroy the worthy. They reveal the unprepared. Without aim, gold will rot you. With aim, it will elevate you. So speak it again. I do not gather wealth without direction. Purpose is the foundation of my fortune. Say it until every cell in your body obeys it. Say it until every act you take flows from it. Say it until your entire life becomes a reflection of that inner law. And now, let us continue. In the next part, you will discover how wisdom turns every loss into instruction, how even your enemies and failures can become teachers, if you think as Solomon thought. Let us move forward. Part 7. Wisdom turns enemies into teachers and failure into instruction. If you desire to rise like Solomon, you must not only seek wisdom when life is peaceful, you must mine wisdom from pain, from trial, from the sting of error. The man who learns only when praised remains a child, but the man who studies his setbacks becomes a master. This is the law of refinement. Every failure is a message sent to forge your mind. Solomon was not great because he avoided confrontation. He was great because he judged wisely in it. He did not turn from the uncomfortable. He walked into it with discernment. And from this, his name endured. The fool runs from correction. The wise man gathers it as treasure. You must now decide what your failures will mean. Will they become tombstones or blueprints? Will you bury your ambition beneath them or build your next strategy on their message? Most men hide from defeat, but you must become the man who hunts it down and wrings its wisdom dry. Let me tell you about Abraham Lincoln. He failed in business. He lost elections. He suffered depression. He was mocked, opposed, misunderstood. But he recorded his setbacks, studied them, and learned faster than his losses could destroy him. He was not merely resilient, he was intelligent in defeat. He chose wisdom over bitterness. The principle is this: a man who learns faster than he loses cannot be stopped. Let the world swing against you. Let others lie, betray, mock. Let delays fall heavy. But if you transmute each blow into understanding, you will rise with more power than any man who has never struggled. How do you transmute failure into fuel? First, you must record. Keep a book of errors. Write what happened, how it happened, and what thought, belief, or habit made room for it. This is not weakness. This is warfare. You must become the general of your mind, and generals keep records. Second, extract the law. Behind every failure is a broken principle. Ask, what law did I violate? Did I ignore discipline? Did I trust the wrong counsel? Did I speak without aim? Did I drift from my purpose? Find the thread. Cut it from your thinking. Replace it with command. Third, rewrite your behavior immediately. You do not heal by understanding alone. You heal by corrective action. Speak your new command aloud. Link it to your aim. Let each setback become a stone beneath your staircase. There is no shame in falling, only in failing to use the fall. And finally, review weekly. Wisdom must not be remembered. It must be rehearsed. Every 7 days, open your book. Read your lessons. Remind yourself of the laws you've written. Discipline comes not from pain, but from organized response to pain. Say this now and believe it. Failure feeds my wisdom. No enemy can stop a man who learns faster than he loses. These are not soft words. These are the weapons of inner kingship. These are the words Solomon would speak before judgment. These are the words Lincoln lived by when he walked alone. Understand, your enemy is not the man who opposes you. Your enemy is the part of you that still refuses to learn. You are not weak because you struggle. You are weak because you repeat without correction. That ends now. Do not seek revenge. Seek refinement. Do not waste time proving others wrong. Prove your new command right. When a man truly learns from loss, he becomes dangerous. He moves without apology. He speaks without repetition. He acts without hesitation. Even those who hate you become your teachers. Even those who betrayed you become your mirrors. For the wise man says, "You showed me where I was blind, and for that I am now armed." This is not poetic. This is practical power. You must now practice it. Begin today. Write your most recent loss. Write the law you ignored. Write the new law you now live by. Speak it aloud. Repeat it in the morning. Measure your actions against it each night. This is how Solomon thought. This is how Lincoln ruled. This is how you rise. There is no such thing as wasted pain in the life of a wise man. Every scar becomes scripture. Every enemy becomes a sermon. Every delay becomes design, but only if you choose it to be so. Let your mind now agree. Failure feeds my wisdom. I cannot be defeated, only educated. We are now prepared to move to the next law, the next layer of inner kingdom. In the following part, I will show you why discipline without law is fragile, and how every empire, whether of the mind or the marketplace, rises or falls based on its standard. Prepare to rebuild your internal kingdom. Part 8, a kingdom without discipline. Collapses. A mind without law wanders. Solomon's empire was not built on chaos. It was not held together by charisma or force. It was sustained by order, by discipline under divine law. His court did not rule by passion. It ruled by structure. His name did not endure because he was clever. It endured because his life followed an unwavering standard. Understand this principle. Power without law crumbles. Talent without structure rots. Passion without principle betrays itself. Many men have vision. Few build systems to protect that vision. Many begin in fire. Few endure in rhythm. The true king is not he who inspires a crowd. It is he who masters his days. The same is true for your life. Your home is your kingdom. Your calendar is your court. Your morning is your throne. And if you do not govern them, they will betray you. The walls of a kingdom are not built once, they are maintained daily, and every habit is either a brick or a crack. Let me ask you, do you have laws for yourself, or do you move based on how you feel? Do you rise with intention, or delay because the mood isn't right? Do you write your vision daily, or forget it in the fog of your distractions? The man who waits for discipline will never have it. The man who writes his law and lives by it becomes unstoppable. Solomon upheld spiritual and civil order. He judged with clarity. He preserved peace with law. And the same truth applies to you. Without personal discipline, your wealth will fade. Without structure, your creativity will scatter. Without order, your power will leak from every corner of your life. Now observe how Thomas Edison lived. He did not merely experiment, he scheduled invention. His breakthroughs came not in chaos, but in routine. He showed up to his laboratory daily. He slept little but consistently. His assistants worked in shifts. Why? Because he understood. Miracles are born from method. Law in action creates power in output. Andrew Carnegie? He didn't just hire workers, he designed systems. He trained minds. He scaled order. His steel empire wasn't sustained by effort. It was sustained by laws that multiplied value without burning men out. He once said, put all your eggs in one basket and then watch that basket. That is not recklessness. That is law and focus. What does this mean for you? It means that you must stop improvising your greatness. You must stop hoping that motivation will strike. You must build law, daily, sacred, unbreakable law that governs how you speak, how you rise, how you work, how you rest, and how you respond to resistance. Let me give you instruction now. Write these laws down. First, law of rising. What time shall the king wake? This is not up for debate. The throne waits. The world responds to the man who owns the morning. Second, law of direction. Before the sun touches your skin, speak your definite chief aim aloud. Speak it with power. You are not waiting for clarity. You are commanding it. You are not hoping for direction. You are reminding yourself of the path you already chose. Third, law of work. Set your output standard, not effort, execution. How many pages, how many calls, how many solved problems? This is not about busyness. This is about dominion. If you do not measure, you cannot command. Fourth, law of thought. Do not permit every thought to enter your gates. Guard your attention. If the thought breeds fear, starve it. If it breeds confusion, question it. If it contradicts your purpose, replace it. You are not your thoughts. You are the ruler of your thoughts. Fifth, law of reflection. At day's end, sit in silence. Audit your law. Where did you obey? Where did you drift? Write it. Learn from it. Speak new instruction for tomorrow. A king does not sleep without knowing how he governed. Repeat this now. Order builds power. I uphold inner law before I expand outer dominion. Say it again, slowly. Let it sink into the walls of your mind. You are the architect. You are the judge. You are the executor of inner law. Now understand the consequence of ignoring this. A man with no law becomes a servant to every impulse. His mornings are wasted. His power leaks through indecision. His thoughts become fog. His results depend on luck. And no matter how talented he is, he cannot be trusted with dominion, because no kingdom can stand without law. Solomon knew this. He enforced it. And so must you. Not once. Daily. Discipline is not a feeling, it is a structure. It is a temple built from repeated acts of obedience to a written standard. If your life feels out of control, it is not your circumstances. It is your lack of law. You must now become sacred about your structure. Defend it. Let no man mock it. Let no fatigue break it. If it is written, it must be lived. If it is spoken, it must be executed. For the mind with law is a fortress, and the world bows to the man who governs himself with precision. Let this be your covenant. I will no longer drift. I will no longer rely on emotion. I write my law, I live my law, I rise by law, and nothing shall shake the man who stands upon it. Now that your foundation is set, you are ready for the highest truth Solomon ever spoke, the one law that anchors all others, the final gate to wisdom and riches, reverence for the source. In the next part, I will reveal the most sacred law Solomon gave, not as a preacher, not as a mystic, but as a builder of empires, and it is this: fear God and obey his commandments. What this means and how it will define your future will be made plain. Part 9, Solomon's greatest wisdom, was this: fear God and obey the law. There are many men who command wealth, many who rule with might, many who gather possessions, build cities, lead industries, but among them few last, fewer leave legacy, and almost none walk in peace. Why? Because they possess riches but lack reverence. They obey the law of effort but ignore the higher law of origin, the law of God. Solomon was not only a king of wealth, he was a king of order, a king of judgment, a king of peace. And yet when he penned the conclusion to his life, when he wrote the final lesson from a mountain of gold, servants, wisdom, and power, he did not say, get rich. He did not say, build fast. He said, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. This is the final gate, the highest law, the secret behind every enduring empire, alignment with divine order, not religious performance, not ritual, not image, but internal reverence, the kind that says, I am not the source, I am the steward. My life is not mine to waste. It is mine to govern in harmony with the mind that created me. Hear me now. Men fall not because they lacked talent, but because they lacked reverence. Nations fall not because they lacked armies, but because they abandoned divine law. Solomon saw this. He watched kingdoms crumble after pride rejected the one who gave power. He knew no wealth can preserve a man who no longer honors the source of that wealth. You are not being asked to join a church. You are not being told to adopt empty rituals. What I teach you now is higher than denomination. It is the law that governs the seed, the harvest, the heartbeat, the thought, the consequence. Divine law is not man-made. It is the origin of all true law. Carnegie understood this, though he never called himself religious. He honored the law of cause and effect. He studied the law of compensation. He gave away more than he kept. Why? Because he knew you must align with the higher order if you expect your work to last beyond your breath. Ford, too, did not prey on platforms, but he obeyed the law of vision, the law of usefulness, the law of organized service. These are not inventions of industry. They are echoes of the law Solomon lived by. They are spiritual truths made physical through consistent application. Let us now go deeper into what it means to fear God. It does not mean terror. It does not mean superstition. It means awe. It means respect. It means that you place divine law above your impulses, that you bend your ego to a greater order, that you understand you do not create truth, you align with it. To fear God means that you no longer think you are the author of consequence. You understand there is a justice higher than the courts, a memory greater than your mind, a reward more eternal than money. You live not to please men, but to walk rightly before the divine judge who sees your thought before your action. This reverence does not make you weak. It makes you dangerous, because the man who fears God cannot be bribed. He cannot be broken by applause. He cannot be bought by offers of the world. His standard is higher. His conscience is sharper. His results are more permanent. He does not fall because he does not bend. And to keep his commandments means you obey the laws that govern power. You do not lie for gain. You do not steal time from your purpose. You do not murder your potential by serving lust, envy, or pride. You do not bear false witness against yourself with lazy thinking. You honor your calling, your work, your family, your future. This is not moralism. It is strategy, Solomon understood. Divine obedience is the most powerful principle on earth. It makes the poor man rise and the mighty man fall. It builds peace that outlasts gold. It turns ordinary men into kings because it makes their authority unshakable. Say these words aloud with me. I rise by obedience to divine law. True wisdom begins with reverence. Again, slowly. I rise by obedience to divine law. True wisdom begins with reverence. This is not an affirmation of ego. It is the declaration of one who chooses to be governed by the highest standard in existence. Now I will ask you, what law do you serve? Are your days shaped by purpose or convenience? Do you speak what is right or what is popular? Do you honor your conscience or dull it with distraction? The man who walks with divine law walks alone at first, but soon the world follows him because his fruit is undeniable. Look at the decay of the world around you. Men mock wisdom. They elevate sensation. They destroy family, destroy identity, destroy order, and then cry for peace. But peace is the product of law honored. Without reverence, there is only noise. Without obedience, there is only collapse. Solomon ruled over Israel, yes, but more importantly, he ruled over himself. His wealth was great, but his insight was greater, and his insight was born not of intellect, but of fear of God. That is the source, that is the law, and it is your key to every power you seek. If you remember nothing else from this entire speech, remember this. The man who aligns with divine order cannot be stopped. Others may rise quicker, others may seem louder, but they fade. You endure. because you are not building with dust. You are building with eternal material. Now write this into your journal. Engrave it on your wall. Speak it every morning before you begin. I live by eternal law. I am governed by the truth that does not change. I obey the wisdom of the source, and therefore I build what cannot be broken. You are now ready for the final part, the conclusion, the bringing together of every law, every insight, every command that Solomon lived by. In the final words, I will teach you how to make this wisdom your identity, not just your knowledge. Conclusion. Solomon's power is not buried in the past. It is waiting in you. You have heard the law. You have walked with kings. You have seen what made Solomon great, not his palace, not his treasury, not his robes, but his mind aligned with divine order. And now it is your turn. For what good is truth unless it becomes flesh in your habits? What power is wisdom if it remains theory and not transformation? This world does not belong to the loud. It does not belong to the impulsive. It does not belong to the clever schemer. It belongs to the man who rules himself and governs that rule by unalterable law. The man who honors understanding before opinion. The man who speaks less and builds more. The man who seeks first the invisible order and then commands the visible world. Solomon's secret is not locked in Scripture. It is coded into law. And every man, regardless of his beginning, may partake in it. For divine law is no respecter of persons. It does not care for your name, your background, your feelings, your titles. It responds only to obedience. And you now hold the principles. Repeat these truths aloud, not as a performance, but as instruction to your mind, as seal upon your spirit. I live by the wisdom of kings. I obey law and command wealth. The kingdom I build begins within. Now let us review what has been given. You have been taught that understanding is greater than riches, that thoughts must be governed before cities, that silence can be mightier than armies, that wisdom shared with the prepared multiplies power, that riches without purpose dissolve, that failure is instruction, that discipline without inner law collapses, that reverence is the root of all true power. These are not isolated lessons. They are one system of law. They are not ancient dust. They are eternal structure. And that structure waits in you. Yes, you. No matter how lost, how poor, how inconsistent, how doubting you have been, today you begin again not as a beggar for riches, but as a builder of law. And if you ask, where do I begin? I will answer with this. You begin by writing your definite chief aim, your purpose, your throne, your vision, and then you set law around it. Law of waking, law of thought, law of speech, law of decision, law of action. These become your guards. These become your walls. These become your peace. Solomon did not wander into greatness. He built it by law. And now you must too. You must build your aim with understanding. Fortify your thoughts with clarity. Guard your words with intention. Multiply your influence with discipline. Obey the source with reverence, and then stand. Do not return to the weak self who chased results without structure, who sought applause instead of principle, who drifted because he did not choose law. That man is dead. He served his purpose to show you who you are not. Now you rise. Say it again with breath and boldness. I live by the wisdom of kings. I obey law and command wealth. The kingdom I build begins within. The silence that follows is not emptiness. It is space for instruction. A king listens more than he speaks. And your next command is not to listen more speeches. It is to write your law, speak it daily, act it hourly, and govern it until the world has no choice but to reflect your inner dominion. You do not need more opinions. You need law. You do not need more motivation. You need understanding. You do not need more approval. You need alignment. These are the treasures Solomon possessed, and they are now yours. Take them, write them, speak them, live them, and walk like a man who was taught by kings. Listen to me very carefully, for what I am about to share with you will mark the dividing line between the life you have been living and the life you are destined to live. For 25 years, I studied the minds of more than 500 of America's most successful men, searching for the common thread that bound them all together. I discovered something so profound, so simple, yet so powerful that it has remained hidden from the masses, who struggle daily with poverty, failure, and despair. These men, Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller, all possessed a secret morning ritual that set their minds in motion toward success before their feet even touched the floor. You wake each morning, don't you, with the same thoughts of worry, the same fears about money, the same doubts about your abilities? You rise from your bed already defeated, your mind poisoned with the limitations of yesterday. This is the poverty of mind that afflicts 98% of all people, and it is the very reason they remain chained to lives of quiet desperation. But today, right now, as you listen to my words, that chain is about to be broken forever. What would you say if I told you that the first 5 minutes after you open your eyes each morning determine whether you will succeed or fail that day? What would you think if I revealed that every great fortune, every remarkable achievement, every breakthrough in human progress began not in an office or a factory, but in the quiet moments of dawn when a determined mind spoke certain words with absolute faith and conviction? The human mind is a transmitting and receiving station. When you speak words with deep emotion and faith, you send a command directly to your subconscious mind, which is connected to infinite intelligence. This is not mere theory. This is scientific fact, proven through decades of careful observation. Your subconscious mind does not question or doubt. It simply accepts what you tell it with feeling and begins immediately to manifest it in your physical world. Andrew Carnegie understood this principle. Each morning, before the sun painted the sky, he would stand before his window and speak his intentions for the day with such power that his very presence commanded respect from all who met him. Thomas Edison knew this secret. In the quiet of his laboratory, before beginning his work, he would affirm his connection to the infinite source of all knowledge. Rockefeller, Ford, Schwab, they all began their days not with the newspaper or idle chatter, but with deliberate, purposeful words that programmed their minds for victory. For too long, you have been the victim of your own mental laziness. You have allowed your mind to run wild like an untamed horse, carrying you wherever fear and doubt wish to take you. But the 11 phrases I am about to give you are like a bridle and bit for that wild horse. They will give you mastery over your own mind, and through that mastery, control over your entire life. These are not merely positive thoughts or empty affirmations. These 11 phrases contain the concentrated essence of success philosophy, distilled from the actual practices of men who built empires from nothing, who transformed entire industries, who left their mark on history. Each phrase is a key that unlocks a different door in your subconscious mind. Together, they form a master key that opens the vault of unlimited achievement. The transformation that awaits you requires only 2 things. First, that you speak these phrases every single morning without fail, and second, that you speak them with absolute faith and burning emotion. The words without the feeling are dead. But when you combine these words with the fire of belief, you set in motion forces that will reshape your entire existence. Prepare yourself, for you are about to learn the morning ritual that separates the masters of life from its victims. I am the master of my fate. Let these 6 words burn themselves into your consciousness, for they contain the power to lift you from the depths of despair to the heights of achievement. I once knew a man who had lost everything: his business, his savings, his confidence. He sat in my office with tears in his eyes, convinced that external forces had conspired to destroy him. I gave him only these 6 words and told him to repeat them every morning with the force of his entire being. 6 months later, he returned to thank me, for he had not only recovered his losses, but had built a fortune twice as large as before. You see, most people believe they are leaves blown about by the wind of circumstance. They blame the government, the economy, their education, their family, everything and everyone except the one person who holds all the power, themselves. But I tell you now, based on my study of the most successful minds in history, that you are not the victim of fate, you are its author. Every circumstance in your life today is the direct result of the thoughts you held in your mind yesterday. When William Ernest Henley wrote, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul," he was not penning pretty poetry. He was stating a law as immutable as the law of gravity. Your thoughts create your circumstances. Your dominant mental attitude determines whether you attract success or failure, wealth or poverty, happiness or misery. This is not wishful thinking. This is the operation of universal law that works with mathematical precision. Consider Charles M. Schwab. He began as a day laborer in Andrew Carnegie's steel mills, earning $1 a day. But Schwab understood that he was the master of his fate. Each morning before reporting to work, he would stand before his modest mirror and declare with unshakable conviction that he would one day run those very mills. He did not hope, he did not wish, he commanded his subconscious mind to accept this as reality. The result? He became president of the United States Steel Corporation and earned a salary of over $1 million a year, at a time when such a sum was almost unimaginable. Henry Ford faced ridicule and mockery when he announced his intention to build a motor car for the masses. Learned men explained in detail why it was impossible. Financial experts proved with figures that he would bankrupt himself. But Ford knew a secret they did not. He was the master of his fate. Each morning he renewed his mental declaration of sovereignty over circumstances. When setbacks came, and they came by the dozens, he reminded himself that fate was not something that happened to him, but something he created with each thought, each decision, each action. Your subconscious mind is like fertile soil. It will grow whatever seeds you plant in it. When you declare, "I am the master of my fate," you plant seeds of personal power, self-determination, and unlimited possibility. But this must be done with feeling. Stand before your mirror each morning, look yourself directly in the eyes, and speak these words as if your very life depended on them, because it does. Feel the power surge through you. Feel the chains of victimhood falling away. Feel yourself taking command of your own destiny. The law of attraction operates through the subconscious mind. When you truly believe you are the master of your fate, your subconscious mind begins to attract the people, circumstances, and opportunities that align with this belief. You stop repelling success with thoughts of limitation and begin magnetically drawing it to you with thoughts of power and possibility. This is not mysticism. This is the practical application of mental law that has been proven in the laboratories of life by every person who has ever risen from obscurity to greatness. My definite chief aim guides my every action. These 8 words constitute the starting point of all achievement. Without a definite chief aim, you are like a ship without a rudder, drifting wherever the currents of life choose to take you. But with a definite purpose fixed firmly in your mind, you become like a guided missile, moving with unstoppable force toward your target. I spent years in poverty and frustration before Andrew Carnegie revealed to me the supreme importance of definiteness of purpose. He told me that 98 out of every 100 people fail in life because they never decide exactly what they want. They have wishes, hopes, and dreams, but no definite chief aim. They scatter their energies in a dozen different directions and wonder why they never seem to get anywhere. Edwin C. Barnes was a nobody from nowhere when he decided his definite chief aim was to become the business partner of Thomas Edison. He had no money, no connections, no special talents. But he had something far more valuable, a burning desire backed by definiteness of purpose. Each morning, before the world awoke, Barnes would stand in his shabby room and declare his intention to work with Edison. He did not say he hoped to work for Edison. He declared he would be Edison's partner. When Barnes finally made his way to Edison's office, he arrived looking like a tramp. But Edison, who could read men's minds through their eyes, saw something different. He saw the fire of definite purpose burning so brightly that it could not be extinguished. Years later, after Barnes had become wealthy as Edison's partner in the dictating machine business, Edison said, "I gave him the opportunity he sought because I saw he had made up his mind to stand by until he succeeded." Your definite chief aim is not a wish or a hope. It is a command to your subconscious mind. When you state it each morning with absolute conviction, you activate forces within yourself that begin immediately to transform that aim into physical reality. John D. Rockefeller knew at age 23 that his definite chief aim was to become the world's greatest oil refiner. He spoke it, he breathed it, he lived it. Every decision, every action was guided by this central purpose. The result was Standard Oil and a fortune that staggered the imagination. The principle of concentration of effort demands that you focus all your energies on your definite chief aim. Scattered thinking leads to scattered results. But concentrated thinking, guided by a definite purpose, produces concentrated power. Your subconscious mind works 24 hours a day to manifest what you have clearly defined and emotionally charged. It never sleeps, never rests, never stops working on your behalf, but only if you give it a clear target. Each morning, as you speak this phrase, see your definite chief aim as already accomplished. Feel the joy of achievement. Experience the satisfaction of success. Your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and reality. When you consistently visualize your goal as achieved while declaring your definite purpose, you create a mental pattern that your subconscious mind must follow. This is the secret of all great achievement, knowing exactly what you want and maintaining that vision with unwavering faith until it materializes in your life. I possess within me all the power I need. Stop for a moment and consider the profound truth of these words. You have been taught to believe in limitation, to accept that you need something outside yourself to succeed. But I tell you now, based on irrefutable evidence, that you already possess within your own mind all the power necessary to achieve anything you can conceive and believe. Thomas Edison had only 3 months of formal schooling. By every external measure, he should have remained an unknown failure. But Edison understood a secret that his educated critics did not. He possessed within himself access to infinite intelligence. When faced with a problem, he would retire to his private room, sit in complete darkness and silence, and affirm his connection to the source of all knowledge. In this state, ideas would flash into his mind, solutions would appear, inventions would reveal themselves. More than 1,000 patents stand as monuments to his faith in the power within. The average person uses less than 10% of their mental capacity. Think about that. You are operating at 1/10 of your potential, and yet you wonder why success eludes you. But the power is there, waiting to be accessed, waiting to be commanded, waiting to be released. George Washington Carver demonstrated this truth in a manner that cannot be disputed. Born into slavery, without formal education, he became one of the greatest scientists of his age. When asked how he discovered over 300 uses for the peanut, he replied simply, "I went into my laboratory and said, 'Dear Creator, please tell me what the peanut is for.' Then I waited for the answer." Your subconscious mind is connected directly to infinite intelligence, the source of all knowledge, all power, all solutions. But doubt acts as a barrier, blocking this connection. When you affirm each morning that you possess within you all the power you need, you remove this barrier. You open the channel through which unlimited wisdom and ability can flow. This is not theory, this is demonstrated fact, proven by every great achiever in history. Self-doubt is the great crippler of human potential. You have been programmed since childhood to believe in your limitations rather than your possibilities. You have been told what you cannot do so often that you have forgotten what you can do. But Carnegie was right when he said that no man is limited except by his own thoughts. The walls that seem to imprison you are made of nothing more substantial than your own beliefs. When you change those beliefs, the walls disappear. Each morning, as you speak this affirmation, feel the surge of unlimited power flowing through you. You are not separate from the creative force of the universe. You are an expression of it. The same power that moves the planets, that causes the seed to become the tree, that transforms the caterpillar into the butterfly, flows through your mind. Your only task is to recognize it, accept it, and direct it toward your definite chief aim. When you do this with faith and persistence, miracles become commonplace, the impossible becomes inevitable, and you discover that you have always possessed the power to transform your life. Today I will go the extra mile in all I do. This principle has created more millionaires than any other single factor. It is so simple that most people overlook it, so powerful that those who apply it cannot fail. Yet the majority of people do only what they are paid to do, only what is required, only what they must. And then they wonder why opportunity passes them by. Charles M. Schwab was once asked by Andrew Carnegie to manage a steel mill that was losing money. The other managers had failed to turn it around despite their best efforts. Schwab took the job with one condition: that he be allowed to manage it his way. His way was the principle of going the extra mile. He worked not 8 hours, but 12, not because he was paid for the extra time, but because he was determined to render more service than required. He insisted that every employee under him adopt the same principle. Within 1 year, that failing mill became the most profitable in the entire Carnegie system. Schwab's reward? A bonus of $1 million for a single year's work, in an era when $1,000 was a fortune. The law of increasing returns governs all of nature and all of human activity. When you give more than is expected, you receive back more than you gave. This is not sentiment. This is mathematical law. The farmer who tends his crops with extra care receives an extra abundant harvest. The merchant who provides extra service builds a loyal customer base. The employee who does more than required inevitably rises to positions of greater responsibility and reward. Most people approach their work with the attitude of, how little can I do and still get by? They watch the clock, resent extra assignments, and complain about their pay. These are the people who remain at the bottom all their lives, bitter and resentful, never understanding that they are the authors of their own poverty. They violate the basic law of success and then blame everyone but themselves for their failure. Going the extra mile is not about working yourself to exhaustion. It is about bringing quality, enthusiasm, and excellence to everything you do. It is about looking for ways to increase your service, improve your skill, and add value wherever you are. When you adopt this principle, you stand out from the mediocre masses like a beacon in the darkness. Opportunities seek you out. Promotion becomes inevitable. Success becomes not a matter of if, but when. Andrew Carnegie built his entire fortune on this principle. He promoted only those who demonstrated the habit of going the extra mile. He paid them not for what they did, but for their willingness to do more than they were paid for. Every person in his organization who rose to wealth and prominence did so by rendering extra service. This was not favoritism. This was the recognition of an immutable law of success. Each morning, when you declare your intention to go the extra mile, you program your mind to look for opportunities to exceed expectations. Your subconscious mind begins to generate ideas for improving your service. You develop the reputation of being someone who can be counted on to deliver more than promised. This reputation becomes your most valuable asset. worth more than money in the bank because it guarantees that you will never lack for opportunities to prosper. I attract wealth through service to others. Here is a truth that destroys forever the false belief that success comes through taking advantage of others. Every great fortune, without exception, has been built on a foundation of service. The size of your reward in life will always be in direct proportion to the amount and quality of service you render to others. Henry Ford became one of the richest men in the world, not by exploiting others, but by serving them. His obsession was not with profit, but with providing affordable transportation to the masses. He revolutionized production methods not to increase his wealth, but to decrease the cost of automobiles so more people could afford them. The fortune that flowed to him was the natural result of the service he rendered to millions. He often said, "A business that makes nothing but money is a poor business." Money is nothing more than a symbol of service rendered. It flows to those who provide value to others and away from those who seek only to take. This is the law of compensation in action, and it operates as reliably as the law of gravity. You cannot violate it without suffering the consequences. Every person who has tried to gain wealth without providing equivalent service has ultimately failed, while every person who has focused on service has ultimately prospered. Consider Frank W. Woolworth. He built his fortune on the simple idea of serving people who had only nickels and dimes to spend. While other merchants ignored these customers as unprofitable, Woolworth saw an opportunity to serve. He created stores where people of modest means could shop with dignity and find quality goods at prices they could afford. His 5 and 10 cent stores served millions and made him one of the wealthiest men in America. J.P. Morgan accumulated his vast fortune not through manipulation, but through organization. He saw that American industry needed capital and structure to grow. He organized railroads, steel companies, and banks in ways that served both investors and the public. His wealth was the natural compensation for the valuable service he provided in building the industrial foundation of America. When you affirm each morning that you attract wealth through service to others, you align yourself with this universal law. Your subconscious mind begins to attract opportunities to serve. You develop what I call a service consciousness, an awareness of how you can add value in every situation. This consciousness is magnetic. It draws people to you, opens doors that were previously closed, and creates possibilities where none existed before. The selfish person repels wealth because they violate the fundamental law of exchange. They try to get without giving, to reap without sowing, to withdraw without first making deposits. But the person with a service consciousness attracts wealth because they understand that giving precedes receiving, that sowing precedes reaping, that deposits must be made before withdrawals. This is not just good business. This is the fundamental operating principle of the universe. When you work with this principle instead of against it, success becomes not only possible, but inevitable. I transform every failure into a stepping stone. Listen carefully, for this principle will free you forever from the fear of failure that paralyzes most people. Every adversity, every failure, every heartache carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. This is not mere consolation. This is proven fact, demonstrated by every person who has achieved lasting success. Abraham Lincoln failed in business at age 21. He was defeated for the legislature at 22. He failed again in business at 24. His sweetheart died when he was 26. He had a nervous breakdown at 27. He was defeated for Speaker at 29, defeated for Elector at 31, defeated for Congress at 34, defeated for Senate at 46, defeated for Vice President at 47, and defeated for Senate again at 49. At age 52, he became President of the United States and saved the Union. Every failure had been preparing him, strengthening him, teaching him the lessons he would need for his ultimate destiny. Thomas Edison's teachers said he was too stupid to learn anything. He was fired from his first 2 jobs for being unproductive. When he was inventing the light bulb, he failed over 10,000 times. A reporter asked him how it felt to fail so many times. Edison replied, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Each failure brought him closer to success because he understood that failure is nothing more than a stepping stone to achievement. R.U. Darby learned this lesson in the most dramatic way possible. He and his uncle discovered gold during the gold rush and invested everything they had in mining equipment. After extracting enough ore to pay for the machinery, the vein of gold disappeared. They drilled desperately but found nothing. Finally, they quit and sold the machinery to a junk dealer for a few $100s. The junk dealer hired a mining engineer who calculated that the vein would be found just 3 feet from where the Darbys had stopped drilling. The junk dealer extracted millions of dollars in gold from that mine. But Darby learned from this failure. He went into insurance sales and used the lesson of persistence to become one of the most successful insurance salesmen in America. Most people accept failure as final. They quit at the first sign of defeat. They interpret temporary setback as permanent disaster. But I tell you now, there is no such thing as permanent failure except for the person who accepts it as such. Every failure is temporary. Every defeat is educational. Every setback is a setup for a comeback, but only for those who refuse to quit. Your subconscious mind has the miraculous ability to transform any experience into an asset. When you affirm each morning that you transform every failure into a stepping stone, you program your mind to look for the lesson, the opportunity, the hidden benefit in every setback. You develop what I call failure immunity, the ability to bounce back quickly from any defeat and use it as fuel for your next success. Nature requires opposition to create strength. The tree that stands against the wind develops the deepest roots. The muscle that works against resistance grows the strongest. The person who overcomes the most failures develops the greatest capacity for success. When you understand this principle and apply it consistently, you stop fearing failure and start welcoming it as a teacher, a strengthener, a necessary step on the path to achievement. You realize that success is not the absence of failure, but the transformation of failure into wisdom, strength, and determination. I am building my success with patience and persistence. In this age of instant gratification, this principle has been all but forgotten. Yet it remains as true today as it was in the beginning. All enduring success is built gradually, methodically, persistently over time. There are no shortcuts, no magic formulas, no overnight transformations. Success is a building process, and like all building, it requires patience and persistence. James J. Hill spent 20 years building his railroad empire. For 2 decades, he laid track through wilderness, overcame countless obstacles, faced financial ruin repeatedly, and endured the mockery of those who called his project Hill's Folly. But Hill understood that great achievements require time to mature. He persisted when others would have quit, remained patient when others would have rushed, and continued building when others would have abandoned the project. The Great Northern Railway became one of the most successful transportation systems in America, and Hill became one of the wealthiest men of his era. The principle of compound returns applies not only to money, but to personal development. Each day that you persist in your efforts, you add to your foundation. Each small improvement builds upon the last. Each lesson learned makes the next one easier. This compounding effect is invisible at first, which is why most people quit before they see results. But those who persist eventually reach the tipping point where all their accumulated efforts suddenly produce dramatic results. Marshall Field understood this principle. When the Great Chicago Fire destroyed his store, he faced a choice: quit or rebuild. Lesser men might have accepted defeat, but Field saw the fire not as an ending, but as an opportunity to build something better. He rebuilt with patience and persistence, creating not just a store, but a retail empire that bore his name for over a century. He often said, "The secret of success is to do common things uncommonly well. And this requires patience to master the details and persistence to maintain high standards. Impatience is the great destroyer of potential success. It causes people to abandon their efforts just before the breakthrough comes. It leads to poor decisions, rushed actions, and inevitable failure. The impatient person is like the farmer who plants seeds and then digs them up every day to see if they're growing. The patient person understands that there is a season for planting and a season for harvesting, and that one cannot be rushed into the other. Persistence is the quality that makes all other qualities effective. Without it, talent is wasted, education is meaningless, and opportunity is squandered. But with it, even ordinary ability can achieve extraordinary results. Calvin Coolidge was right when he said, "Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence." Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. Each morning, when you affirm that you are building your success with patience and persistence, you program your mind for the long game. You immunize yourself against the disease of instant gratification. You align yourself with the natural laws of growth and development. You join the ranks of those who understand that success is not a sprint, but a marathon, not a single event, but a process, not a destination, but a journey that requires patience for the distance and persistence to keep moving forward regardless of obstacles. My mind is closed to all negative influences. Your mind is like a garden that will grow whatever seeds are planted in it. If you allow others to plant seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation, that is what will grow. But when you close your mind to negative influences and plant only seeds of faith, confidence, and possibility, you create a mental garden of success. The world is full of people who will tell you what you cannot do. They failed, so they believe you must fail. They quit, so they expect you to quit. They accepted limitation, so they try to impose limitation on you. Guglielmo Marconi faced this when he announced his idea for wireless communication. His friends were so convinced he had lost his mind that they tried to have him committed to an asylum. But Marconi had closed his mind to their negative influences. He persisted in his experiments, and today the entire world communicates wirelessly. Henry Ford faced a constant barrage of negative influences when he decided to build his automobile. Engineers proved it was impossible. Financial experts demonstrated he would go bankrupt. Even his father tried to discourage him, but Ford had developed the mental discipline to shut out all voices except the one inside him that said, "It can be done." He refused to let the doubts and fears of others poison his mind. The result was not just the Model T, but an entire industry that transformed the world. Negative thoughts are contagious. They spread from mind to mind like a disease. When you associate with negative people, when you listen to their complaints and criticisms, when you allow their fears to enter your consciousness, you become infected. Your own positive thoughts are overwhelmed, your faith is weakened, and your dreams begin to die. This is why you must guard your mental gates as carefully as you would guard your home against intruders. The technique of mental substitution is your defense against negative influences. You cannot simply resist negative thoughts. You must replace them with positive ones. When someone tells you it cannot be done, immediately recall examples of those who did it. When doubt tries to enter your mind, crowd it out with faith. When fear knocks at your door, answer with courage. This is not denial. This is the deliberate choice to focus on what empowers rather than what weakens. Your subconscious mind accepts whatever thoughts you allow to dominate your consciousness. It does not evaluate whether these thoughts are true or false, helpful or harmful. It simply accepts and acts upon them. And this is why you must be ruthlessly selective about what you allow into your mind. You must become a guardian at the gate, examining every thought, every influence, every suggestion, and allowing entry only to those that support your definite chief aim. Each morning when you declare that your mind is closed to all negative influences, you activate your mental immune system. You create a protective barrier around your consciousness. You join the ranks of those who understand that we become what we think about, and therefore we must think only about what we wish to become. This is not optional for success. It is absolutely essential. The person who allows negative influences to dominate their thinking is defeated before they begin. I give thanks for this day and its opportunities. Gratitude is not merely a pleasant emotion. It is a magnetic force that attracts more of what you appreciate. This is a law of mind as reliable as any law of physics. What you focus on with emotion expands. When you focus on lack, you get more lack. When you focus on abundance, you get more abundance. Gratitude is the master key that shifts your focus from what is missing to what is present. John D. Rockefeller began each day with thanksgiving, even when he was a struggling bookkeeper earning less than $1 a day. He gave thanks for his health, for his job, for his opportunities to learn and grow. This attitude of gratitude attracted to him the people and circumstances that helped him build Standard Oil. He often said that he owed his success not to his financial genius, but to his habit of appreciating what he had while working for more. The principle of appreciation works in all areas of life. What you appreciate appreciates. When you give thanks for your current blessings, however small, you create a mental atmosphere that attracts greater blessings. This is not wishful thinking. This is the practical application of mental law. Your subconscious mind is programmed to notice and attract more of whatever you focus on with emotion. Gratitude provides that emotion in its most powerful and positive form. Consider the alternative. Those who complain attract more to complain about. Those who criticize find more to criticize. Those who focus on problems discover more problems. They create a downward spiral of negativity that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. They prove themselves right about how difficult life is by creating more difficulty through their mental attitude. Andrew Carnegie understood this principle deeply. Despite his humble beginnings as a bobbin boy in a cotton factory, he maintained an attitude of gratitude that attracted helpful people throughout his life. He gave thanks for every person who taught him something, every opportunity to advance, every lesson learned from failure. This gratitude created a positive mental atmosphere that drew to him the men who would help him build his steel empire. When you speak this affirmation each morning with genuine feeling, you activate one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Your subconscious mind begins to scan your environment for opportunities you might otherwise miss. You develop what I call opportunity consciousness, the ability to recognize and capitalize on the possibilities that surround you every day. These opportunities were always there, but gratitude opens your eyes to see them. The ungrateful person lives in a prison of their own making. They are surrounded by blessings they cannot see, opportunities they cannot recognize, abundance they cannot access. But the grateful person lives in an ever-expanding universe of possibility. Each thing they appreciate leads to something else to appreciate. Each opportunity recognized leads to greater opportunities. Each blessing acknowledged attracts more blessings. This is the upward spiral of success, and it begins with the simple but powerful act of giving thanks. I act with decision and courage today. Indecision and procrastination have murdered more opportunities than all other causes combined. While you hesitate, life passes by. While you deliberate, others take action. While you wait for perfect conditions, those who act with imperfect conditions claim the prizes you desire. Successful people have one characteristic that distinguishes them from failures. They make decisions quickly and change them slowly. Napoleon Bonaparte attributed his military genius to one thing. I make decisions 2 hours before my generals think they need to be made. This gave him the advantage of initiative. While his enemies were still deliberating, he was already executing. While they were reacting to his last move, he was making his next one. The universe rewards action and punishes hesitation. This is a law as immutable as gravity. When you act, even imperfectly, you set forces in motion. You create momentum. You generate feedback that allows you to adjust your course. But when you hesitate, you create nothing but stagnation. You generate only regret. You attract nothing but missed opportunities. Hernán Cortés understood this principle when he landed in Mexico with 600 men to conquer an empire of millions. His first act was to burn his ships. This left his men with only two choices, victory or death. There was no possibility of retreat, no option for second thoughts, no room for hesitation. This decisive act transformed ordinary men into conquerors. They had to succeed because failure was no longer an option. Fear is the parent of indecision. You hesitate because you fear making the wrong choice. But here is the truth that will set you free. There are no wrong choices, only lessons. Every decision, even those that lead to temporary setback, provides valuable experience. The only truly wrong choice is no choice at all. The person who makes a decision and acts upon it, even if it proves incorrect, is infinitely better off than the person who makes no decision and remains stuck in place. Theodore Roosevelt built his entire life on the principle of decisive action. His motto was, "Do what you can with what you have, where you are." He didn't wait for perfect conditions. He didn't hesitate until all risk was removed. He acted with the resources available, learned from the results, and adjusted his approach. This decisiveness carried him from a sickly child to President of the United States. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is action in the presence of fear. Every person who has achieved anything worthwhile has felt fear. The difference is that successful people feel the fear and act anyway. They understand that courage is like a muscle that grows stronger with use. Each time you act despite fear, you build your courage for the next challenge. Each decisive action makes the next one easier. When you affirm each morning that you act with decision and courage, you program your mind for action rather than hesitation. You prime yourself to recognize opportunities and seize them before they disappear. You join the ranks of the doers rather than the talkers, the actors rather than the reactors, the decisive rather than the doubtful. You align yourself with the force of initiative that moves the world forward and rewards those who dare to lead rather than follow. I am becoming the person I was meant to be. This final affirmation encompasses all the others, for success is not merely about achieving external goals, but about fulfilling your highest potential. Every person born into this world has unique gifts, talents, and capacities that are meant to be developed and expressed. Your life's true purpose is to become the fullest expression of who you are capable of being. Booker T. Washington was born into slavery, but he refused to let his circumstances define his destiny. He understood that within him lay the potential for greatness, regardless of external conditions. Each day, he worked not just on external achievements, but on developing himself. He educated himself, refined his character, and expanded his capabilities. He became one of the most influential educators and leaders of his time, not because circumstances favored him, but because he was committed to becoming who he was meant to be. The principle of growth is fundamental to all life. You are either growing or dying. There is no standing still. When you stop developing, stop learning, stop improving, you begin to deteriorate. But when you commit to continuous growth, you align yourself with the creative force of the universe. You become an ever-expanding expression of human potential. Benjamin Franklin understood this principle better than perhaps any American. He created a system of 13 virtues and worked on developing one each week. He examined himself daily, noting where he had fallen short and resolving to do better. This commitment to continuous self-improvement transformed him from a printer's apprentice into one of the most accomplished men in history: inventor, diplomat, philosopher, scientist, and founding father. Small daily improvements compound into dramatic transformation. You don't become the person you're meant to be through a single dramatic act, but through thousands of small acts of self-development. Each book you read, each skill you develop, each weakness you overcome, Each strength you build contributes to your evolution. The person you are today is the result of all your yesterdays. The person you will be tomorrow is being created by what you do today. This phrase aligns your conscious and subconscious minds toward continuous evolution. When you declare each morning that you are becoming the person you were meant to be, you activate what I call the law of becoming. Your subconscious mind begins to reveal opportunities for growth. You attract teachers, books, experiences that help you develop. You find yourself making choices that support your evolution rather than your stagnation. Most people settle for far less than they are capable of becoming. They allow their environment to determine their development. They accept the limitations others place upon them. They stop growing when they leave school, stop learning when they get a job, stop evolving when they achieve a modest comfort. They die at 30 and are buried at 70, having spent 40 years as walking corpses of who they could have been. But you were not meant for mediocrity. Within you lies genius waiting to be awakened, greatness waiting to be expressed, potential waiting to be realized. The same life force that creates all miracles in nature flows through you. Your only task is to cooperate with this force, to remove the barriers of doubt and fear and limitation that prevent its full expression through you. When you speak this affirmation with deep feeling, you make a sacred commitment to your own evolution. You declare that you will not settle, will not stop, will not accept less than your highest potential. You join the ranks of those who understand that life is a journey of becoming, and that the joy is not in reaching some final destination, but in the continuous unfolding of your capabilities. You align yourself with the creative intention that brought you into existence, and you promise to honor that intention by becoming all that you were meant to be. Now, let me share with you the sacred ritual that will transform these 11 phrases from mere words into living forces in your life. This is not a casual practice to be done half-heartedly while you rush through your morning. This is a deliberate act of mental programming that requires your full presence and participation. Rise each morning at least 30 minutes before you must begin your daily activities. This time is not negotiable. If you are not willing to invest 30 minutes in your own transformation, then you are not serious about success. The men who built great fortunes and achieved lasting success all understood that the first hour of the day belongs to mental preparation. They would no more begin their day without this preparation than a warrior would enter battle without his weapons. Find a private place where you will not be disturbed. This is crucial. The subconscious mind requires concentration to receive new programming. Interruptions break the connection and weaken the effect. Lock the door if necessary. Inform your family that this time is sacred. Guard it as you would guard your most precious possession, for indeed it is. Stand before a mirror and look directly into your own eyes. This is important. The eyes are the windows of the soul, and when you speak to yourself while maintaining eye contact, you create a powerful circuit of communication between your conscious and subconscious minds. Many people find this uncomfortable at first because they have never truly looked at themselves. Persist through any discomfort. This direct communication with yourself is essential for transformation. Speak each phrase aloud with all the emotion and conviction you can summon. The words without feeling are dead. Your subconscious mind responds not to the words themselves, but to the emotional vibration behind them. When you say, "I am the master of my fate," feel the power of that truth surging through you. When you declare, "My definite chief aim guides my every action," see your goal as already achieved and feel the joy of accomplishment. This emotional intensity is what drives the words deep into your subconscious mind, where they can take root and grow. Repeat each phrase 3 times before moving to the next. The first time, speak it to establish the thought. The second time, speak it with increased emotion to deepen the impression. The third time, speak it with absolute conviction as an established fact in your life. This repetition with increasing intensity creates the neural pathways that transform thought into habit, habit into character, and character into destiny. After speaking all 11 phrases, remain quiet for 5 minutes. This is the period of impression when your subconscious mind absorbs and begins to process what you have declared. Do not think of problems or plans during this time. Simply remain in a state of quiet expectancy, knowing that the seeds you have planted are already beginning to germinate in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. The transformation will not happen overnight. Your subconscious mind has been programmed by years of negative conditioning, and it requires at least 30 days of consistent practice to establish new patterns. Miss a single day during these first 30 days, and you must begin again. This is not punishment, but simple recognition of how the mind works. Consistency is essential for creating new neural pathways. After 30 days, the practice will begin to feel natural. After 60 days, you will notice changes in your thinking and behavior. After 90 days, others will begin to comment on the transformation they see in you. After 6 months of faithful practice, you will be a different person, not in your essential nature, but in your expression of that nature. You will have become someone who naturally thinks and acts in alignment with success. Many men have written to tell me of the miraculous changes this morning ritual has brought to their lives. A salesman who could barely earn enough to feed his family became the top producer in his company. A laborer who had accepted his station in life developed an invention that made him wealthy. A timid clerk transformed into a confident executive. These were not miracles in the supernatural sense, but the natural result of aligning the mind with the laws of success. Do not make the mistake of thinking this is too simple to be effective. The greatest truths are always simple. The problem is not in understanding them, but in applying them. Knowledge without application is worthless. The world is full of educated failures who know what to do, but don't do what they know. Don't be one of them. Begin tomorrow morning. Set your alarm 30 minutes earlier. Prepare your private space tonight. Write out the 11 phrases if necessary until you have them memorized. Your entire life has been leading you to this moment of decision. Will you continue as you have been, hoping that somehow things will change? Or will you take command of your own mind and create the change you desire? The choice is yours, but understand this. If you do not take control of your mental programming, others will program you for their purposes. If you do not design your own life plan, you will fall into someone else's plan, and guess what they have planned for you? Not much. I close with this final thought. You now possess the morning ritual that has transformed ordinary men into extraordinary achievers. You have the same 24 hours each day that Carnegie had, that Ford had, that Edison had. The only difference between you and them is how you use the first 30 minutes after you awaken. They use this time to program their minds for success. Will you? The chains that have bound you to mediocrity are already beginning to weaken. Tomorrow morning you will speak the words that will break them forever. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, know that you are about to embark on the greatest adventure of your life, the journey from who you are to who you were meant to be. The universe is waiting to respond to your new commands. Your subconscious mind is ready to receive new programming. Your future success is calling to you from tomorrow's dawn. Rise early, speak boldly, believe completely, act decisively, persist relentlessly. This is the way of those who transform their lives from failure to success, from poverty to riches, from nobody to somebody. You now know the secret. The only question that remains is, will you use it? The decision you make in the next 24 hours will determine the direction of the rest of your life. Choose wisely. Choose courageously. Choose success. Begin tomorrow morning with the 11 phrases that will change your life forever. I have given you the keys to the kingdom of achievement. Now it is up to you to use them. What you are about to hear is not casual advice. It is a shift in how you walk, speak, think, act, a shift in how you interpret your circumstances and command your future. Let me tell you something that most men never grasp until it's too late. Your life bends to your assumptions. The way you expect things to go is the way they usually go, not because of fate, but because of focus. Because your dominant thoughts pull circumstances into alignment. They shape how you act, how you speak, how you persist or retreat. So what if you assumed right now that everything is working out for you, even when it's hard, even when it's silent, even when there's no proof? What if you lived like the outcome was certain, like the door was already open, and all you had to do was walk through it? That is not wishful thinking. That is mental engineering. And it is how the greatest minds in history rose through failure, criticism, and fear. Henry Ford didn't hope things would work out. He decided they would. He poured his belief into the unknown before the world believed it was even possible. When everyone said the automobile was a fantasy, he built factories. Thomas Edison didn't doubt after his first 100th or 10,000th failed prototype because he assumed success was inevitable. He didn't need to see it. He carried it in his mind, and he acted as if it was already his. Charles Schwab didn't operate from fear. He operated from faith in his vision, a faith so strong that entire steel empires were shaped by it. His certainty was contagious. His belief made other men follow. And Andrew Carnegie, the man who transformed industry and wealth in America, he did not ask, what if this doesn't work? He moved as if the results were already secured. That is the energy that builds legacies. So why not you? Why not now? Why not today? You've spent enough time worrying, enough time hesitating, enough time telling yourself stories rooted in fear. Now, it's time to flip the script. Because the version of you that hesitates, that overthinks, that shrinks when life gets loud, he cannot coexist with the version of you that walks in certainty. You cannot serve two minds. One must die. So today I hand you a new frame, a new filter, a new standard. Act as if everything always works out, not because it's guaranteed, but because it makes you unstoppable. Because when you assume that success is inevitable, you move with courage, you speak with authority, you command your life instead of negotiating with it. This video is your reset, your new operating system, and it is to be repeated, not once, not twice, daily, until your subconscious accepts this certainty as law, until doubt withers in the presence of your calm. Because fear cannot live where faith is present. And the moment you live in alignment with the assumption that the outcome is secured, you destroy fear. So listen with intensity. Speak these truths aloud. Let them enter your nervous system like fuel. Because what we do next is not motivation, and it is reprogramming. And by the end of this hour, you will not think the same, and you will not move the same, and you will not be the same. Let's begin. Let's start with a question that has the power to rewrite your entire life. What if it all works out? Not just the small things, not just the comfortable outcomes, but all of it. The setbacks, the delays, the pain, the silence, the detours, the moments where nothing made sense. What if all of it, every piece of the struggle, is building the exact version of you required for the dream you've been asking for? Most people don't live in that possibility. They live in worry. They wake up bracing for failure. They talk about worst-case scenarios. They expect betrayal. They wait for the bottom to fall out, even when life is rising. And because of that expectation, they unconsciously direct their energy toward what they fear instead of what they want. But there's another way to live, a way that doesn't require hype, a way that doesn't demand perfection, a way that simply asks one thing from you: to believe before you see. Because here's the truth. Belief isn't a reaction. Belief is a choice. And that choice directs the energy of your mind. The subconscious does not argue with you. It accepts what you feed it, and then it builds around that assumption. If you say, things never work for me, your subconscious says, understood. And it begins filtering your world through that lens. That's what you start to notice. That's what you start to expect. That's what you attract. Not because of magic, but because you stopped looking for anything else. Now imagine the opposite. Imagine waking up, no matter the circumstance, with this quiet command running in the background. Everything is working out for me. Even if you're broke, even if you've been betrayed, even if the path isn't clear yet, you still move like it's happening. You still execute like the doors are already opening. You still build like the foundation is solid. That belief alone, practiced daily, would rewire your entire life, because when you assume things are working in your favor, you become calmer under pressure. You become more patient in the waiting. You move with power even when the evidence isn't there yet. This isn't delusion. This is leadership of self. Thomas Edison once said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. That's not just perseverance. That's a man who assumed the light bulb was already his. It was just a matter of time. He didn't ask, what if this never happens? He asked, what else can I try because I know it's coming? That mindset is the difference between the man who folds after 3 setbacks and the one who becomes a legend. Henry Ford, when his investors laughed at the idea of a car for the common man, he didn't try to prove himself with words. He didn't shrink into fear. He moved forward like the world was wrong and his vision was already done. And that's not arrogance. That's assumption with discipline. It's the decision to act like it's working, even when you can't see it yet. The weak wait for proof. The powerful move as if the proof already exists. That's what this mindset gives you. It removes the need for validation. It replaces panic with posture. And it installs a new belief system. The outcome is certain. I just haven't arrived yet. So let me ask you again, what if it all works out? What if the delay was divine? What if the betrayal was protection? What if the confusion was construction? What if the thing you're calling a setback is the exact detour that will introduce you to the version of you you actually need? You see, once you install that assumption, once it becomes your default, you no longer fear the unknown. You welcome it. Because the unknown is not the enemy. It's the evidence that something bigger is forming. And your only job is to keep moving, to build when it's boring, to lead when no one's clapping, to act like the outcome is locked in, even if the scoreboard says you're losing. Because the scoreboard doesn't measure your spirit. It doesn't track your faith. It doesn't see what's building behind the scenes. Only you know that. Only you know how deep this decision goes. So say it to yourself right now. I live as if everything is working for me. I don't panic, I prepare. I don't beg for signs. I build in silence. And I will not fold because I've already decided the ending. This is not mindset fluff. This is mental warfare. It is the choice to walk through the chaos with order in your mind, because once you decide how this ends, you don't need to flinch at the middle. Act as if everything works out. And soon it will, because what the mind accepts, the world starts to mirror. There is one quality above all others that separates the drifter from the builder, the lost from the locked in, the man who watches life happen from the man who shapes it with his own hands. That quality is definiteness of purpose, a clear, unwavering, unshakable aim, a target burned so deeply into the subconscious that it becomes impossible to ignore, even in silence, even in failure, even in doubt. This is not a vague dream, not a list of goals, not a wish list typed into a phone at midnight and forgotten by morning. This is purpose, written with fire, carried with discipline, protected with your life. Because without purpose, your energy scatters. Your hours are stolen by distraction. Your focus is hijacked by the next shiny thing. You chase a dozen paths and master none. You build halfway and then walk away. You mistake movement for momentum, activity for achievement, noise for direction. But when you become a man with definiteness of purpose, your path narrows, your vision sharpens. You stop waking up wondering what the day will bring and start commanding the day to deliver what you have already decided. That's power. That's the beginning of transformation. Look at every man who changed the course of history, and you will find a purpose behind his steps. Henry Ford didn't aim to be wealthy someday. He decided to revolutionize transportation, and he pursued it with a focus so sharp the world had no choice but to adjust. Charles Schwab didn't dabble. He knew what he was there to build. He knew what Carnegie needed, and his purpose was so magnetic that others followed. Not because he demanded it, but because his clarity made hesitation impossible. Abraham Lincoln didn't drift into greatness. He made a decision so clear, so final, that not even a divided nation could shake it loose. That's what you need now. A final decision, a line in the sand, a sentence that lives in your bones, so clear that your mind orbits around it every single day. Let me ask you, do you know your purpose? Do you know without a doubt what you are here to do? Because if not, no strategy, no system, no motivational video will save you. Your progress will always be temporary. Your habits will collapse under pressure. Because the one thing that holds it all together is your why, your decision, your purpose. So write it down. One sentence, not 10. 1. What is it you must build before your time here is done? Who must you become? What must you give? What is the result that your life demands? Not because it's easy, but because you decided it matters more than anything else. That's your purpose. And once you have it, you read it aloud every morning. You write it by hand every night. You don't wait to feel inspired. You rehearse it until it replaces every other thought. This is the foundation of all confidence, to wake up and know where you are going. You don't compare, you don't scroll, you don't flinch, because your steps are already assigned. Everything you do, the food you eat, the books you read, the habits you install, the words you speak, the risks you take, it all bends toward one thing, your definite purpose. And that gives you spiritual immunity against distraction. You no longer envy other men's paths because you are locked into your own. You no longer fear failure because you know it is part of the construction. You no longer need approval because your purpose gives you authority. And from that place, your decisions become easy. Clarity becomes your compass. Time bends in your favor because the universe, your mind, and every atom of your being begins to conspire around one thing, completion of the mission. But without that purpose, even the best habits will drift, even the strongest man will fall, even the most brilliant mind will chase things that don't matter. So write the sentence, etch it into your soul. And this is not for someday. This is not for when life calms down. This is the day you stop living like a leaf in the wind and start moving like a builder with orders from within. Say it now. I know my purpose, and I follow it without apology. I no longer wait for clarity. I generate it. My energy is sacred, and my direction is locked in. This is how empires begin, not with noise, but with one decision burned so deeply into a man's spirit that even time itself bows in his direction. And if you haven't made that decision yet, make it now, because the clock is still running, but your focus hasn't been. You've got work to do. You've got power to build, and none of it will happen without purpose. Faith is not something you wait for. It is not a gift that descends from the sky. It is not the result of hope or circumstance. Faith is something you build. It is constructed the same way a building is constructed, brick by brick, act by act, thought by thought, until you stand in the middle of something so strong, so stable, that even your doubts must bow before it. Let me tell you a truth most men will never understand. Faith is not emotion. It is repetition. It is the byproduct of consistent, disciplined belief, spoken aloud, written down, acted upon, until your subconscious accepts it as fact. You don't find faith. You forge it. You train it. You rehearse it until it no longer requires evidence, because it becomes the evidence. And here's the key. The mind doesn't believe what is true. It believes what is repeated. That is why so many men believe in failure, because they've rehearsed it. They've spoken doubt daily. They've imagined disaster over and over. They've aligned their actions with fear, and then wondered why faith hasn't arrived. Let me be clear. You cannot rehearse weakness and expect strength to show up. You cannot marinate in hesitation and expect certainty to grow. Faith, like muscle, is earned through resistance. It is built by applying pressure to your comfort, and every time you follow through, especially when it's hard, you earn more of it. That is why autosuggestion is not a game. It is the gateway. It is the act of deliberately feeding the mind the identity you have chosen, not the one you were given, not the one they labeled you with, the one you designed. That's why I don't tell you to casually watch a video and hope it changes you. I tell you to repeat it, to study it, to speak it back. Because when you do, when you make those words louder than the doubt, something extraordinary happens. You start to believe yourself. That is the root of all personal power. To know that when you speak, your subconscious listens. So you begin each day with command, not confusion. You wake up and speak the script of the man you are becoming, not just because it sounds good, but because you know it is writing new grooves in your mind. And those grooves will become the path your feet walk. Thomas Edison did not succeed because he felt inspired. He succeeded because his faith in the outcome was greater than any single failure. 10,000 times he tried. 10,000 times he found a way that didn't work. But he never called them failures because his faith was anchored. He had already seen the light before the world did. And every act of effort, every moment of fatigue, every time he reset his tools and started again was another layer of belief. John D. Rockefeller didn't rise by luck. He trained his thinking like a man trains for war. He believed in systems, in structure, in certainty. And that certainty came not from chaos, but from mental rehearsal. He built wealth in his mind before he ever built it in the world. You must do the same, and you must see yourself follow through. You must imagine yourself moving with power. You must speak to yourself like a general giving orders to a loyal army, with calm, with clarity, with conviction. Because your subconscious mind is listening. It is always listening. And every word you whisper, every phrase you repeat is either building faith or breaking it. So let me ask you, are you speaking power or poison? Are you reinforcing courage or conditioning cowardice? Are you using your words to lift yourself or lower yourself? Because what you repeat becomes real. Faith is not loud. It is not flashy. It does not beg for attention. Faith is silent, grounded, steady. It is built in the dark. It is built when you show up despite your feelings. It is built when you say, I will, and follow through without applause. It is built when no one is looking, and you move anyway. That's how Abraham Lincoln led a nation through fire. He wasn't the most popular. He wasn't the loudest. But he believed in the vision so deeply, so completely, that no critic could shake it loose. And when faith becomes unshakable, action becomes automatic. You no longer try to rise, you do. You no longer wonder if you're ready, you move. And your results begin to multiply, not by chance, but by design. So here's your instruction. Write your chief aim. Read it aloud every morning and every night, and with emotion, with certainty, with fire. Visualize the outcome, and not once, but daily. Speak your identity, not as a wish, but as a fact. I am focused. I am disciplined. I act with purpose. I do not flinch. This is not theory. This is practice. And when you practice it long enough, the man you used to be, the man of doubt, of fear, of hesitation, he fades into dust. And the man of faith rises, not someday, today. There comes a moment in every man's life where he must make a decision so final, so absolute, that there is no path left to retreat. That moment is not about emotion. It's not about confidence. It's about commitment. Burning the bridge means this. You remove all exits, all fallback plans, all quiet excuses that whisper, if this doesn't work, I can always go back. No, you can't. Not anymore, because that man is gone. Let me tell you something that every titan of history has known. You do not truly transform until you remove the option of staying the same. You cannot build a new life while clinging to your old one. You cannot become someone new and still hold space for the person you used to be. You cannot win with your eyes halfway on the rearview mirror. Charles M. Schwab didn't become the president of Carnegie Steel by playing it safe. He wasn't the smartest man in the room. He was the most decided. He carried himself like a leader before the world saw it. He aligned his speech, his tone, his energy with his desired position. And in doing so, he closed the door to mediocrity. When he walked into the room felt it. You want that kind of presence? You must decide so fully, so violently that your past self is stunned into silence. This is what it means to burn the bridge. It's not symbolic. It's strategic. When you remove the option to quit, when you make it so there is no going back, you activate a part of your mind that most men never touch. It's the part that must win, because it has no choice. Andrew Carnegie demanded this from his men. He didn't want those who were interested in success. He wanted men with one obsession, men who burned the bridge to every other pursuit. He understood this truth. A divided mind is a defeated mind, and so must you. You cannot serve two identities, the man you've been and the man you are becoming. One of them has to die. That means you must remove everything that gives the old you oxygen, every distraction, every excuse, every person who keeps you small. You say you want to rise? Good. Then it's time to remove the staircase back down. You say you want to become unrecognizable? Then stop keeping souvenirs from your past self. That means you delete the contacts that drain your focus. You clear your space of things that reinforce the old habits. You stop visiting the mental corners where doubt still lives. You destroy the comfort you used to retreat to, because comfort is a liar. It says, you're fine where you are, but greatness never lives there. Greatness begins the moment you close the back door and walk forward with fire. That's what Henry Ford did when he bet everything on the assembly line. He didn't ask for permission. He didn't try to convince the skeptics. He decided. And in that decision, he removed failure as an option. People laughed. He didn't. Because a man who has burned the bridge does not have time to entertain doubt. He is too busy executing. Now listen to me carefully. You will be tempted, more than once, to look back. You will think about how easy it was to be lazy, to scroll, to sleep in, to live without pressure. And that voice will sound reasonable. It will offer balance. It will tell you it's okay just this once. That voice is the final ghost of the old identity. Kill it. Do not entertain it. Do not respond to it. Do not explain yourself to it. Replace it. Every time it whispers, you speak louder. I said 90, not 9. I act from decision, not from feeling. I move because I chose this path, not because it's easy, but because it's mine. Do you understand what that does? It hardens your will. It trains your subconscious to believe that your word is law, that your actions are not suggestions, they are commands. This is where the edge is formed, because now you don't need emotion to move. You don't need motivation. You move because the bridge is gone. You move because the man you used to be has no shelter left. You move because the only direction is forward. Thomas Edison didn't hope for a breakthrough. He decided there would be one, and he worked like a man with no alternative. 10,000 failures, and not once did he consider going back. Why? Because he had no bridge to return to. You must adopt the same mindset. Burn the plan B, eliminate the what if. Live as if this is the only shot, because it is. The clock doesn't pause, the world doesn't wait, and neither should you. You have been dancing with discipline long enough. You've flirted with greatness long enough. Now is the time to marry the mission. Fully, finally, without hesitation. Because once the bridge is gone and the fire rises behind you, there is no turning back. Only forward, only execution, only evolution. Let that be the point of no return. Let that be the day everything changed. Let that be today. No man rises alone. No man becomes powerful by staying in isolation. While discipline is forged in solitude, acceleration is born in alignment. There is a force more powerful than willpower, more potent than skill or ambition. It is the power of the mastermind, and it begins with this truth. You become like the minds you consistently align with. Your thoughts are shaped by your circle. Your energy is influenced by your environment. Your identity is forged in the company you keep. You may believe you're strong enough to carry your mission alone, but look around. Truly look. Who do you share your time with? Who do you allow to shape your vision? Who do you speak to most? Because those voices are either building you or breaking you. The mastermind is not just a group, it is a mental alliance, a convergence of aligned minds moving with a shared intention to elevate, not distract, to build, not entertain, to sharpen, not soften. You must seek this or you must build it. That means find men who speak with clarity, who move with purpose, who understand what silence means, who don't need to be reminded of the mission because they live it. When you connect your mind to others moving with the same fire, something miraculous happens. You become faster, stronger, more focused. You multiply your energy. You collapse timelines. You begin to unlock ideas you never would have seen on your own because the mastermind brings perspective. This is not theory. This is the same strategy used by the greatest builders of history. Henry Ford did not build his empire in a vacuum. He surrounded himself with thinkers, engineers, and men of unshakable belief. They didn't always agree, but they aligned, they pushed, they challenged each other into higher forms of execution. Thomas Edison had a mental network of collaboration, not noise. Ideas passed between minds, each one sharpened through shared obsession. Andrew Carnegie, one of the wealthiest minds ever to live, attributed his fortune not to luck, not to capital, but to the power of the mastermind, to having one goal reinforced by many minds united in purpose. Charles M. Schwab, too, rose because he sought alignment with the highest vision and made it his daily environment. The mastermind does not happen by accident. It is created carefully, deliberately. But let's be clear, not everyone around you qualifies. A mastermind does not include people who speak with doubt, people who gossip, people who chase comfort, people who mock discipline, people who wait for permission to move. You must remove them from your mental atmosphere immediately, because a single weak mind in your circle can dilute the fire you're building. Protecting your energy is not arrogance, it is strategy. If a man does not feed your vision, he bleeds it. If he does not mirror your commitment, he distracts you from it. If he cannot see the future you are building, he has no place in its foundation. Let me give you a rule. If you wouldn't trade places with their life, don't take advice from their voice. You are not obligated to carry the weight of others' confusion. You are here to build something different, sharper, clearer, higher. So what do? You form your mastermind by choice. Start with one aligned mind, one voice that sharpens you, one man who speaks clarity over chaos, then another and another, until your circle becomes a system, a structure, a support so tight, so aligned that failure becomes difficult. Meet weekly, speak with purpose, share goals, hold each other to higher standards, eliminate the soft language. Maybe, someday, I'll try. Replace it with declarations, with accountability, with fire. And if you cannot find this circle yet, be it. Be the standard. Speak with authority. Move with conviction. Others will feel it, and they will rise to meet you or fall away. Do not chase approval. Do not try to convert those who are committed to drifting. Just build. Just move. Just live aligned, and those meant to walk with you will appear. This is not about community for the sake of comfort. It is about alignment for the sake of power. Because when a mind as sharp as yours joins with another of equal fire, the laws of success begin to bend. The path gets clearer, the results get faster, the noise gets quieter. This is the hidden power of the master mind, the power to multiply your mission. So make your decision now. Who do I need to align with? Who do I need to release? And who do I need to become to attract the minds I want around me? Then begin. One aligned conversation can change your life. And one weak one can steal it. Choose wisely before the action, before the money, before the momentum, and there must be belief, because no man ever accomplished anything of greatness without first seeing it in his mind. You must believe long before the world gives you permission, long before the world applauds, long before the evidence shows up. That is the true test. Can you act as if it's already real while it's still invisible? This is what separates the few who rise from the many who quit. Understand this. Faith is not a luxury. It's not an optional mindset reserved for the optimistic. Faith is a requirement, the foundation, the beginning of all transformation. You may think you need clarity to begin. You don't. You may think you need resources, motivation, support. You don't. What you need, which is a decision backed by belief, the kind of belief that is felt in your chest, that moves your feet, that speaks louder than doubt, even when your voice shakes. Abraham Lincoln did not know how the war would end. He didn't have certainty in strategy, but he had faith in principle, faith that freedom must win, even if the road cost everything. Henry Ford had no map, no market, no approval, but he believed so deeply in his vision that the world eventually bent to his certainty. Rockefeller built empires before the infrastructure even existed. Why? Because in his mind, it was already done. Edison, Carnegie, Schwab, none of them waited for evidence before they believed. They created the evidence by acting in advance of it. That is what faith does. It precedes the results. But fear does the opposite. Fear says, I'll wait until I see proof. Faith says, I'll move and then make the proof appear. Which voice do you obey? Fear waits. Fear scrolls. Fear calculates every risk and forgets every reward. Faith builds. Faith acts. Faith believes and moves anyway. And if you think this is just positive thinking, you misunderstand the laws that govern your mind. Your subconscious does not respond to what is true. It responds to what is repeated, what is felt, what is believed. If you repeat fear, your life becomes a pattern of protection. If you repeat belief, your life becomes a pattern of creation. That is why autosuggestion is so vital. Why you don't just hear the words, you speak them, you feel them, you emotionalize them into your subconscious until they become your identity. You don't just say, I believe, you say, I act with faith. I do not wait to feel ready. I know who I am becoming, and I move accordingly. This is how belief is installed. Every day you speak the vision. Every day you move like it's done. Every day you refuse to let fear direct your decisions. That's the part most men miss. They think belief is just mindset, but belief is also motion. If you want to believe, act like you believe, because action reinforces belief. Each time you follow through without evidence, each time you show up when it's hard, each time you keep your word in private, you build a new identity, an identity that says, I don't need proof. I am the proof. Let me give you a law. Belief precedes performance. You will never outperform the image you hold of yourself. So the question is not, can I do it? The question is, what am I rehearsing? What am I telling myself daily in silence? What identity am I speaking into existence or avoiding out of fear? Because the world doesn't respond to potential. It responds to certainty. Certainty in your voice, certainty in your movement, certainty in your presence. You cannot fake that. It must be forged. And you forge it through daily rehearsal, through repetition of belief in the absence of proof. Every morning, speak your vision. Every evening, reflect on your actions. Every hour, refuse to betray the man you said you're becoming, and watch what happens. The fear doesn't vanish, but your faith gets louder. The doubt doesn't disappear, but your decisions override it until eventually your belief becomes undeniable. And so do you. This is not mysticism. This is not fantasy. This is the reality of how every empire begins, with an invisible vision, believed in so deeply, repeated so often, acted on so boldly, that the world has no choice but to see it too. So choose your belief now. Choose what you'll repeat, because you are always programming your mind. The only question is, with what? Let your faith become your foundation, and let your daily actions as prove it. If there is one trait that separates the builders of history from the men who remain in hesitation their entire lives, it is decisiveness. The ability to choose and never retreat. You do not drift your way into greatness. You decide your way there. One decision, repeated without apology, becomes the dividing line between those who make history and those who only watch it unfold. Let this be understood. Indecision is the breeding ground of fear. And the longer you wait to choose, the louder the doubt becomes. A man who delays decays. Every time you hesitate on your next step, you make room for second guessing, for outside opinion, for fear disguised as logic. And slowly, your energy leaks, your clarity fades, your conviction crumbles. And this is why a man must train himself to decide fast and change his mind slowly. That is the habit of the elite. Henry Ford was not a man who asked permission. He did not poll the crowd. When he made a decision, it was final, forged in fire. Even when his own engineers told him that an 8-cylinder engine in one block was impossible, he told them, build it anyway. And they did, because his decision was stronger than their doubt. Charles M. Schwab, in the steel empire of Carnegie, rose not just because he was competent, but because he was decisive. He didn't hesitate. He didn't dance around responsibility. He moved. He understood the pressure of command and made the hard calls. This is what most miss. They think successful men are the smartest or the most connected. No, they are the most decided. They walk into the day knowing who they are. They don't need to feel ready. They are ready because they said so. Look at Andrew Carnegie. He didn't build his empire through endless research. He built it through direction. One goal, one mission, one purpose, chosen with finality, and from that decision, everything else was shaped. Your life works the same way. Until you decide who you are, the world will keep assigning roles for you. It will hand you scripts. It will offer distractions. It will tempt you to stay average. But when you decide, truly decide, the world has no choice but to rearrange around that choice. Here is the law. Decision creates identity. Indecision preserves the old self. So if you keep drifting back into old habits, it is not because you are weak. It is because you have not decided to leave them behind. What's worse, indecision breeds more indecision. It compounds. And soon your life becomes a loop of almost starts and nearly finished goals. But when you choose, when you burn the bridge, when you kill the backup plan, you create an energy that cannot be faked. That energy, the world responds to it. Your mind aligns to it. Your standards are born from it. Let me give you an instruction. Make one powerful decision today and refuse to revisit it. If it's fitness, decide. If it's business, decide. And if it's who you're becoming, decide now. And when the voice of doubt creeps in, when the temptation to adjust or wait or feel it out shows up, you don't listen, because the decision is already made. Thomas Edison didn't ask the light bulb for permission. He didn't wait until he had all the answers. He decided and he pursued over 10,000 attempts, not trials, decisions. You need that same resolve, because each decision, thus backed by definiteness of purpose, builds your internal spine. And once your spine is built, the storms of life lose their power. They cannot move a man who has already decided. Even Abraham Lincoln, who faced the weight of a nation in civil war, was not paralyzed by indecision. He was methodical, but he was final. His Emancipation Proclamation was not born of public applause. It was born of personal resolve. That kind of decision shapes the future. So ask yourself now, what decision have you been avoiding? What goal have you kept open so you don't have to commit? What mission have you left negotiable? Draw the line today. Say it out loud if you have to. I no longer delay. I no longer drift. I no longer entertain versions of me that hesitate. You say it, you write it, you live it. And from that one decision, all other actions flow. Because the truth is this, most men are not waiting on opportunity. They are waiting on permission to decide. But I tell you now, no one is coming to give it. The greats didn't wait. They chose. So choose. With spine, with fire, with finality. And from that moment forward, you become unshakable. There is a secret embedded in the foundation of every fortune. It is not luck. It is not timing. It is not charm. It is the habit of doing more than one is paid to do. This law, the law of compensation, governs advancement like gravity governs motion. It does not discriminate. It does not miss. It simply returns to each man the value he contributes, multiplied over time. And here's the truth most will never understand. You are not paid for your time, and you are paid for your value. And value is determined by one thing, how far you're willing to go beyond what is expected. The average man performs at the level of his paycheck. But the exceptional man, he performs at the level of his potential. He doesn't wait to be rewarded. He becomes so effective, so consistent, so deeply valuable that reward becomes inevitable. This is the law, and it cannot be faked. Charles M. Schwab rose from humble beginnings not because he had better education, but because he had better attitude toward work. He became indispensable by making himself irreplaceable. He gave his mind. He gave his energy. He gave more than he was paid for. And because of that, Andrew Carnegie eventually paid him more than any steel man in history. Carnegie himself practiced this principle with almost spiritual devotion. When he built his early career, he worked longer hours, took on greater challenges, volunteered for responsibilities outside his title, not for recognition, but for growth. And that growth, it positioned him for opportunity. This is how the climb begins. You don't get promoted by asking. You get promoted by becoming too valuable to ignore. Understand this. The marketplace pays for impact, not intention. It doesn't matter how long you meant to. It doesn't care how busy you were. It only measures results. And those results are multiplied for the man who consistently goes above and beyond. That's where you must live, and in the extra mile, the unpaid hour, the unseen effort, the quiet improvement. Because here's the secret no one talks about. The extra mile is the emptiest one. And that's why it's where all the power lives. Everyone wants to get ahead, but few are willing to give more than they're asked. Few wake up early without being told. Few deliver excellence when average is accepted. Few take ownership of mistakes that weren't even theirs. But the few who do, they rise. Thomas Edison did not stop when the world said, enough. He worked relentlessly, not to clock hours, but to produce value. Over 1,000 patents, invention after invention. Why? Because he focused not on reward, but on output, and reward followed. And this is why you must detach from immediate return. If you only act when rewarded, you will forever be enslaved by permission. But if you act from principle, from the law itself, you become independent of circumstances. You act not for applause, but because you are the kind of man who does more than what is required. And over time, the world catches up. Henry Ford didn't invent the car. He revolutionized the process. He built something better, faster, more accessible. He didn't stop at good enough. He pushed boundaries. He over-delivered. And because of that, the market followed him. Success is not reserved for the lucky. It is earned by the man who outserves, outimproves, and outlasts. That is what you must install, not just in business, but in your home, in your discipline, in your mission. When you do more than expected, you become more than expected. You grow, You gain self-respect. You earn influence. And most importantly, you rise above the competition without needing to destroy anyone else. So here's your challenge. Where can you over-deliver today? What extra detail can you improve? What skill can you sharpen without being asked? What task can you complete better than expected? And once you answer, you do it, not once, but daily, until excellence becomes your habit and your name becomes associated with certainty. Because that's the highest currency, certainty of execution. The man who always delivers, even when no one's watching, becomes the man who is always called on when it matters. So if you want to advance, if you want to rise, if you want to build a reputation that makes opportunity chase you, not the other way around, then stop asking for more and start giving more, quietly, relentlessly, with no need for credit, because credit will come. Compensation will come. Recognition will come, but only if you build yourself into the kind of man who doesn't need it. Say this aloud. I do more than what I'm paid to do. I am not average. I move with excellence, even when no one is watching. And if you repeat that and you live that, you will never lack opportunity again, because the law is simple. He who gives more becomes more, and he who becomes more will always have more. You may have strength, you may have intelligence, you may have the most brilliant plan in the world, but if your presence repels others, if your energy repels trust, if your manner of speech pushes people away instead of drawing them near, then your power will never reach its full expression. Because the truth is this: no man rises alone, and the one who knows how to influence others with warmth, confidence, and clarity will always move faster and farther than the man who tries to force everything by brute strength. This is what we call a pleasing personality, not manipulation, not charm, but a cultivated energy, one that magnetizes others without begging for attention. It is the invisible factor behind the most successful men in history, the quality that opens doors, that earns loyalty, that multiplies influence. Let me tell you plainly, a pleasing personality is not a gift. It is a discipline. It is a product of self-awareness, emotional control, and intentional practice. Andrew Carnegie built one of the greatest fortunes in history, not because he was the loudest, but because he knew how to make others feel seen. He listened more than he spoke. He praised more than he criticized. He mastered the art of influence, not through domination, but through presence. And that presence made others want to work with him. It drew power toward him. Charles M. Schwab was famous for this. Though not a technical genius, he became president of U.S. Steel because of how he made people feel. He smiled often. He remembered names. He made others feel important. And through that, he got the best out of his team without ever raising his voice. Because power isn't just force. Power is the ability to move others willingly. You must understand this. A pleasing personality isn't about being fake. It's not about being soft. It's about refining yourself into someone whose presence communicates, this man is worth trusting. This man is worth following. And that doesn't mean becoming a performer. It means mastering these quiet disciplines. Tone of voice. Speak with conviction, not hesitation. Facial expression. A calm, confident presence speaks before you say a word. Genuine interest. People remember how you made them feel. Ask real questions. Listen deeply. Optimism. A pleasing personality does not dwell in negativity. It uplifts. It radiates certainty. The world is full of loud, bitter, argumentative men trying to prove themselves. But the man with a pleasing personality, he doesn't argue, he doesn't shout, he doesn't over-explain. He influences, he persuades. He builds bridges where others burn them. Thomas Edison worked with teams of brilliant minds. And though he was intensely driven, he understood the value of collaboration, of creating a magnetic environment that made others want to contribute. His laboratories weren't just centers of invention. They were environments charged with positive expectancy. That's what a pleasing personality creates. Movement without resistance. Now let's make it practical. If you want to be powerful, you must become likable. Not because you seek approval, but because you understand this law. People move faster for men they admire. When you speak with respect, others give you respect. When you walk with presence, others feel it before you speak. When you remove the need to prove, you gain the ability to persuade, and persuasion moves mountains. Ask yourself, do people feel stronger after speaking with me? Do I make others feel valued, not by flattery, but by attention? Do I carry myself with calm authority or chaotic energy? Because here's the bottom line. The most powerful man in the room is not the one who talks the most, but the one others listen to when he finally speaks. Abraham Lincoln is remembered as one of the greatest presidents, not because he dominated others, but because he combined firmness with humility. He communicated with simplicity, with clarity, with presence. Even in the darkest times, he radiated a pleasing personality that gave the people confidence. Henry Ford, for all his brilliance, knew the importance of harmony. He didn't surround himself with yes men, but he valued those who could communicate ideas with calm, strength, and direction. He was not polished in speech, but he was consistent in presence, and consistency creates trust. That's the essence of a pleasing personality. You don't chase attention, you command it through character. So here's your challenge. Speak less, and when you do, speak with intention. Smile more, not as a mask, but as a message. I am in command of my energy. Move slowly, speak clearly, make others feel seen, and most of all, live your life in such a way that your presence makes others want to be better. Because that's the highest form of influence, the man who uplifts everyone around him without effort, simply by being who he is. Repeat this daily. My presence is calm, powerful, and persuasive. I make others feel seen, heard, and understood. I do not argue, I influence. And over time, that energy becomes magnetic. The world starts leaning toward you, not because you shouted, but because you built yourself into a man worth following. There is a law, one so powerful, so consistent, that those who live by it are destined to rise, and those who violate it are sentenced to mediocrity. It is not written in stone. It is not taught in schools. It is rarely mentioned in conversations about success. And yet, every successful man I've ever known obeyed this law like it was scripture. It is the law of increasing returns. The man who does more than he is paid for will soon be paid for more than he does. Let that echo. Because it is not a motivational phrase, but it is an economic truth, a spiritual truth, a universal truth. The average man says, I'll give more when I get more. But the builder, the man who commands his life, says, I'll give more now, and let the rewards find me later. And they always do. Look at Andrew Carnegie. He began as a poor boy in a telegraph office. He wasn't asked to learn how to read and write Morse code fluently. He wasn't required to memorize rail routes, but he did. He went beyond the role, beyond the instruction, beyond the bare minimum. And what happened? The people in power noticed, not instantly, but inevitably. And from that small post, he rose to become one of the richest men in the world. How? He gave value first, without asking, without keeping score, without demand. The man who goes the extra mile makes himself irreplaceable, because while others perform the duty, he delivers the result. While others ask, what am I owed? He asks, what else can I give? You must understand, life does not pay you based on the clock. It pays you based on value. Your time means nothing if it produces little. But your effort, your initiative, your refusal to cut corners or wait for reward, that makes you unstoppable. Thomas Edison knew this well. His work ethic was legendary. Thousands of failed experiments, sleepless nights, years of obsessive experimentation. He didn't demand guarantees. He gave everything first. And only after results were produced, the world handed him its rewards. Now let me ask you, are you doing the minimum? Are you only rising when someone's watching? Are you only moving when it's convenient? Because the universe keeps score, not of your hours, but of your initiative. The world might not reward you immediately, but it will eventually, and far beyond what you expect, if you make this a habit. Start where you are. If you work a job, stop asking what your role is. Start asking what your standard is. If you're building a business, stop asking what clients will pay for. Start asking what would blow them away. If you're building a skill, don't just check the box. Stay longer, push deeper, stretch further. Because every time you exceed the expectation, every time you cross the invisible line of enough and keep going, you separate yourself from the pack. You become unforgettable. You become trusted. You become indispensable. Let me remind you, Charles M. Schwab wasn't promoted for doing his job. He was promoted because he multiplied value. He encouraged others. He pushed teams. He asked what else could be done. He went above. Not for attention, but because it was who he was. That's what you must become. The man who gives more than is asked, more than is expected, more than is required. And the key? Do it when no one sees it. Do it when no one claps. Do it until it's your identity, because that identity becomes a magnet for opportunity. Henry Ford built an empire not just because of what he knew, but because he demanded more from himself and from others. Faster production, smarter engineering, better value for the customer. He always asked, how can we give more? And as a result, he received more than any man in his field. But remember, it started small. Every great leap begins with invisible effort, so begin today. Ask yourself, where am I meeting the minimum? Where can I exceed the standard? Where can I act not like an employee, not like a worker, but like an owner? And once you find that answer, live it. You'll feel resistance. Others will mock you. They'll say you're working too hard, caring too much, doing too much for nothing. But the rewards of going the extra mile are never immediate. They are delayed, but multiplied. They come in the form of respect, of trust, of opportunity, of leadership, and eventually of wealth. Say this daily, I do not ask what I'm owed, I ask what I can give. I exceed expectations as a way of life. I am the man who goes the extra mile, because that's where greatness begins. And let those words take root, because the man who lives by them, he never stays at the bottom for long. Let me tell you something you already know, but may not have accepted. Watching this once is not enough. You cannot rewire your entire system in a single sitting. You cannot kill a decade of fear with one round of motivation. You cannot erase the old programming with inspiration alone, because your subconscious mind does not respond to one-time information. It responds to repetition. To imprint a new belief, you must burn it in again and again until it becomes more familiar than your doubts. So let this truth echo through your mind. Repetition is the language of the subconscious, and the strongest loop always wins. If your old loop is, I'm not good enough, it will dominate until a stronger one replaces it. If the dominant signal in your life is hesitation, that will become your identity. But if you feed your mind day after day with power, with certainty, with a voice that reminds you of who you really are, then the old voice loses volume, not by force, but by frequency. That's why autosuggestion is not optional. It is the method, the tool, the mechanism by which you reprogram who you are at the core. And how does it work? You play this again. You speak the lines aloud, not casually, but with energy. You memorize the phrases that struck you. You repeat them in your mind when resistance rises. You let this message become your mental software. You don't listen for entertainment. You listen for identity installation, because you are not just here to feel better. You are here to become unrecognizable. Let me show you something. Now, close your eyes and say this to yourself. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. I am focused. I am certain. I am becoming who I was meant to be. Feel what happens in your body when you say those words. Do you feel it shift? That's not imagination. That's neural reinforcement. That's your identity being updated in real time. Now multiply that by 90 days. You say it once, it's a spark. You say it every morning for 90 days, it's a circuit. And you speak it until it becomes your baseline, until the words don't just sound strong, they are your voice. Because here's the law. What you feed forms you. What you repeat becomes you. So don't let this message fade. Don't treat it like a video. Treat it like a ritual. Build your morning around it. Make it part of your environment. And if someone asks why you keep playing the same message again and again, tell them this. Because I'm not here to be entertained. I'm here to be rebuilt. Your mind is programmable. Always has been. The only question is, who's writing the code? From this moment forward, you are. So play this again. Speak the words with fire. Walk into your day with certainty, because every time you repeat power, you weaken fear. And now, let's close this chapter the only way a man committed to transformation should. You've listened. You've absorbed truth after truth. Not theories, but tools. But now comes the most important part. You walk, not as the man who started this video, but as the man who has already become what he used to chase. You don't move like you're trying. You don't speak like you're hoping. You walk like it's done. That's the posture of a man with power, not because he knows everything, but because he knows himself. So from this moment forward, you move differently. You walk into the gym like the transformation already happened. You step into your work like the breakthrough already came. You make decisions like success is already unfolding behind the scenes, because guess what? It is. Everything is working in your favor, but only if you act like it. Faith is not passive. Faith moves, faith builds, faith walks like the outcome is certain. That's not delusion, that's identity. That's alignment. So before this video ends, before you step back into the world, I want you to say this with power. Out loud, spine tall, chest forward. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. Everything is working in my favor, and I move like it. Now say it again slower and mean it. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. Everything is working in my favor, and I move like it. That is your identity script now. You don't need validation. You don't need applause. You don't need anyone to understand the fire that's burning in your chest. You just need to keep going. Because the world rewards the man who moves with certainty. Not noise, not explanation, certainty. You don't have to explain your decisions to people who haven't earned the right to hear them. You don't need permission to rise. You don't need a green light to act. You are the green light. You're not waiting for a breakthrough. You are the breakthrough. And every action you take from this moment forward, it must reflect that. Move like the man who already has what he came for. Speak like someone whose voice creates the result. Wake up tomorrow like momentum is waiting for you. Because it is. The universe responds to certainty. Life bends to belief. And the version of you who used to hesitate, he doesn't exist anymore. Because now you walk like it's done. Let them wonder what changed. Let them feel the shift when you walk into a room. Let them sense the silence in your presence. The kind of silence that doesn't come from not knowing, but from knowing too much to waste words. You've done the mental work. Now walk it out. Every room you enter, every action you take, every plan you make it from the man who already is. And if you ever forget, you come back to this video. You press play again, and you remember who you really are. This isn't just a motivational message. This is a mental installation, and you don't install it once. You live it, you rehearse it, you become it. Stop what you are doing and listen. Truly listen. For if you miss what I am about to reveal, you may walk through the remainder of your life as a beggar when you were born to command. The difference between the man who bends the world to his will and the man who is bent by it is not luck, is not talent. It is the way he thinks. And more precisely, it is how he believes. I am not here to inspire you. I am not here to entertain you. I am here to awaken you. You have within you the power to call forth riches, position, greatness, and command over your conditions. But only if you first seize control over the thing that controls everything else, your mind. This speech will not merely speak to your ears, it will instruct your spirit. If you will allow me to guide you, you shall come to know that the invisible laws that govern success are not hiding from you. They are awaiting your belief, your obedience, your decision. I urge you, do not skip, do not drift, do not wander away. Hear every word, for I have built this speech as I built my life's work, with purpose, with law, with spiritual power. This is not something you listen to once and discard. This is something you return to daily, as you would return to the well of life itself. Listen to this speech not once, but many times, for repetition is the medium by which faith is built. Let these words seep into your subconscious until they no longer feel like mine, but like your own. That is when the world will begin to bend, not to me, but to you. Now steel your mind, for I am about to show you that when you think as if nothing is impossible, when you believe as if the result is already yours, and when you act as if the world must obey, it will. The moment you accept this truth, the laws of success will no longer be hidden. They will be yours to command. Let us begin. Part 1, the hidden power behind your thoughts. If you do not yet possess what you desire, it is because you do not yet believe that you deserve it. The world is not your enemy. It is your mirror. It reflects not your potential, but your dominant belief. If you carry in your mind doubt, hesitation, or fear, the world will return to you conditions shaped by those very states of mind. But if you fill your mind with belief, decision, and purpose, then you will command the world to obey. You are not the victim of circumstance. You are the builder of it. But your tools are invisible, your thoughts, your beliefs, your inner dialogue. A man becomes what he believes, for belief is thought fused with emotion and decision. Dominating thoughts, once mixed with feeling and repeated with conviction, descend into the subconscious mind, and from there they are transformed into reality. That is not philosophy, that is law. There is no magic in this. There is no mystery. The great secret of all successful men is that they chose their thoughts with intention. They backed them with faith, and they held to them with persistence. They did not leave belief to chance. They made belief a discipline. When I tell you that the world bends to the man who acts as if nothing is impossible, I do not mean fantasy. I mean accurate thinking applied to definite purpose through the law of belief. You may work 12 hours a day. You may toil and struggle and sacrifice. But if your thoughts are vague, if your belief is weak, then your results will betray you. For the subconscious does not respond to effort. It responds to conviction. It responds to what you believe is already yours. That is why belief, when backed by definiteness, is more powerful than work alone. Work without belief is wasted energy. Belief without action is mere daydream, but belief fused with decision is power. There is a vast difference between a man who wishes and a man who believes. The one hopes vaguely, the other knows with certainty. The one waits for permission, the other acts without it. The one looks to the world for proof before he commits. The other commits and makes the world yield proof. The world does not reward the man who waits. It rewards the man who declares. Wishing is weakness, but belief supported by decision is irresistible force. And so I give you this truth. I am the master of my belief. What I believe with emotion and act upon with decision becomes real. Say it aloud, not once, but every morning, every night, until your mind no longer questions, until your speech and your posture and your action all declare it without hesitation. Speak it until the doubt is gone. Speak it until you become what you speak. The tongue is the steering wheel of the subconscious, and belief is the engine. If you hesitate, the world hesitates. If you believe, it obeys. That is the strange and perfect symmetry of life. You do not need to chase success. You need only to chase certainty. When your inner belief becomes definite, your outer world becomes obedient. Men do not win by chance. They win by internal cause. And that cause is always, without exception, a belief they refuse to question. You must now dismantle the resistance within you. Every excuse, every hesitation, every fear that says it may not work for me is a lie you accepted from the world. You were not born with that doubt. It was given to you by voices who gave up on their own power. Now is the hour to reject it. Tear it from your mind as you would tear weeds from your garden. Replace every mental hesitation with this phrase: "It is mine because I have decided." Some will tell you that acting as if is self-deception. They are mistaken. To act as if nothing is impossible is not fantasy. It is spiritual law. The Creator did not give you imagination so you could pretend. He gave you imagination so you could preview the future before it arrives. And belief makes the future arrive. Act as if the wealth is yours, and it will begin to assemble itself. Act as if the position is yours, and your mind will gather the means to achieve it. There is a spiritual principle at work here, one not taught in schools or whispered in the corridors of average thinking. It is this: what you consistently believe and act upon with feeling and definiteness must externalize in the world of form. The world does not resist your belief. It responds to it. It molds itself to your inner commands. You are not waiting for conditions to change. Conditions are waiting for you to believe. And so I say again with solemn intensity, if you change your mind and act as if it were already so, life has no choice but to conform. The laws of success are not delayed by your environment, your education, or your upbringing. They are delayed only by your indecision. If you wish to see change, you must first become it. Speak differently. Walk with conviction. Carry yourself as if you are already what you seek to become. Begin today, not tomorrow, not when you feel ready. Begin now. Write your definite chief aim, state it aloud, say it with power, read it morning and night, back it with feeling. Command your inner world, and your outer world will follow. You are not small. You are not weak. You are a master builder, and your belief is your hammer. Use it. Shape your destiny with it. Declare, I am the man who makes the impossible submit, and act like it. Part 2, the faith that commands circumstances. Faith is not a passive thing. It is not a whisper in the dark or a timid hope. It is the mind's iron declaration that what I see within me shall become what surrounds me. Faith is power. It is fire. It is the force that drives men to move mountains, not because they have proof it can be done, but because they have decided it must be done. Faith is the spiritual substance by which every great achievement has ever been built. In Think and Grow Rich, I taught that faith is a state of mind which may be induced by autosuggestion. This is the vital key. Faith is not given to you. You manufacture it by what you speak, what you feel, and what you repeat. Faith is the master chemistry of the mind. It is the elixir that gives life to thought. Without it, your aim is lifeless. With it, your thought becomes a spiritual command. It penetrates all resistance. Let me make this plain. You do not wait for faith to appear. You do not ask the world to give you evidence before you believe. That is not faith. That is indecision masquerading as logic. You decide to believe. You speak it, act upon it, live it, and the feeling will come. And once the feeling comes, it must be held, intensified, and directed toward your definite chief aim. That is how men build empires from nothing. Consider Henry Ford, a man not trained in engineering, not certified by academia, not backed by powerful men. He conceived the idea of the V8 engine and demanded it be built. His own engineers told him it was impossible. He told them, build it anyway. For months they returned with failure. And he said again, produce it. Why? Because he had faith. He saw it first in his mind. He believed it without apology. and the world obeyed his conviction. You must understand, the world bent to Ford because Ford never bent his belief. He did not compromise with doubt. He did not negotiate with logic. He issued a command from within and held to it without retreat. That is faith, not in others, not in systems, but in the power of thought, backed by decision. Ford did not wonder if the engine could be built. He acted as if it had already been done, and so it was. The power of acting as if is not play acting. It is preparation. It is spiritual law. When you move as the man who already possesses the goal, you train your subconscious to reject all that contradicts it. You are not pretending. You are programming. You are forming within your inner world a belief so strong, so consistent, so emotional, that your entire being begins to align with it. This is how you command circumstances. Let no one tell you faith is idle. Faith works harder than fear ever could, but it does not toil in the dark. It moves with vision. Faith sees the invisible. It speaks of the unseen. It walks into tomorrow fully clothed in today's confidence. The man who walks in faith does not require applause, proof, or reassurance. He acts from inner law, and the universe obeys him because he obeys his aim. I walk in faith, speak in faith, act in faith. The invisible shall become visible because I have decided it must. The tragedy of most men is not that they aim too high and miss, but that they never aim at all. They wait for signs, for guarantees, for applause from others before they commit. But the man who possesses faith has already committed internally, and therefore has no need for external consent. He acts with conviction, because he knows the world does not shape belief. Belief shapes the world. I repeat, faith is belief fused with emotion and fixed upon a definite chief aim. It is built by repetition. It is strengthened by decision, and it is proven by the fruits it produces. Show me a man of great faith, and I will show you a man of results. For faith is not invisible to the world. It leaves evidence. It leaves monuments. It leaves wealth. It leaves influence. These are not the source of faith. They are its result. You must now examine yourself. Do you speak your aim with belief, or do you whisper it with hesitation? Do you carry yourself as the man who knows his success is certain, or as one who only wishes it might come true? Remember, your outer world will not exceed your inner confidence. If you doubt, you delay. If you believe, you accelerate. Speak what you intend to receive. Speak it until your voice echoes in the walls of your own subconscious. Faith must also be guarded. It is fragile in the beginning. It must be protected from the criticisms of the faithless, the sarcasm of the mediocre, the doubts of the drifting. You must not share your vision with those who are blind to it. Walk alone if you must, but walk in belief. Speak your affirmations in private if the world mocks them, but speak them. Feel them. Build your castle in thought and hold it there until stone begins to appear in the material world. Let me tell you something sacred. You will never possess what you are afraid to claim. If you fear to speak it, you will never build it. If you hesitate to believe it, you will never achieve it. The rich man once said, "To him that hath, more shall be given." But I say to you, the man who believes he has, even before the proof appears, shall receive that which others said was impossible. Now take up your definite chief aim once more. Read it aloud. Close your eyes and see it. Feel it in your hands. Walk through the corridors of your mind and sit at the table of your vision. Greet your future self. Shake his hand, hear his voice, act as if it is already done, and it shall be done. Part 3. Nothing is impossible to the mind that believes. There is no such thing as impossible to the mind that believes. Impossibility is not a condition of the world. It is a confession of the man who has given up dominion over his own thoughts. When a man says, "It cannot be done," what he truly means is, "I do not believe I can do it." And because belief is the gatekeeper to action, that man never begins, never builds, never breaks through. He is defeated in the silence of his own thought. The world is not shaped by real limits. It is shaped by the limits that men accept. And these are not laws. They are lies, inherited from the failures of other men who pass their doubts forward as if they were truth. But I say to you, the mind of man, when fixed upon a definite object and backed by faith, must bring forth that which it conceives. For there is no idea that cannot be done. There are only men who doubt it. Understand the power of your own subconscious mind. It has no sense of humor. It does not mock you when you speak of greatness. It does not question whether your goals are too large. It does not evaluate logic. It simply accepts what you give it. If you feed it repetition, backed by emotion, it obeys. Whether that repetition is belief or fear, courage or doubt, wealth or poverty, it accepts and it begins to create accordingly. Let me give you the story of a man whose belief banished impossibility. Thomas Edison. The man who lit the world did not discover the electric lamp because he was the most educated. He was not the wealthiest. He did not possess a blueprint handed to him by fate. Number. He possessed one thing, and it was enough: a burning desire and an absolute belief that the light existed and must be brought forth. For 10,000 attempts, he met failure, yet he never accepted defeat. Do you understand the gravity of that? 10,000 trials, 10,000 obstacles, and never once did Edison accept the word impossible. He said, "I have not failed. I have found 10,000 ways that will not work." And with each so-called failure, his belief only deepened. He acted as if the light was already his, and so his mind found a way to make it real. This is not luck. This is not fate. This is spiritual law in motion. You may not be an inventor, but the principle is the same. If you hold your aim with the same intensity that Edison held his, and you believe in its arrival before the world sees it, the world will have no choice but to shape itself around your vision. You do not need 10 talents. You need one belief. And that belief, when fused with persistence, will bend the world to your plan. Let this affirmation now become your command. I command the impossible to submit. I speak what is to be, and I act until it is so. Say it with fire. Say it with vision. Say it until your actions become bold, your speech becomes certain, and your eyes begin to look only forward. There is no mountain that can resist the man who refuses to retreat. You must make up your mind that you are done negotiating with impossibility. Now I must warn you, there are thieves of this power. They do not wear masks. They do not break into your home. They break into your thoughts. They come in the form of the 6 ghosts of fear. If you are to walk in power, you must know their names and you must reject them daily. They are the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love, the fear of old age, and the fear of death. Of these, the 2 most dangerous to the man pursuing belief are the fear of criticism and the fear of poverty. The first paralyzes your expression. It causes you to hesitate before speaking your truth. The second imprisons your imagination. It causes you to believe you must stay small to survive. But let me make this plain. If you entertain these fears, even for a moment, you interrupt the current of faith. You cast doubt into the garden of your mind. If you wish to walk in belief, you must guard your inner world. No seed of doubt must be allowed to grow. You must watch your thoughts as a soldier watches the gate. You must speak only that which reinforces your power. For the subconscious listens. It listens always. It hears your casual words. It hears your jokes. It hears your complaints. And whatever you repeat, it accepts. So you must speak with intention. You must declare the impossible as inevitable. Do not say, I hope. Do not say, I wish. Say, I am. Say, it is done. Say, this is mine. And act in accordance. Dress as if. Move as if. Spend your time as if. Believe as if. Not because the evidence is there, but because you are planting the evidence. Because you are laying down spiritual cause before the physical effect has time to appear. This is how a man who believes lives. He does not wait. He creates. You may have been told you need more experience. You may have been told you are too late, too early, too poor, too unqualified. But the man who believes does not consult those opinions. He does not measure his power by the standards of the world. He measures it by the laws of thought, which obey belief and persistency, not pedigree. You are not what others say you are. You are what you decide to believe and what you consistently prove through action. Remember, failure is not final unless you believe it is real. The difference between the successful man and the defeated one is often not resources, not skill, not luck, but whether he accepted failure or simply reclassified it as another step. Every delay is a test of belief. Every obstacle is an invitation to double your faith. If you do not turn back, you will reach the result. For the world has no defense against a man who never quits. So go now. Face your doubts. Banish them. Replace them with declarations of belief. Look at your vision with new eyes and refuse to blink. Refuse to shrink. Refuse to second guess. Say aloud, "Nothing is impossible to me, for I believe without retreat, and I act without fear, and act now." Part 4, the mental ritual that changes reality. You do not attract what you want. You attract what you are prepared to receive. And preparation does not begin in your environment. It begins in your thoughts. The man who waits for circumstances to change before he changes his behavior will always be waiting. But the man who changes himself first, who acts as if the future has already arrived, commands conditions to obey his example. This is the principle. Act as if it were already done, and it shall be. You must conduct yourself in thought, speech, and movement, like the man who already possesses the result. This is not deception. This is creation. Every man who ever achieved greatness walked before the world noticed him, thinking, believing, speaking, as if his name was already carved into history. It was not the world that crowned him. It was his conviction that demanded the crown. The mind is a creature of habit, and the subconscious mind, being without will of its own, follows the habits you assign to it. If you act as the poor man, it will deliver you poverty. If you act as the victim, it will create more injustice to support that identity. But if you act as the leader, the producer, the master of your fate, then your subconscious will begin to attract the ideas, the people, and the circumstances that match that image. And so I say to you, write your definite chief aim. Write it as if it is already complete. Do not say, "I hope to become," say, "I am." Do not write, "I wish to have." Write, "I now possess." Make your words bold, definite, unshakable. Then take that statement and read it aloud twice each day, once in the morning, once in the evening. Read it with emotion, read it with vision, read it until you believe it, and then read it more. You must see yourself already in possession of the result. That vision must live in your imagination. Not once, not when you feel inspired, but as a daily mental ritual. This is the act of training your subconscious to accept a new identity. Your old self, the one filled with doubt and delay, must be evicted. And your new self, the one who commands the impossible, must be invited in with every repetition of belief. Now understand, this ritual is not merely about reading words. It is about becoming the man described in those words. You must walk into your day as that man. You must speak to others with his posture. You must carry his tone, his rhythm, his spirit. When you speak of your aim, do so as if you are unveiling it, not requesting permission for it to exist. Act as if the ink on your destiny has already dried. Let me give you a living example. Andrew Carnegie. He did not build steel by force. He built it by belief. He did not wait for others to prove themselves before treating them as leaders. He treated every associate as if they were already great men. And by doing so, they rose to match the image he held of them. This is the silent law. When you act as if something is true long enough, it must become true. The ritual of morning and evening suggestion is no idle superstition. It is the furnace in which identity is reforged. If you rise each morning and immediately read your aim aloud with clarity and feeling, you set the tone for your day. If you speak it each night before retiring, you hand your subconscious a command to work upon while you sleep. Over time, this rhythm becomes your inner music, and it will override all previous noise. Now let us make this declaration. I conduct myself in thought, speech, and action as if I already possess the result I seek. Say it with finality. Do not whisper it. Own it. For what you declare repeatedly becomes law in the land of the subconscious. And once that law is written, the machinery of your mind begins to move in its service. Ideas emerge, energy increases, coincidences appear. Why? Because you have changed your vibration of identity. And let me be clear, this transformation does not require the approval of others. You do not need applause to act as if you are powerful. You do not need titles to behave with authority. You do not need wealth to speak like a builder of fortunes. These things come after the behavior, not before. Your actions must lead. Your emotions must follow. And the world must then respond. Let us speak of behavior. The man who acts as if he is defeated carries slouched shoulders, avoids eye contact, speaks in uncertain tones, and hides from challenge. The man who acts as if he is victorious stands tall, meets eyes directly, speaks with calm command, and walks toward the struggle with eagerness. These are not random traits. They are reflections of belief. You must choose which version of yourself you will breathe into being. But what if doubt remains? What if fear clings? Then act anyway. For action, repeated, will strangle doubt. There is no greater antidote to uncertainty than motion. You cannot wait to feel confident before you behave with conviction. That is not how transformation works. You must earn confidence through performance. Each time you act in faith, your mind collects evidence that you are who you say you are. And soon, a shift will occur. A new identity will emerge. One that no longer plays small. One that no longer hides behind past mistakes. One that no longer fears the opinions of the world. You will begin to carry your purpose with dignity. You will speak with the authority of belief. And the world will begin to treat you differently, not because it changed, but because you did. You are not here to impress others. You are here to express the full potential of the man within, and that man is waiting. He does not require more information. He requires repetition. He requires discipline. He requires a ritual of thought, of speech, of posture. And through that ritual, he will rise. Now I say again, write your aim. Speak it aloud, twice daily, with emotion, with vision, with certainty. Act as if it is already yours. Conduct yourself in the image of the man who has already received it. This is not fiction. This is the formula. Thousands have used it. You shall now be counted among them. Part 5. What the subconscious obeys. There is but one thing over which you have absolute control, and that is your own mind. This truth is the cornerstone of all achievement. You may not control others. You may not control the tides of the economy or the decisions of men, but you control your thoughts, and by mastering that internal dominion, you come to influence all that is external. All else in your life will follow the pattern of your belief. Your subconscious mind is the silent builder of your circumstances. It is the unseen hand shaping your conditions, but it is not creative on its own. It must be directed. It does not originate thought, it receives it. It does not distinguish between truth and falsehood, wealth or poverty, victory or defeat. It acts upon whatever you impress upon it through repetition and emotional intensity. What you plant, it must grow. Think now of your subconscious as a fertile field. If you plant thorns, doubt, fear, limitation, those shall take root and overrun the garden. But if you plant strength, purpose, belief, and clarity, and water them daily with conviction. Then abundance shall rise. The field does not argue. It does not discriminate. It obeys. Your job is not to beg the soil to grow. Your job is to sow deliberately and to weed out the seeds of confusion. The subconscious responds best to commands spoken aloud, repeated daily, and backed with definite emotion. This is why I have insisted upon writing your definite chief aim and reading it twice daily. It is not a ritual for ritual's sake. It is a programming instruction to your inner world. The mind, once charged with definite thought, begins to seek every opportunity, connection, and circumstance that aligns with that command. But there is another force, one more powerful than the isolated mind alone. It is the master mind. When two or more minds are brought together in harmony, fixed upon a common objective, a third mind, a greater mind, is formed. This is not philosophy. This is principle. The minds of great men are made greater through association with other minds that share their belief, their clarity, their burning desire. Let me tell you the story of Charles M. Schwab, one of the brightest examples of applied belief through the mastermind principle. He was not born wealthy. He did not inherit power, but he carried within him a belief that he could rise. He aligned himself with Andrew Carnegie, who recognized not merely Schwab's talent, but his spirit, his definiteness. Schwab acted and believed as if he already could lead men, and soon he did. Carnegie placed him in charge of the greatest steel operation in the nation, not because of his years, not because of credentials, but because he had the spirit of command, forged in belief. Schwab's mind, joined with Carnegie's, produced plans, strategies, and ideas neither could have conceived alone. The power of the mastermind was the furnace, and faith was the fuel. Together they built an empire of steel. Now listen carefully. Your subconscious mind will mirror the dominant belief of those you associate with most often. If you keep company with doubters, their doubt will poison your subconscious. If you walk with critics, their negativity will cloud your inner vision. But if you form a mastermind alliance with those who believe, those who affirm, those who pursue with purpose, then your belief will multiply. You must therefore choose your influences as a king chooses his counsel. Let no man or woman into your inner circle who does not support your vision. Let no conversation enter your ears that weakens your conviction. Let no habitual voice dwell near your subconscious if it does not speak of growth, power, and purpose. You are the gatekeeper. You must guard your mind as the treasury of your destiny. Repeat this affirmation aloud. My subconscious receives only commands of power, purpose, and triumph. It obeys my dominant desire. Say it in the morning, say it in the evening. Say it when doubt knocks, and when delay tempts you to slow down. Your subconscious listens, it always listens, and the voice it hears the most, it obeys the fastest. Now let us make this practical. If you do not yet have a mastermind alliance, form one. Find one man, one woman who believes as you do. Meet regularly. Speak only of victory. Review your aims. Share your affirmations. Eliminate idle speech, weak talk, and fear-driven thoughts. Let your meetings be focused, definite, and high-minded. For in such alliance, you do not merely increase your intellect, you multiply your influence. And if you cannot find such men or women, then walk with the minds of those who left their thoughts in books. Read the words of great builders, bold leaders, visionaries. Let their ideas become your silent counsel until you stand strong enough to gather the living around you. You are never alone if you walk with powerful thought. Remember this law: the subconscious mind does not create, it responds. And when multiple minds are fixed on a common definite aim, they generate a current of belief too strong for any barrier to resist. If your aim is strong, your faith fixed, your alliance harmonious, then the world must yield. You must now cleanse your inner world of contradiction. There must be no division between your desire and your conversation, no gap between your goal and your posture. The subconscious cannot carry out double-mindedness. It will delay when it senses doubt. It will hesitate when you hesitate. So speak only with clarity. Think only with purpose. Surround yourself only with minds that feed your conviction. In the final analysis, success is not a question of environment or opportunity. It is a question of who controls your mind. The man who claims dominion over thought commands life, and the man who allows his mind to drift with the opinions of others will be forever lost in their mediocrity. So take up your aim. Repeat it aloud. Let your voice stir the depths of your subconscious. Align yourself with those who reinforce your belief. And know this above all, your world will become what your inner alliance insists upon. Part 6, the destroyer of doubt. Indecision is the seedbed of failure. It is the breeding ground of fear, hesitation, and drift. Where there is no decision, there is no direction. And where there is no direction, there can be no victory. A man who cannot decide will forever bow to the man who can. For life favors the bold, not the reckless, but the definite. And decision is the first act of the definite man. Doubt has no power until you feed it, and the food it thrives upon is indecision. The moment you delay, you have already begun to retreat. You may dress your delay in careful language, call it prudence, wisdom, caution, but the subconscious knows. It feels your hesitation and mirrors it. The longer you stall, the deeper the roots of fear grow. The world waits for no man. It responds to decision and recoils from confusion. Faith cannot operate in a house divided. You cannot claim to believe in your purpose while postponing your commitment to it. The man who says, I am waiting for a sign, will never act. The man who says, I must think about it, is already being ruled by fear. Decision is not born of perfect clarity. It is born of inner authority. You must say, this is my path, and walk it, even while the road ahead is not yet visible. Now let us examine the cost of indecision. Every time you hesitate, you train your mind to distrust itself. The subconscious, being always obedient, watches your delay and begins to believe you are not serious. It withdraws its energy. It ceases to build. The ideas stop flowing. The will begins to weaken. And soon the window of opportunity that once stood open has closed. Not by fate, but by your own indecision. Contrast this with the power of decision. When you decide, your energy returns. Your mind sharpens. The world shifts. You begin to notice the tools, the allies, the chances you missed while doubting. Life rewards the man who has made up his mind. For nature herself does not permit waste, and no greater waste exists than a mind divided against itself. Let us look to the example of Abraham Lincoln, a man of deep inner struggle, uncertainty, and criticism. In his youth, he knew the pain of ridicule, the sting of failure, the burden of loneliness. But amidst all this, he made a quiet decision. He would leave a mark upon the world. That decision, once made, governed his every step. He was not perfect. He did not always see the way clearly, but he had decided, and that decision gave birth to one of the greatest destinies in history. It was not Lincoln's eloquence alone that gave him power. It was his moral conviction, his inner decision that right must be done, and that he would bear the weight of doing it. When others doubted, he remained fixed. When the Union trembled, he stood steady. Decision makes a man immovable, not because the winds do not blow, but because he is rooted in belief. This is your call now. You must cease wandering between possibilities. Choose your aim. Fix it. Commit. You do not need perfect plans before you begin. You need only the will to begin. The plans will unfold as you move. The doors will open as you walk. But the world will not kneel to the man who has not stood for himself. Let this be your affirmation. I decide. I act. I believe. I do not waver. And the world follows the man who does not flinch. Speak it when you feel unsure. Speak it when fear whispers. Speak it until your heart believes it and your steps embody it. There is a power in the man who has made up his mind, and that power calls forth everything required to fulfill the decision. I remind you, the greatest enemy of progress is not failure, it is doubt. Failure teaches, failure refines, but doubt paralyzes. It leaves you cold and motionless, staring at the door, but never turning the handle. You must choose now. Will you be a man of waiting or a man of movement? Will you live according to your vision or according to your fears? When you look upon your definite chief aim, do not entertain questions. Do not wonder if you are worthy. You are. Do not ask if it is possible. It is. The only question that matters is, will you decide to pursue it with everything you have? That is all. And once you answer that question with certainty, every other question fades. Understand this law. Decision burns bridges. It removes retreat. The man who succeeds does so because he has eliminated the possibility of turning back. When the mind knows there is no escape, it summons strength previously unknown. You have more power in you than you have used, but that power will not awaken while you are still choosing. So I instruct you, write your decision, speak it, commit to it in action. Move now, not tomorrow, not when the fear fades. Move while the fear trembles in your shadow. Move while doubt stands frozen behind you. For the moment you move with conviction, you will feel a strength you forgot you had. You will feel alive again. And the world will see it. They will see a man who has made up his mind. They will sense the fire behind your eyes, the certainty in your step, the resonance in your voice, and they will follow. For men follow clarity. They follow decisiveness. They follow those who know where they are going. You are such a man if you decide to be. You need no permission, no validation, only the will to speak, to move, to persist. You are the master, and doubt is the servant that must be dismissed. Let us go on. Part 7, what stops the faithful? Fear is not real. It is not substance. It is not solid. It is mist, vapor, smoke of the mind. But it becomes a wall to the man who believes it, and it becomes a prison to the man who obeys it. Fear has no power unless you grant it with your attention, your imagination, your indecision. And yet, fear has kept more men poor, small, and silent than poverty, failure, or death ever could. I tell you plainly, fear is the devil's greatest tool. It causes drifting. It clouds clarity. It poisons vision. In outwitting the devil, I revealed what I learned in my study of thousands of men, those who failed, those who succeeded. The difference was always this. The successful man learned to think and act in spite of fear, while the unsuccessful man waited for fear to vanish before he moved. And fear does not vanish. It must be defied. There are 6 ghosts of fear, and if you do not name them, they shall live in you without your knowledge. First, the fear of poverty. Second, the fear of criticism. Third, the fear of ill health. Fourth, the fear of loss of love. Fifth, the fear of old age. Sixth, the fear of death. These 6, when left unchallenged, rule over man like unseen masters. But when exposed, when named, when rejected, they dissolve. Let us speak first of the fear of criticism, for it is the most subtle and most deadly to ambition. It causes men to lower their voices, to soften their declarations, to delay their aims. A man who fears what others will say can never fully speak his vision. He walks in the shadows of other men's opinions. He becomes small, not because the world made him so, but because he surrendered his voice. I say to you, you must not fear to be misunderstood. You must not fear to be doubted. You must not fear to be alone in your vision. Every great leader, every builder, every innovator, every man of faith walked through the valley of criticism before reaching the mountain of success. The world does not cheer the man at the start. It doubts him. It mocks him. It resists him. But if he persists, the world will one day stand in awe of what he has built. Now let us turn to the fear of poverty, the most common and the most crippling. This fear paralyzes initiative. It whispers, "What if you fail?" It tells the man to play it safe, to wait, to preserve instead of pursue. But wealth does not come to the cautious. It comes to the bold. The man who fears poverty shall always serve the man who fears nothing. For faith and fear do not dwell in the same house. Let us look to the example of John D. Rockefeller. He was not born into riches. He was born into hardship, uncertainty, and struggle. But he decided early that he would master his world. He was called reckless, dangerous, mad. He invested when others retreated. He bought when others sold. He moved forward when others froze. He did not fear loss because he believed in gain. And the world, once confused by his conviction, came to admire it. You must train yourself to move in the face of fear. You must feel it rise and act anyway. You must hear its voice and speak louder. Fear is not your master unless you kneel to it. But when you stand, when you move, when you refuse to bow, fear has no choice but to flee. It cannot hold its ground against faith in motion. Action is the fire that burns fear away. Let us now make this declaration together. I do not shrink. I do not stall. I am immune to fear, for I am acting under a definite chief aim. Say it with your chest lifted. Say it while your hands tremble. Say it until they no longer do. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to advance while afraid. And each time you do, you become more powerful than you were the day before. You must also be ruthless with the voices you permit into your life. Fear is contagious. It spreads from man to man like disease. If you walk with cowards, you will begin to speak their language. If you confide in doubters, you will begin to hear their warnings in your own mind. But if you surround yourself with the brave, with the builders, with those who believe, then fear will have no air in which to breathe. There will come moments, nights, mornings, long hours, when fear will attempt to return. It will whisper of failure, shame, or rejection. In those moments, you must respond not with silence, but with affirmation. Speak aloud your aim. Recall your victories. Act with small steps if you must, but act. Do not sit still, for fear thrives in stillness, but it flees from motion. You must now decide who rules your house, the voice of fear or the voice of faith. You cannot serve both. One must be exiled. One must be dethroned. And this is done not once, but daily. Every day is a battlefield, every thought a weapon. And if you do not command your mind, something else will. Do not let fear rob you of your inheritance. You were born with the power to believe. You were born with the ability to decide. You were born with the right to act. These are divine gifts. Use them. And when fear returns, remind it. I have chosen to walk in faith. I have chosen to move forward. I have chosen to live by purpose, not by panic. You are not alone in this. Every man who ever triumphed stood in your place. They all felt the cold breath of fear, but they walked anyway. They believed anyway. And by doing so, they became the giants of their time. You are not different. You are not smaller. You are simply waiting for your own command. Give it now. Declare, I walk in power. I walk in clarity. I walk through fear and leave it behind me. And begin again. Begin strong. Begin without apology. Begin with decision. Let us proceed. Part 8. Speak and walk as the person you demand to become. Your thoughts are commands. Your words are blueprints. Your movements are decrees. Every act of speech, posture, and action sends a signal, not only to the world, but to your own subconscious, affirming who you are becoming. And that identity, once planted, must bear fruit. The world does not respond to what you want. It responds to who you are being. So I ask you now, who are you commanding yourself to become? If you still speak as the man who doubts, the man who delays, the man who waits for permission, then no matter what goals you write, your life will mirror that identity. But if you now speak with certainty, walk with authority, and carry the bearing of one who already possesses the outcome, then life begins to conform to the shape of your belief. Identity is not discovered. It is declared and repeated into existence. Every morning you rise, you are given the opportunity to assume the role, not the role of who you were yesterday, but the role of who you are deciding to be. You must now speak only the language of the man who has achieved. You must move like him, think like him, rise like him, and work like him. The inner becomes the outer. The imagined becomes the manifested. The assumed becomes the actual. There is a law for this. I called it cosmic habit force. It is the unseen power that takes repeated thoughts and actions and molds them into habits, into destiny. The man who acts as if he is powerful, even when he is uncertain, begins to become powerful. Not because he fakes strength, but because he practices it into permanence. This law does not discriminate. It works for weakness or for strength. Your rituals decide which. This is why you must no longer wait for circumstances to confirm your identity. You must lead them. Speak not as a man who is trying. Speak as a man who has arrived. Do not say, I will become. Say, I am. Do not ask for permission. Give yourself the order. For your subconscious does not question. It obeys. And when you begin to speak, walk, and move as your future self, your mind cannot distinguish the difference, so it builds accordingly. Let me show you an example of this principle in action. Woodrow Wilson, a man once hidden in the shadows of academia, unknown to the world stage. But within him burned a vision, not of who he was, but of who he must become. He began to act, to speak, and to lead as though he were destined for the highest post in the land. And though he began in obscurity, his identity governed his journey. He became president not because he was chosen, but because he chose himself first. This is your great lesson. The world believes in the man who first believes in himself. When you carry yourself with the gravity of purpose, the steadiness of decision, and the bearing of certainty, others will begin to adjust to your presence. Doors will open, eyes will turn, opportunities will appear. But these are not causes, they are effects. The cause is always identity. The cause is always belief acted upon. So I say to you now, write your identity. As you would write your chief aim, write the traits, the conduct, the spirit of the man you are becoming. Describe his speech, his courage, his self-control, his decisiveness, and begin without delay to embody him today, in small steps, in large declarations, in silent practices. And let that new version of you become so familiar that the old self fades into history. Repeat this final affirmation. I am what I have decided to become. I act as if nothing is impossible, because nothing is when I believe. Say it until your voice carries it with ease. Say it until your shoulders rise with strength. Say it until your habits begin to match your words. For the world will not believe it until you do. But once you do, there is no force that can deny you. You are not what others think you are. You are not your past failures. You are not your doubts. You are not your setbacks. You are a being of thought, faith, and will. You are capable of transforming your world by transforming your identity. And you do so not by waiting, but by deciding, by repeating, by acting every hour, every day. The voice you now use must be firm. The steps you now take must be certain. The choices you now make must be final. For the law does not respond to wishful men. It responds to those who walk in belief. If you would be followed, lead. If you would receive, give. If you would become, declare it, and move. There is no future reward without present identity. There is no crown without bearing the weight first in silence. But once you do, the shift begins. You will speak, and others will listen. You will act, and results will follow. You will command, and life will respond, not because it is owed to you, but because you earned it in thought, word, and action. And so we close with power. Begin this very day. Assume the identity. Read your aim. Speak your affirmations. Act without doubt. Reject fear. Step into the role, and never again remove the crown from your head. This world will bend, not to the loudest, not to the richest, not to the fastest, but to the most believing. Let that be you. Let that be the man you are, now and forever. You speak too soon. You tell your dreams before they are built. You share your goals before they have taken root. And that, more than failure, more than rejection, more than bad luck, is why your success keeps slipping through your fingers. Let me ask you something. Why do you speak of things not yet born? Why do you announce plans you've not yet obeyed? Why do you share your deepest vision with those who have never built a thing? This speech will give you the answers you've been missing. It will show you why the more you talk, the weaker you become. It will show you why early announcements destroy your drive. It will show you why true builders, true kings, true leaders move in silence until the work is done. And if you do not listen, here is what will happen. You will keep leaking your energy into empty conversations. You will invite the opinions of small minds into your sacred vision. You will seek applause instead of execution, and your greatness will die in delay. But if you obey this speech, if you hold your purpose like sacred fire and stop spilling it into the street, everything will change. You will begin to build with rhythm. You will protect your power. You will multiply your belief. You will finish what you start, and no man will question you because your results will speak louder than any words ever could. So now I ask you, do you want results or reactions? Do you want a harvest or more empty conversations? Then stop telling the world what you're going to do. Sit down, stay silent, and let this speech plant the law within you. You speak too soon. You spill the seed before the soil is even ready. And every time you do, you weaken it. The world has taught you to declare your plans before you've built the man required to fulfill them. But I tell you now, the most powerful men in history did not shout what they would do. They moved in silence. They walked in law. They obeyed structure. Speech is sacred. It plants instruction in the subconscious. Every word is a builder or a destroyer. And when you speak of things not yet complete, when you boast about visions not yet forged in fire, you scatter your force like chaff in the wind. You feel proud for a moment, but empty soon after. Great men do not move with noise. They build in the dark. They speak only when the work is ready to reveal itself. Their silence is not weakness. It is command. They have nothing to prove. They do not explain. They execute. Abraham Lincoln spent his nights writing alone, unseen, hated by many, but unmoved by noise. John D. Rockefeller planned in quiet corridors. He told no one until the acquisition was sealed. Edison lit the world after years of failure, mockery, and experimentation, never seeking applause before the results. Henry Ford assembled a revolution in systems before most could even imagine it. Each of these men held their purpose in sacred silence until it spoke for itself. And now you must learn the same law. You must learn to seal your mouth when the plan is still forming. You must stop asking others what they think and start asking your own soul what must be done. Do not speak for applause. Speak only to the mind that obeys. Speak only to the aim that demands fulfillment. This speech will teach you 8 laws of purposeful silence. Why true kings speak rarely, why the successful do not announce, and why your greatest moves must be made when no one is watching. Your goal is not to impress, it is to build. Your aim is not to declare, it is to become. From this moment, you will no longer waste your words. You will no longer expose your vision to the wind. You will speak your aim to yourself with thunder and repetition. but you will not tell the world. You will plant your thought in the subconscious and obey it with daily action. Say this with me. I keep silent until my work is law. I do not explain. I execute. You are not here to be seen. You are here to become undeniable. Now let us begin. Let us protect the aim. Let us sharpen the silence. Every man who rises must begin with order, not words. He must first build the structure before he speaks of the vision. The reason most never rise is not because they lack power, but because they give it away through premature speech. They tell their plan before it is rooted. They announce their goal before it is written. They speak of castles before the first stone is set. The undisciplined man talks to feel alive. He speaks so others may validate what he himself has not yet earned. But the disciplined man speaks only to reinforce his subconscious law, and he does so in silence, in solitude, in repetition. He does not chase applause. He obeys structure. Andrew Carnegie was not born into glory. He built it in quiet, deliberate action. Before the world knew his name, he had already written his aim. He had already formed alliances. He had already moved. His silence was not hesitation. It was design. He built his empire before he unveiled it. Speech, when given before structure, creates pressure. It invites opinion. It opens the gates to interference. The moment you say what you will do without having built the frame to support it, you shift the power from command to performance. Now you are no longer obeying law, you are performing for eyes. When you speak a thing that has not yet been shaped in thought and forged in action, you invite resistance. Not resistance that builds you, but resistance that confuses you. Others will question your plan, not because they see it clearly, but because they cannot imagine it. And you will begin to question yourself, not because you lack ability, but because you gave too much voice to the unqualified. Most men speak to feel strong. But a man does not become strong by speaking. He becomes strong by building. Let your plan be known to your subconscious first. Let your desire be known to infinite intelligence through faith, silence, and decision. Let your actions speak, not your intention. To speak prematurely is to drain your spiritual reservoir. A man only has so much psychic force in a day. If he uses it sharing visions to those who cannot see, he will have none left to create that vision. Instruction: keep your definite chief aim sacred. Write it clearly. Speak it aloud, only in solitude. Say it with belief. Speak it to your own mind, your only loyal servant. Speak it to the infinite, not to the crowd. When you speak your aim before it is anchored, you give others permission to weigh in. And the average mind is a thief of destiny. You will hear the words, "Be realistic." That's too much. Who do you think you are? And if you are not rooted in law, you will listen. You will bend. You will shrink. You will delay. But the man who guards his speech guards his vision. And the man who guards his vision builds in power. Carnegie once said, "A man who cannot keep his mouth closed cannot keep his fortune." That was not cynicism, it was strategy. The richest men of history spoke only when the harvest was already seen. They did not explain the seed. They did not describe the soil. They revealed the fruit. So now you must understand. Do not give life to that which is not ready. Do not hand over your seed to the public before it has taken root in the depths of your subconscious. Keep your mouth closed until the work demands to be seen. Let your word be law, but only in private. Let your aim be sacred, spoken only to the mind that obeys. Let your power be protected until your foundation is unshakable. Say this aloud. I hold my aim in silence. I declare it only to myself until it is reality. This is not weakness. This is power. This is not fear. This is faith. You have been taught to speak your dreams aloud, to shout them, to broadcast them, to declare them to the world. But that teaching is not law. It is not rooted in understanding of the subconscious mind. For the subconscious does not obey the public voice. It does not respond to applause. It obeys only the inner command. The repetition spoken in solitude, charged with emotion, sealed with belief. Most men do not understand this. They think if they talk about their plans, they are more likely to do them. But I have seen the opposite. The more a man talks, the less he builds. The more he announces, the less he finishes. The man who speaks without structure is a slave to mood, and the subconscious mind is not moved by mood, it is moved by authority. When you share your dream with others before it is formed, you are not strengthening it, you are weakening it. The words you speak to impress others are not the same as the words you speak to impress your subconscious. One builds pressure, the other builds power. And the difference lies in intention. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before the electric light was born. But did he run to the newspapers to describe his plans? Did he shout to his neighbors about what he would create? He repeated it within. He wrote, he visualized, he affirmed again and again. His subconscious obeyed him, not the crowd. Your subconscious is listening, always. It is waiting for orders, and it does not care what you say to others. It only responds to what you say with emotion, with repetition, with decision, and in privacy. This is the holy chamber of creation, not the stage, but the silence. And here is the danger. When you speak your vision to others and they doubt it, your subconscious begins to accept their belief instead of yours. Each doubt you receive is like a weed planted in your soil, and if you are not careful, those weeds will choke your harvest before it ever grows. You must understand this. Your dream is a seed, and the subconscious is fertile ground. But not all ground is equal. The public ground is filled with wind, with insects, with tramplers. The private ground, the inner speech, is guarded, silent, sacred. And that is where the real planting must happen. You are not obligated to explain your vision to anyone. You are not required to announce your aim. You are not commanded to tell your goals. You are only required to train your mind, to feed your subconscious, to speak with decision and emotion to the self that listens in silence. Command, from this day forward, speak your chief aim aloud, alone. Stand before your mirror each morning and night and declare your vision with emotion. Say it as if it is already real. Feel it. Believe it. This is how you instruct the subconscious to move in your favor. You must stop speaking your aim to the world. The world has not earned the right to hear it. Until it is done, until the structure is formed, your vision belongs to you alone. The man who learns this becomes unstoppable, for he is no longer feeding his pride. He is feeding his power. He is no longer seeking attention. He is building attention. He is no longer draining his energy through words. He is channeling it through thought. Say this aloud. I speak my vision only to my inner world. I train my mind, not their opinion. This is the voice of power. This is the voice that commands riches. This is the voice that speaks to infinite intelligence, not to man. Now continue building in silence. When you are ready, we shall move to, you must come to terms with this truth. Most men will never understand what you're building because most men have never built anything worth keeping. Their minds are fixed upon that which is visible, that which is immediate, that which is popular. You, however, are dealing in that which is invisible, that which is still forming, that which demands vision, faith, and silence. When a man begins to construct something great in his imagination, he must first separate himself from the opinions of the mediocre. For their thinking will not elevate you, it will imprison you. Their doubts, their smirks, their small questions, their casual remarks, each one is a theft of your sacred energy. Each one is a leech upon your definite chief aim. Understand this. The thing you are building does not yet exist to the world. It exists only in the temple of your own mind. That makes it vulnerable. That makes it sacred. And that makes it yours. Every time you speak of it prematurely, you hand over a piece of it to someone who cannot protect it, believe in it, or even see it. They will mock what they do not understand. They will diminish what they have never dreamed. They will attempt to pull it back into the realm of what is common, because that is where they live. Do not be surprised. Do not take it personally. They are not your enemy. They are simply unconscious. But unconsciousness is contagious and must be avoided like poison. When I first sat in the presence of Andrew Carnegie, I did not boast of what I planned to write. I listened, I received, I obeyed, and I built the plan in silence. It would be 25 years before that vision would reach the public. 25 years of building the foundation in secret. Had I spoken too soon, had I shared with those who were not ready to receive it, I would have been laughed into retreat. Most men believe only after the evidence appears, but the builder must believe before there is any sign, before there is any result, before the first stone is laid. The builder sees the end from the beginning. He speaks not of it, but walks in it day and night. That is why he must be silent, not because he fears the world, but because he respects the process. When the great Thomas Edison was laughed at for his hundreds of failed attempts, he did not explain himself to every critic. He continued his experiments in silence, under the law of persistence. He understood the divine truth. The world does not reward talk, it rewards results. And results come from silent effort, not noisy promises. Henry Ford did not announce his automobile in the marketplace of public opinion. He built it in solitude. He made decisions that were ridiculed by the so-called experts of the day. But he trusted his imagination more than he trusted their facts. And now the name of Ford is known in every land, while the names of his critics have vanished into dust. Ask yourself this: do you want the satisfaction of being seen building it, or the reward of actually finishing it? Do you want applause now, or ownership later? You cannot have both. You must choose. Either you will harvest premature attention, or you will reap permanent success. One is shallow and soon forgotten. The other is eternal. The greatest mistake you can make in the early stages of your plan is to seek understanding from those who do not walk by vision. They will inject you with their doubts. They will load your mind with their worries. They will frame your dream in the narrow dimensions of their own failure. And if you are not spiritually fortified, you will listen. You must guard your vision as a farmer guards his seed. It must be planted deep in the soil of your belief, watered daily with thought, faith, and action, and protected from the scavengers of public opinion. Do not expose your plan to the cold winds of casual conversation. It will wither. It will die. And no one will mourn it but you. Say nothing. Do everything. Build in silence. Finish in power. Let your success be your explanation. Let your results be your reply. Let your legacy speak on your behalf. For nothing commands respect like results, and nothing kills momentum like too much speaking. You do not owe the world your explanation. You owe yourself your transformation. You owe your vision the respect of silence, and you owe your future the dignity of completion. This is not arrogance. This is obedience to spiritual law, the law that says energy grows where attention flows, and attention, like energy, must be conserved. Write this down. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Say it again. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Say it again. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Repeat this until it burns itself into the back of your mind, until you feel the armor of self-command wrap around your spirit. You must not open the door to those who knock with curiosity but offer no belief. You must not reveal the blueprints to those who bring no tools. You must not seek the approval of those who have not built anything of value in their own lives. To do so is to water weeds while your own garden starves. The greatest minds in history, Lincoln, Edison, Carnegie, Rockefeller, each had a period of silence before their ascent, a period when no one believed, no one supported, no one saw. That is the price of greatness. That is the cost of originality. That is the fire in which all true builders are forged, and you too must pass through it. You must become deaf to doubt, blind to distraction, and indifferent to applause. You must become possessed by purpose, married to discipline, and addicted to execution. You must act as if the world cannot stop you, and because it cannot. But you must not speak as if you are owed anything, because you are not. You are owed nothing but the right to pursue, the right to labor, the right to build, and even these rights demand a price: silence, solitude, and self-mastery. If you pay the price, you shall gain the prize. But speak too soon, and you shall lose both, the prize and the peace. Let your silence become your weapon. Let your silence become your shelter. Let your silence become your prayer. For in the silence you will hear what the noise of men cannot offer, the voice of your own destiny, speaking softly but clearly. Build it. Keep going. Do not stop. And tell no one until it is done. Repeat these affirmations. I build in silence. I do not explain, I complete. I do not announce, I act. I protect my plan with discipline. I finish what I begin, and I tell no one until it is done. Say them aloud, morning and night, in your chamber, in your walk, in your work. Speak them until your subconscious accepts them. For once your subconscious accepts them, your results will follow. Let the others chase attention. Let them drown in explanation. You will rise in silence. You will move in certainty. You will strike in precision. And when the moment is right, when the work is done, when the structure is complete, you will reveal it, not with words, but with triumph. That is the law. That is the way. And that is why you must remain silent until it is done. You must learn to guard your inner world as you would guard your fortune. For in truth, your mind is the birthplace of your fortune. A single careless word can leak the oil from the lamp of your imagination. And when that oil is gone, so too goes the light by which you build. Silence, then, is not just caution, it is power. Silence is your shield. It is the fortress around your idea until that idea has earned its right to exist in the world. The moment you speak your plan aloud to idle ears, you invite doubt to enter. You give critics permission to intrude. And worse, you give way to the devil of vanity, who tempts you to feel as though the saying of the thing is equal to the doing. It is not. The world never rewards the dreamer who merely talks. It rewards the doer who works in silence and reveals his fruits only when the harvest is complete. Men of great achievement have always been men of great secrecy. They speak in deeds, not declarations. Consider the builder of the pyramids, the inventor in his laboratory, the founder who labors in obscurity until his enterprise is too large to ignore. They did not announce their plans to the crowd. They did not seek applause. They sought completion. They kept silent until the thing was done. Now, if you speak too soon, your mind begins to substitute attention for accomplishment. You feel as if you are already halfway there when in truth you've not even begun. Speech becomes a counterfeit of action. It is a trap. And that trap has ensnared millions who thought that sharing their goal would bring them closer to it. Instead, it robbed them of their inner drive and planted in its place a craving for validation. I have taught men of industry, men of invention, men of faith, and the one truth that separated the achievers from the talkers was this: the achiever could suffer in silence. He could toil without notice. He could delay praise until the work stood complete. He knew that the furnace of discipline burned hottest when no one was watching, and yet he entered it daily, willingly, without fanfare. Ask yourself, why do I feel the need to tell? Do I tell because I seek clarity, or do I tell because I seek attention? Do I tell because I must think aloud, or do I tell because I want to be admired for what I intend to do rather than what I have done? These are serious questions, for the man who speaks without discipline is often the man who never builds at all. Faith, real faith, does not need applause. Real faith does not look for witnesses. It is sufficient unto itself. The man of faith acts in silence because he knows that silence is the womb of power. Speech can be wasted, silence cannot. Words can betray you, silence defends you. To hold your plan in your heart and water it daily with thought, effort, and prayer, that is the path of true power. When Thomas Edison labored through thousands of failures before bringing the electric light into being, do you believe he ran to tell the world of every wire, every trial, every burnt filament? No, he kept working. He told the world only when the light turned on and banished the darkness. His silence was not weakness. It was the discipline of mastery. When Andrew Carnegie plotted his empire, he did not share his plans with idle company. He chose his confidants with care and revealed only what was necessary. The rest he kept locked within a mind trained in definiteness of purpose. He knew that in silence lies protection from theft, from discouragement, from distraction. A man who tells too much risks losing everything to those who did not earn it. There is a sacred law I have come to know. Speak only when speaking advances the cause. If your words strengthen your decision, speak them in private to yourself. If your words dilute your resolve, keep them unsaid. The world does not need your intention, it needs your execution. Keep your intention private until it can no longer be hidden because of the greatness of your results. And let me tell you the great tragedy that befalls those who violate this law. They reveal their plans, receive premature praise, and fall into rest. Their imagination grows weak. Their faith is satisfied too early. And when resistance comes, as it always does, they have no reserves to draw upon. Their work dies halfway. Their promise withers. Their dream is buried in the graveyard of spoken but unfinished intentions. But you, yes, you who listen, must not fall to this error. Let your silence become your sword. Let your stillness become your furnace. Let your quiet resolve outlast the noise of the world. There will be those who ask what you're working on. Smile, nod, say nothing. Let them wonder. For every question you do not answer, your power increases. Every time you restrain your tongue, your will becomes sharper. Write your purpose, burn it into your mind, repeat it aloud to yourself each morning and night, but speak not of it to the curious or the doubtful. Do not cast the pearl of your aim before those who cannot understand it. Let your silence become your prayer. Let it become your shield against the noise, the judgment, and the distraction of the world. Let this be your affirmation. I speak only when it strengthens my faith. I remain silent when it protects my power. I tell no one until it is done. Every man who ever built something of lasting value learned to suffer the weight of isolation. But in that isolation, he forged greatness. He became immune to mockery, hardened to delay, and faithful to his definite chief aim. Silence was his sanctuary, and it must become yours if you would rise above the crowd of dreamers who speak and do nothing. Speak with your actions. Let your labor declare your plan. Let the sound of your effort become the music of your life. And when you emerge, complete, victorious, unbreakable, then and only then shall your silence turn to a roar. Until then, hold your peace. Guard it as you would guard your treasure. Let others waste their breath. You build in silence, and the world will soon be forced to listen. Great men act before they explain. They build in silence and speak only when the structure stands. The man who talks before he moves seeks approval. The man who moves before he talks seeks dominion. Words are wind until the deed is done. Let the weak announce themselves. Let the builder construct in secret. This is the law. Motion before declaration, action before explanation. Rockefeller moved with quiet force. He acquired refineries without broadcasting his intent. He built networks behind closed doors. While others spoke of dreams, he was busy building empires. And when he finally spoke, it was not theory, it was fact. He who talks before moving exposes a crack in faith. He is seeking applause in place of action. But he who acts needs no confirmation. His confidence is in the law, not the noise. Every time you share your plans, you invite resistance. The subconscious mind begins to think it has already succeeded because you celebrated too early. This false reward dilutes your force. It creates comfort where there should be drive. Speak of your vision only after the work is undeniable. The path must be walked before it is shown. The machine must run before it is revealed. Until then, guard it like sacred fire. Do not explain your habits. Do not justify your calendar. Do not seek applause for your discipline. Let your growth speak by results. Let your calendar reflect your creed. The man who moves first gains power. He does not wait for consensus. He does not require agreement. He builds step by step, stone by stone, without need of recognition. And one day, his structure stands while others are still debating. Move in the direction of your aim every day. Do not speak it into the wind. Speak it only to your mind, your will, your spirit. Let the outer world observe once it is done. Edison did not go to the world announcing the electric light. He experimented in silence. He failed quietly. He persisted while others ridiculed, and when the light finally burned, no words were necessary. The world was lit. Can you move without being seen? Can you build without applause? Can you advance without discussion? That is the test of power. Men of noise often stall. They exchange their strength for storytelling. They feed their self-image with imagination rather than action. But law does not obey image. It obeys work. Law respects structure. When you take daily action toward your vision, you affirm belief. When you announce that vision before it is ready, you gamble your strength on opinion. Work in silence. Refine your plans in solitude. Fortify your aim through action. And when your actions have built the structure, then let it speak. No man argues with results. The work you do in secret becomes the force you carry in public. The repetitions, the silence, the strategy. They build a reservoir of inner certainty. When you finally speak, you speak as one who has conquered. Most men reverse the law. They speak early and act late. They announce loudly and execute faintly. Their confidence is rented, not earned. But the builder walks in the opposite direction. He starts early, he speaks little, he acts repeatedly. And one day, when the world looks for the source of power, they find it in him. Your confidence must not come from praise. It must come from progress. Build in secret. Plant in silence. Water with discipline. And let the harvest reveal the truth. Repeat this aloud. I act first, I speak last. I let my work reveal my law. Let this become your creed. Let this become your rhythm. Let this protect your vision from theft, from weakness, from premature praise. And if the world asks what you are building, say nothing, smile. Keep building. They will see soon enough. Failure begins not in action, but in idle speech. The man who speaks without completion betrays his vision before it has strength. He weakens his own foundation with the noise of opinion, the weight of doubt, the trap of approval. Every time you voice your aim to those who do not understand it, you risk surrendering it. Their confusion becomes your conflict. Their doubt becomes your distraction. You absorb their uncertainty until it becomes your own. Men are too quick to seek counsel, but not all counsel is wise. Not all ears are worthy. Not all questions are honest. And not all smiles are sincere. I did not reveal my purpose in writing Think and Grow Rich to the world before it was born. I knew what would happen. They would call it fantasy. They would call it ambition without proof. They would ask for guarantees. And if I had listened, I would have doubted. I would have quit. The book would not exist. You must understand, some men are not malicious, but they are fearful, and their fear is contagious. Their worry is dressed as logic. Their doubt is spoken in the language of care, but it poisons just the same. The man who repeats his aim only to his mastermind, he is wise. He understands the sacredness of purpose. He does not expose it to the winds of common talk. Speak your goal to those who are building their own. They will strengthen you. But keep it from the idle, the uncommitted, the drifting, for they will drag your vision into the mud of uncertainty. Remember this. Many great failures began with a simple conversation, a word shared with the wrong ear, a doubt accepted from the wrong mouth. The enemy is not always outside. Often it is the echo of what you allowed others to say to you. What is spoken cannot be unspoken. What is heard cannot be unheard. So protect your mind, shield it, guard it like a fortress. Every word you allow in becomes part of the soil from which your thoughts grow. Say this aloud. I protect my purpose with silence. I do not share with those who do not build. Rockefeller built empires quietly. He chose his counsel with surgical precision. He knew that even one voice of uncertainty could slow his momentum. You must become like this, ruthless in your protection of the seed. Ask yourself, who have you told your aim to? Did they build it, or did they challenge it? Did they water it, or did they cast shadow over it? You must never feel guilt for keeping your purpose sacred. You must not explain yourself to the unqualified. Your vision is not a topic for debate. It is a decree. Words are like tools. Misused, they destroy. Well placed, they build. Do not tell a man your dream who has never built one of his own. He will not understand. He will give you advice shaped by limitation. He will speak from his fear and label it wisdom. You need only a few voices. Voices of discipline, voices of structure, voices of law. And if you do not yet have such voices, then speak only to the infinite. Speak to yourself. Speak to your subconscious until the dream is real enough to need no defense. Let silence become your armor. Let your results be your statement. Let your progress be the proof. Remember, most men are not aiming at anything. So when they hear your aim, they feel exposed. And they will attack not out of evil, but out of discomfort. Do not be angry at this. Be aware, be wise, be disciplined, and walk forward. Repeat again, I protect my purpose with silence. I do not share with those who do not build. This is law. Build your vision in private, sharpen it through repetition, strengthen it with daily motion, and speak only when the structure stands. Let the others talk, let them guess, let them doubt. Your aim is not to be known, it is to be built. And when it is built, it will answer every question, without a word. A man's power is not proven by how many words he speaks, but by how many acts he completes. You must learn this early. Every minute spent in explanation is 1 minute stolen from execution. Every conversation about what you plan to do is a delay in what you are meant to build. The world is not moved by talkers. It is moved by doers. The crowd speaks often, but achieves little. The builder speaks little, but accomplishes much. Why? Because he spends his energy in silence, shaping reality, while others waste theirs describing dreams. You must not fall into the trap of premature speech. The more you talk, the more pressure you place upon yourself. You begin to imagine the praise, the reward, the outcome, and you lose the tension necessary to finish. You have already tasted the fruit in imagination, and so you no longer hunger to harvest it. This is why silence is not weakness. It is structure. It holds your energy. It keeps your edge. It builds the pressure needed for power. I have seen men ruin their destiny through endless announcements. They become addicted to the applause of unfinished beginnings. They declare every goal, every ambition, every plan. And when the world does not react as they hope, they retreat in shame. They begin to doubt what was once clear. But the man who stays silent builds a rhythm. He acts while others talk. He lays bricks while others write speeches. And in time, while they are still describing what they want to do, he has done it. Charles M. Schwab was not known for excessive talking. He was known for output. He built structures, teams, enterprises, because his calendar was filled with decisions and delivery, not discussion. You must live this way. Schedule your execution, measure your movement, let others talk, let them speculate, let them ask what you are up to, and give them no answer but consistency. Say this aloud. I speak with my actions. I work while they talk. I rise while they wonder. There is something sacred about the man who holds his tongue and moves his feet. He carries a quiet storm. His silence is not ignorance. It is discipline. He does not explain himself because he knows what he is doing. He does not invite opinions because he has already decided. You must become this man. Do not fill your days with calls, conversations, and updates about the future. Fill your days with the law, with structured hours, repeated affirmations, completed tasks. Let your schedule speak. Let your results answer every question. The world respects silence when it leads to something real. Ask yourself now, how much time have you wasted talking about what you should do? How much energy have you drained sharing plans you never built? How many people know your vision? While your hands remain empty, this must stop. From this moment forward, you shall obey a new rule and no explanation without execution. If you have not moved, do not speak. If you have not built, do not announce. If you have not obeyed the law of repetition, then you are not yet worthy to describe your dream. You must build first. You must train yourself to enjoy the process more than the praise. The subconscious mind does not care about how many people you tell your plan to. It cares about what you do repeatedly in silence. That is what becomes identity. That is what shapes habit. That is what produces riches. The man who talks much and builds little does not deceive others. He deceives himself. But the man who builds without noise becomes inevitable. They do not see him coming. They do not prepare for him. And when he appears, they cannot deny him. Because he has proof, he has structure, he has law. And so I tell you again, I speak with my actions. I work while they talk. I rise while they wonder. This is not a speech of fantasy. This is not a lecture of dreams. This is a call to law, a call to sacred structure, a call to withdraw your need to explain and replace it with a command to do. Let your identity be formed in silence. Let your victories be quiet. Let your presence grow like a seed in the soil until it breaks through and the world must notice, not because you asked them to, not because you explained yourself, but because you became the man you were meant to be without saying a word. When Thomas Edison lit the world, he did not gather a crowd and explain the years of silent labor. He did not host a meeting to justify his delay or declare his schedule to skeptics. He simply turned on the light, and the darkness surrendered, without fanfare, without argument, without demand for attention. The result revealed the man. The product spoke louder than any theory. The light needed no defense. You must do the same. There is a sacred power in silent execution. There is strength in staying quiet while you build, staying invisible while you construct, staying unknown while you prepare. You owe no explanation for the seed you plant, only the fruit it yields. Do not teach the world your method. Demonstrate your results. Talkers are abundant. Builders are rare. The world is not moved by what you intend. It is moved by what you complete. Plans whispered to others will dissolve in the heat of doubt, but plans spoken into your subconscious, repeated with faith, acted upon daily. Those plans rise into visible reality. Those plans become stone, become steel, become success. I say to you now, let your growth mature in silence. Let your ambition take root where no wind of ridicule can uproot it. Let your faith grow in soil untouched by fear. Do not allow the unqualified to witness your becoming. A young man once said to me, I have a grand idea. I've shared it with many, and none believe it can work. And I replied, that is your first mistake. You shared it too early. You scattered your seed among stones. You see, premature exposure invites theft, invites criticism, invites spiritual interference. The seed must be protected while it is soft, while it is vulnerable. Only when the roots are deep, only when the foundation is set, only when the structure stands on its own, only then may you reveal. When I first conceived of the philosophy of success, I told no one. not until the idea had matured, not until the words had formed into lessons, not until the law had proven itself in my own life. For I understood, if I speak too soon, I weaken the force. But if I wait, the fruit will make the tree undeniable. Even the master builders of the world obey this law. Andrew Carnegie did not announce his first fortune. He simply earned it. Charles Schwab did not host a press conference when he organized his great business plans. He simply delivered. And when Henry Ford envisioned the motor car for the common man, he was laughed at. So he stopped explaining. He worked in silence. And the machine proved his genius. You must protect your power the same way. The soil of your soul is not public property. Guard it. The vision that was given to you was not meant for everyone's approval. It was meant for your obedience. You must protect your plans with silence until they are shielded by proof. Let others wonder, let others speculate, but reveal only what is done. Reveal only the finished book, not the drafts. Reveal only the result, not the outline. Reveal the transformed life, not the intention to change. Why? Because what is revealed too early is killed in public opinion. It is dissected by doubters. It is pulled apart by weak minds. The unprepared world is a poor nursery for a sacred vision. Let the thing grow in secret, in strength, in solitude. And when the fruit is ripe, when the structure is finished, when the work is undeniable, step back and let the world see. For the completed work needs no defense. It will explain itself, it will teach, it will shine, it will speak. This is what Edison knew. This is what Ford understood. This is what every man who has ever created something of true worth obeyed. The law of sacred silence until the result is ripe. And I tell you now, you must learn to be the keeper of your own temple. Speak only to infinite intelligence. Speak only to your written aim. Speak only to your daily action. Let the rest remain in silence. Let the world see your excellence only after it can no longer be denied. Keep your process a secret. Share only the harvest, for the harvest alone will silence your critics, reward your faith, and inspire your generation. Let these words become a part of your being. Affirmation. I reveal only what is complete. I respect my vision. I protect my power. Repeat it morning and night until your voice no longer seeks permission, until your silence grows louder than noise, until your work reveals the man you have become. Let the light you build speak. You now know the cost of early speech. You have seen how premature exposure bleeds strength. You have felt how silence, when harnessed, sharpens the mind, protects the aim, and multiplies results. You have understood that your greatest friend is discretion, your greatest weapon is decision, and your greatest shield is unshakable faith held within. This is not theory. This is power. You were not born to explain. You were born to build. You were not born to convince. You were born to conquer. Your imagination is not for entertainment. It is for creation. Your faith is not for applause. It is for achievement. Your speech is not for reaction. It is for instruction. And instruction must first be given to your own mind. From this day, let your conversation be with your own subconscious mind. Tell it what you demand of life. Repeat it until it believes. Let your mouth deliver commands to your spirit, not complaints to the world. Tell yourself, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Say it until it becomes bone, until it becomes will, until no outside voice can penetrate your internal law. Let your plans grow in privacy. Let your structure rise in silence. Let your habits speak, your actions shout, your results thunder. And never forget, the seed was not designed to boast. The tree does not need applause to grow. The fruit does not need a witness to ripen. All of nature obeys the law of silence. The sun does not declare its return. It simply rises. The lion does not announce its hunger. It simply hunts. The oak does not justify its strength. It simply stands. Do the same. Work in silence, finish in power, reveal only what is done. I have walked the path of silence. I have learned its law through pain and persistence. I have seen men rise when they stopped explaining. I have seen fortunes born in the privacy of thought and the secrecy of effort. And I now hand you this sacred command. Do not speak until the work is complete. Your vision is not a topic, it is a task. Your purpose is not for presentation, it is for proof. Your gift is not for performance, it is for impact. From now on, speak only what strengthens, write only what instructs, share only what uplifts, reveal only what is done. Final affirmation. I no longer announce, I execute, I no longer explain. I building, I no longer need permission, I have power. Speak it daily, whisper it before sleep, declare it at dawn. Let this become your new identity. Let the world see your transformation only when it is finished. Let them marvel, let them wonder, let them ask, where did you come from? And you will know, I came from silence. I came from the inner chamber of faith. I came from a place where no man could interfere. I came from the sacred fire of daily decision, and now I arrive, completed. Obey this law of silence, and your work will grow in strength, your mind in faith, and your riches in abundance. Speak less, move more, finish quietly. Let the world discover what you became when you told no one. What if I told you that you could make $1 million in 24 hours, even if today you are buried in debt, with no savings, no assets, no family connections, no wealthy friends to lend a hand? What if I told you that you could cross from poverty into prosperity faster than the clock strikes its next cycle? Even if you have failed in business, wasted years drifting, and find yourself now with nothing to show but regret? You would call me extreme. You would laugh in disbelief. You would whisper to yourself, it cannot be so. But I tell you, I have seen fortunes turn in a single day. I have witnessed wealth rush toward a man as sudden as a storm, while his neighbor waited decades in vain. And I say to you now, it is not chance, it is not accident, it is not luck, it is law. A law hidden from the multitude because they would rather mock than obey. A law the rich will never shout from the rooftops because they know most men will not pay the price of definiteness. You are thinking, how? How could this be? Do not rush. If I were to give you the answer in one word, you would dismiss it as too simple, too unbelievable. That is why I will not hand you the treasure in a sentence. I will walk you into it law by law until your own mind cannot escape the conclusion. By the end of this speech, you will not only believe that great wealth can arrive in 24 hours, you will know why and how. But before I show you, let me place a warning before your eyes. If you treat this as mere entertainment, if you drift while you listen, if you take these words as inspiration but not as command, you will gain nothing. You will walk away exactly as you came, poor, doubtful, waiting for someday. This law does not honor the lazy. It bows only to the definite. Think of this. Why does one man remain stuck for 30 years in the same misery, while another secures his fortune in a single day? Why does one man accumulate nothing but bills and disappointment, while another walks into opportunity as though it were prepared for him alone? The difference is not education, not inheritance, not connections. It is something far greater, far more mysterious, and far more available to you than to the men who pretend to be your betters. Frank W. Gonzalez discovered it when he stood in his pulpit and declared, "What I would do if I had $1 million." He had no million, no wealthy allies, no earthly reason to expect that his words would be answered. Yet within 24 hours, the fortune was his. Not because of chance, but because his words carried definiteness, desire, faith, and decision. He preached as though the money were already in his hands, and by morning the world had obeyed him. This is the law you are about to hear. The law that riches flee from vagueness and leap toward definiteness. The law that time itself bends when desire burns white hot. The law that money, already in circulation, is drawn to the man who commands it with purpose. You will not hear this in schools. You will not hear this from the mouths of the rich, but you will hear it here. So listen carefully as though your future depends upon it, because it does. For the next few minutes, let every other thought fall away. Hold nothing but this question in your mind. What if I too could awaken tomorrow on the road to fortune? By the end of this speech, that question will no longer be fantasy. It will be a command you can issue, if you will. Introduction. The hour hand of riches obeys fire. You ask me how soon riches will answer your call. I tell you plainly, wealth comes at the speed of your burning desire, and not one moment sooner. Men wait on years, on seasons, on fortune, while the law of riches waits on them. If a man sets his heart aflame with such intensity that his thought becomes command, the world of causes bends swiftly, sometimes in years, sometimes in days, sometimes in hours. This law is not theory, it is record. I have seen fortunes move with the suddenness of a storm after months of stillness. The timid call it luck, but the honest student knows it as the sudden reward of desire that at last reached the heat of command. When the heart burns white hot, time itself contracts. What would take decades to the wavering may take a night to the definite. Let me show you this truth through the story of Frank W. Gonzalez, a young minister in Chicago. He announced a sermon with the daring title, "What I Would Do If I Had $1 Million." He did not mount the pulpit as a beggar hoping for alms. He spoke as one who already held the key. His words carried no timidity, no speculation. They carried decision. He painted a vision of a school where young men would be trained to think and to work in the same hour, where education would not be theory without practice, nor practice without philosophy. He spoke as though the $1 million were already in his hands, as though the brick and mortar already stood, as though the voices of grateful students already rang in its halls. The next morning, a messenger came from Philip D. Armour, the great packer. "Young man," Armour said, "if you will put your sermon into deeds, you shall have your $1 million." And from that decision was born the Armour Institute of Technology. Do not miss the lesson. One definite desire declared with fire drew $1 million overnight. What steps brought that $1 million? First, a purpose written in the heart so clearly it could not be mistaken. Second, a mind heated by faith until every word carried authority. Third, a plan spoken so vividly that listeners saw it. Fourth, the courage to speak as one who commands, not as one who begs. With those 4 steps, the $1 million was not chased, it arrived. Men ask me, can wealth truly come in 24 hours? I say, if 30 years of drifting still chain you, do not quarrel with the clock. Quarrel with the drift. Yet know this, when desire reaches the heat of command, fortunes do indeed arrive with astonishing speed. Many men have awakened one morning poor and lain down at night rich, for they finally decided. You must learn to distinguish wishing from desiring. Wishes are smoke, desire is fire. Wishes drift with idle talk. Desire fixes its eyes, burns in silence, and moves the limbs to action. Frank Gonzalez did not wish. He declared. Armour did not pity. He invested. The $1 million did not stroll. It hurried, because purpose had summoned it with unmistakable fire. Understand this law. Wealth is not drawn by chance, but by definiteness. Riches are timid around the wavering. They leap toward the bold. The money you seek is already employed by someone else. It will change hands when you prove the stronger master. The purse of the world is not scattered at random. It flows to order, to clarity, to strength. Do not waste your breath on luck. Luck is the name weak men give to the harvest of definite men. When you hear a rich man shrug, "I was fortunate," look behind him. You will see ledgers of definite figures, pages of plans, councils of allies, records of services rendered before reward. He speaks of fortune because he knows the crowd will not believe in method. But method is what crowned him. And now you would know the method. Here are the 7 rules that, when obeyed together, form the band success formula. They will sound like iron to ears, softened by drift, but to the ready they are keys to command. Use one without the others and you will limp. Use all together and you will run. Before you take the first step, bind yourself to a vow. Say aloud, I will no longer drift. I will write my purpose. I will heed it with faith. I will bind myself by decision. I will plan and move. I will enlist allied minds. I will give more than I am paid, and I will insist upon results. That vow is your passport across the border that separates drifters from masters. Ask me again how soon wealth can arrive, and I answer with the story you have just heard. The distance between want and wealth was one night's sleep. The sermon was not magic. It was definiteness with heat. The same law is waiting upon you now. If your desire is lukewarm, do not accuse the law. Kindle your fire, and the hour hand itself will hurry. Rule 1, write the decree. The world obeys definiteness. Wealth begins not in vaults, but on paper. The first act of a master is to put his purpose into writing. The drifting man talks in clouds. The definite man writes in stone. Take your pen and decree the exact sum you will possess, the date by which it will be yours, and the service you shall give in return. A man who will not write will not reign. Paper without ink is the birthplace of drifting. You may speak with zeal, you may dream with fervor, but until you write, you have not yet commanded yourself. Kings of industry first became kings of a page. Rockefeller wrote his figures before he moved oil. Carnegie wrote capacities before he forged steel. Ford sketched lines of motion before machines marched. Writing is creation's first discipline. Do not think it childish to write sums and dates. Money is timid around vague men, bold with the bold. If you write with clarity, you impress your own subconscious and send forth an order that infinite intelligence can translate into circumstance. Money that is not assigned wanders. Money that has a master's order hastens to serve. Name the uses for your money. The subconscious does not obey mist, but image. Write what it will buy, what service it will fund, what gift it will make. If you write, I shall acquire $50,000 by December 31st through organizing a sales company to distribute, you have struck the law with precision. Vagueness begets vagueness. Clarity begets clarity. Each morning and night, read your decree aloud. Do not mumble as one ashamed. Speak as a herald of your own destiny. Your subconscious responds not to idle words, but to repeated declarations soaked in emotion. Words clothed in heat are seeds. They fall into the deep soil of the mind, and there they root, bloom, and return as ideas, allies, and opportunities. Timid men reap timid harvests. They speak as though half afraid their words will be overheard by doubt. Speak as one who commands, not as one who begs. Speak with thanksgiving, as though the decree were already honored. Gratitude before possession is faith's signature. It convinces the subconscious that the wealth exists, and then it begins to arrange the evidence. Consider Edwin C. Barnes. He wrote his decree not on paper, but on his very life. He declared, I will be business associate to Thomas A. Edison. He did not say, I hope to work for him. He said, I will work with him. His appearance was shabby, his pockets empty, yet his decree was rich. In time, his body walked into the office where his imagination had long sat. The decree preceded the desk. Barnes's pen was his will. His ink was his determination. He spoke his partnership into existence by wearing it in thought, declaring it in desire, and backing it in persistence. The drifting young men around him sought wages. Barnes sought decree, and the decree obeyed him. Let me give you an affirmation for this law. Speak it with firmness. I decree my wealth with definiteness. My pen is law. My tongue is command. My subconscious obeys. Infinite intelligence supplies. Opportunity appears. I act. I do not drift. I write. I decide. I persist. My decree is the mold into which my fortune is poured. Repeat it until you feel it steel. You will be tempted to bury your decree under the vague shelter of someday. That is fear clothed as prudence. Do not permit it. If the date proves too ambitious, you may adjust the clock, but never adjust the definiteness. A moving hand on the calendar does not break the law, but a fogged decree dissolves into nothing. Better to err with bold precision than to rot in haze. Every empire of wealth began with a line on paper. Rockefeller wrote down figures before oil became empire. Carnegie jotted plans of capacity before furnaces roared. Ford drew diagrams of motion before wheels turned. A decree is prophecy in uniform. The world does not bow to dreams unspoken. It bows to written laws of men who refuse to drift. Guard your decree from idle chatter. Do not parade it before doubters who will sow seeds of mockery. It is your law, not theirs. Show them results, not sentences. The decree is a covenant between your conscious will and your subconscious power. Treat it with reverence. When the harvest comes, critics will say, "You are fortunate." You will know you are definite. The act of writing is not mere ritual. It is command in visible form. Your eyes behold your words, your lips rehearse them, your mind absorbs them. Each sense is enlisted until the decree saturates your being. That saturation is faith. Faith is the magnet. The decree is the pole. Wealth is the iron. Once aligned, the attraction is inevitable. Say it again. My decree is my law. My pen is my throne. My words are my command. My fortune obeys me because I am definite. I am not a drifter. I am a master. I write, I speak, I act, and I persist. My decree precedes my riches, and my riches follow my decree. Barnes proved it. Rockefeller proved it. Carnegie proved it. You must now prove it. Take your pen, write, fix your sum, fix your date, fix your service, fix your plan, then speak morning and night. Carry it until your limbs obey it, until your mind sees it, until your life reveals it. This is the first law. Write the decree. The world obeys definiteness. Rule 2. Ignite the furnace. Desire until the air burns. A decree written cold is a winter sun, light without heat. It gives no harvest. Desire is the flame that turns the decree into a living law. Until your purpose becomes burning desire, it is a wish. Wishes are weak, but desire is fierce. When your heart is set aflame, the world bends, men respond, and opportunities hasten as though ordered by a general. Drifting men say, "I would like to be rich," but their words carry no heat, and so nothing moves. But when a man declares, "I must be rich, I will serve, I will persist, I will pay any lawful price," that fire leaps into his step, sharpens his mind, and draws allies. Desire is not passive, it is active fire, and the fire itself creates its fortune. Recall Frank W. Gonzalez and his $1,000,000 sermon. He did not beg, "If I had $1,000,000, perhaps I could." He set the room aflame with a vision of a school. His desire was so vivid that Philip D. Armour felt its heat from his seat. Armour supplied the $1,000,000 not from pity, but from certainty. He saw a man already in possession of the desire. This is the secret. The world does not respond to empty wishes. It responds to burning certainty. Gonzalez spoke as though the school already stood. Armour invested in fire, not in frailty. One sermon, one white-hot desire, and $1,000,000 appeared. That is the furnace. The desire itself is the magnet, the heat, and the proof. How then do you kindle such fire? Begin by seeing your aim with every sense awake. Picture what it looks like. Hear what it will sound like. Feel what it will bring. Count the cost you will pay, and count the blessings it will deliver. The subconscious mind is moved by vivid images. Lukewarm, vague fancies leave it cold. Tie your desire to service greater than yourself. The heart burns fiercest when it blesses others. Armour gave his million not because of Gonzales's need, but because of his vision to train youth. If your desire fattens only your belly, the soul will grow weary. But if your desire builds, blesses, and uplifts, infinite intelligence lends its fire. Desire transforms you into a magnet. You will notice books, men, and occasions moving toward you as iron filings to a charge. This is not witchcraft. It is the natural law of a mind finally definite. Desire gives off a fragrance. Buyers, helpers, investors catch it. Cold thought has no fragrance, but desire makes the air burn with conviction. Say with me, I permit no lukewarm thought. My desire is fire. It heats my word, quickens my step, and hardens my will. That heat draws men, money, and means. I deserve wealth because I serve greatly. I require wealth because my purpose is large. Desire is my furnace. I stoke it morning and night. Guard your flame. Every day has chillers, idle company, foolish jest, words of fear and news of ruin. They are buckets of water upon your furnace. Keep close to men and books that fan your fire. Keep far from those who wet your wood. Desire grows not only by fuel, but by protection. A furnace covered with ash loses its heat. Barnes kept his fire alive for years before Edison saw it. 5 years he labored in humble posts, yet in his mind the fire never dimmed. He was already Edison's partner in thought long before the contract arrived. A weak desire would have grown cold. His burning desire made the years serve as fuel until the furnace broke open the door. Desire must be written, spoken, and guarded, but above all it must be felt. Without emotion, the decree is brittle. With emotion, it glows like steel. The subconscious mind answers emotion more quickly than reason. You must therefore feel your wealth before you hold it, see it before you touch it, live it in your spirit before you live it in your home. Repeat again, my desire burns like fire. I feel it, I live it, I command it. I attract men, means, and moments because I am aflame with purpose. I do not wish, I desire. I do not hope, I decide. My furnace glows, my destiny approaches. The timid will call you obsessed. Let them. Obsession with drifting is ruin. Obsession with definiteness is triumph. Every man who altered history was consumed by his desire. Lincoln desired unity, though the nation bled. Edison desired light, though the night mocked him 10,000 times. Ford desired wheels in every home, though experts laughed. Each kept the furnace burning. So must you. Let desire consume hesitation, devour excuses, and melt fear. Each time you speak, stoke the fire. Each time you plan, throw on more fuel. Each time you act, watch the flames leap higher. Wealth is timid with cold men. Wealth hurries toward the hot. Ignite your furnace until the air itself burns. Rule 3. Speak the law. Auto-suggestion that turns brass into gold. Thought is a soldier, but words are the trumpet that sends it marching. You may think strongly, but until you speak, your thought has not yet become command. The subconscious mind does not argue with you. It accepts the voice of authority. And the only authority it recognizes is the word repeated with faith and emotion, spoken as law, never as chance. Auto-suggestion is the channel through which desire and decree are carried into the subconscious. It is the means by which thought becomes flesh, the law becomes deed. The rich practice it daily, though they rarely name it. They repeat their decrees, they affirm their power, they picture their goal while speaking it. Brass thoughts are transmuted into gold actions through this steady repetition. Each morning, upon rising, take your written decree in hand. Read it aloud as one who issues orders to an army. Do not murmur as one doubtful. Stand firm, speak slow, feel every word. Say the sum, the date, the service, the blessing. Each night, before rest, repeat it again. until your subconscious accepts it as a completed fact and begins to arrange the evidence in your life. Edison commanded his mind in this way. He did not sit waiting for inspiration like a beggar. He told his inner shop what to deliver, then went to work. He spoke to his subconscious with definiteness. I will produce light. Though thousands of failures came, the inner shop kept producing ideas until at last the decree was fulfilled. Say with me, I see the sum. I name the service. I declare the date. I bless the ones who will be served. I am calm. I am grateful. I am certain. My decree is done. The evidence comes to me. I act as though I already possess it. I walk as one whose order is fulfilled. Speak it until your tongue feels like a king's scepter. Do not hurry these words. Let them drop into your mind like seeds into black soil. Too many rush through affirmations as though they were chores. The subconscious does not respond to hurried sound. It responds to steady, heated declaration. Feel the decree. Speak with thanksgiving in advance. Gratitude is faith with work clothes on. It convinces the subconscious the harvest is already yours. Remember, faith and emotion are the heat. Words spoken cold are brass. Words spoken hot become gold. When you speak with passion, your subconscious accepts. When you speak with certainty, infinite intelligence responds. The inner court goes to work silently, gathering allies, arranging meetings, bringing insights, showing paths you had not seen before. But beware errors. Do not boast to the crowd. Do not scatter your decree before doubters. Public boasting is vanity, not auto-suggestion. Gossiping your plan weakens it. Speak inwardly, not outwardly. Prove your law by action, not chatter. Men will help the worker, but they will laugh at the talker. The flower does not shout while it is seed. It works silently until it blooms. Barnes, before his partnership with Edison, repeated to himself daily that he was Edison's business associate. He had no proof, no contract, no wage worth mentioning, but his tongue rehearsed the decree until his subconscious believed it. His actions then aligned with it, and one day Edison gave him the chance. Brass thought had been turned into gold fact. Say again, my word is law to me. I obey my decree. My subconscious accepts and supplies. Infinite intelligence aligns with me. I do not doubt. I do not drift. I speak, I feel, I act, and I persist. My words are the trumpet. My mind is the army. My decree is the campaign, and my victory is certain. Do not underestimate repetition. The subconscious obeys habit, not whim. If you speak once, it barely notices. If you speak daily, morning and night with fire, it engraves the order as law. The engraving is permanent. Once engraved, the subconscious cannot resist delivering. Many call this law mystical. It is only obedience to habit. Gratitude seals the process. Thank God in advance. Thank Him as though the harvest were already delivered. This act of thanksgiving is not empty. It is evidence of faith. The subconscious translates it as fact. Infinite intelligence reads it as certainty. The universe loves the man who gives thanks before he receives. Such a man never waits long for proof. Now, take this drill. For 7 nights before bed, close your eyes, speak your decree aloud, picture yourself in possession of it, and feel gratitude for it. Keep a record of any ideas, names, or insights that come to you upon waking. Many fortunes have begun as dawn thoughts, planted by the seeds of nighttime auto-suggestion. Your fortune waits on your obedience. The timid call this self-hypnosis. The wise call it command. You are not fooling yourself when you speak. You are training yourself. You are feeding the furnace of desire, engraving the order in your inner shop, instructing the workers who never sleep. This is how brass thought is hammered into golden fact. Rule 4, lend me your wings, the mastermind that doubles your power. No man becomes a tycoon by the solitary power of his own brain. One mind, however strong, is limited. 2 or more minds, united in harmony and bound to a definite purpose, generate a third invisible mind greater than all. This is the mastermind principle. It is the private secret of the wealthy, the wings that lifted them above ordinary men. When minds meet in discord, nothing happens but quarrel. When minds meet in harmony, a current flows, ideas multiply, courage deepens, and power gathers. It is like striking flint against steel, sparks leap. The mastermind is not mere partnership, it is fusion. It is not conversation, it is creation. It is the law that multiplies human energy into fortune. Andrew Carnegie admitted openly that his fortune would have been impossible without this law. He surrounded himself with men more skilled than himself. Schwab brought boldness, Gary brought order, others brought knowledge. Alone they were strong. Together they became a magnet that pulled iron from the earth and gold from the markets. That invisible mind among them multiplied every stroke. Charles Schwab was lifted by this law. He was not the most brilliant engineer nor the wealthiest investor, but his energy, his ability to unite men in harmony, his knack for keeping a room electric made him indispensable. Carnegie once said Schwab's faith and fire added millions to the coffers. That was the mastermind at work, two men combining into something greater. Do not confuse this law with ordinary alliances. Many sit in meetings where envy, fear, and vanity choke the air. That is not mastermind, that is drift. To create a mastermind, the air must be clean, the aim must be definite, and the members must unite with harmony. Discord drains, harmony charges. How then do you assemble such a power? Choose men and women who are strong in knowledge, firm in character, and definite in purpose. Character first, knowledge second. A crooked mind will bend the beam of the entire group. One envious spirit can poison the well. Better a few in harmony than a multitude in discord. Hold regular councils. Begin each with the decree, the definite aim. Place obstacles on the table, not as walls, but as drafts to be improved. Invite criticism that is clean, not cruel. Keep vanity outside. Record decisions as law. Each member departs with a task. When you meet again, proofs are laid down. This rhythm forges power. Say with me, we meet in harmony for a definite purpose. Our minds unite. A greater mind presides. We give more than we take. We speak with faith. We decide with clarity. We depart with action. Discord cannot dwell among us. Harmony is our music. Success is our song. Speak this in every gathering until it becomes law. History records the fruits of such councils. The creation of United States Steel was not the work of one man. It was the product of minds united. Carnegie's vision, Schwab's fire, Morgan's capital, Gary's discipline. The mastermind was present, and iron became the backbone of a nation. The scale of that fortune was equal to the scale of harmony. Edison himself, though a genius, depended on a mastermind. His laboratory was not a lonely room, but a hive. He gathered assistants, thinkers, craftsmen, each contributing. Edison provided the vision, but the harmony of many minds built the reality. His genius was magnified by their union. He lent them his wings, they lent him theirs, and together they flew. Affirm this: I do not walk alone. I choose allies of faith, character, and skill. We meet in harmony, we act in definiteness, we persist in unity. Out of our meeting arises a mind greater than ours. That mind serves our aim, strengthens our courage, multiplies our ideas, and hastens our fortune. We are not drifters, we are creators. Do not mistake isolation for strength. The lone wolf starves, the flock thrives. The rich guard this secret because they know most men will not pay the price of harmony. Envy is easier than cooperation. Pride is easier than submission. But the man who masters himself enough to unite with others in harmony is the man who multiplies his wings. Your mastermind may begin small, 2 men meeting weekly. Do not despise it. 2 minds united sincerely can draw upon infinite intelligence. Begin where you are. Choose carefully. Meet faithfully. Keep harmony. Keep definiteness. Keep records. Watch how swiftly courage rises, plans multiply, and opportunities appear. That is the invisible hand of the master mind. Say again, we lend each other wings. Our harmony multiplies power. Our definiteness directs it. Our persistence sustains it. Our success proves it. Rule 5. Spend the day before you earn it. Go the extra mile this hour. The world pays most men only once by wage, but the man who will be wealthy is paid twice, once by his present purse, and again by the treasure his extra service buys. To render more and better service than you are paid for is the arithmetic of greatness. It is the seed law. No man who obeys it can remain poor, for the shadow of service is always reward. You cannot escape this law, whether you serve grudgingly or royally. If you serve with stingy effort, the shadow is poverty. If you serve with abundance, the shadow is wealth. The poor refuse this truth because it demands faith. They say, I will do more when I am paid more, but the rich discovered, I am paid more when I do more. Think of F.W. Woolworth. Before his chain of stores covered America, he was a clerk who swept floors. But he swept with care, watched customers, studied their desires. His extra service purchased tomorrow's counters. That dust on his broom was gold in disguise. His employer paid him a wage. The law of service paid him a fortune. Edwin C. Barnes, before he signed a contract with Edison, did the humble tasks others despised. He carried papers, fetched supplies, learned the machines, but he did them with the pride of a partner, not the complaint of a servant. His extra service proved his decree. Edison gave him the chance not because he begged, but because he demonstrated fitness through service beyond pay. Render more than you are paid for, and you are proving faith. You are declaring, I believe so fully in my future reward that I can afford to sow now. Faith without this act is pretense. Faith clothed in service is irresistible. Employers, investors, buyers, they all recognize this silent proof. Extra service is the advertisement of destiny. Say with me, I am paid by two masters, today's purse and tomorrow's treasure. I serve both. I give without counting. I do more than is asked, better than is required. Reward follows me like a shadow. I cannot escape it. I do not wait to be paid to serve. I serve, and therefore I am paid. The poor scoff at this, for they see only the short term. They believe giving extra is waste. But the wealthy know that the law never fails. Every extra seed finds soil. Every seed becomes harvest. The time of reaping may vary, but the certainty is fixed. Riches have no choice but to follow one who continually sows more than he harvests. Do not confuse this law with slavery. It is not about surrendering yourself to be abused. It is about giving quality, diligence, imagination, and care above the common measure. It is about surprising those you serve, improving their lot, delighting their mind, exceeding expectation. This enlarges you, trains you, and plants in the soil of tomorrow. Practical drill. Choose 3 beneficiaries today: an employer, a client, a partner. Write 1 bold improvement you can deliver for each. Act on it without announcement. Let the service speak. Record what happens. Repeat this for 7 days. You will see with your own eyes how swiftly unseen doors begin to open. Henry Ford built his empire upon this law. He paid men higher wages than his rivals, gave them better working conditions, and in return demanded efficiency. He went the extra mile for them, and they for him. The result was loyalty, speed, and profit multiplied. His motor cars carried the stamp of service beyond wage, and the world rewarded him without end. The extra mile is the toll road most men will not take. It is steep at the start, but smooth thereafter. At first it feels unrewarded, but in time you realize you have left the crowd far behind. There is little competition on the extra mile, for fear keeps most men on the ordinary road. If you will persist, riches will have no place to go but into your hands. Say again, I am the man of extra service. I do not count the minutes. I do not whine for wage before I work. I plant richly, Therefore, I harvest richly. My service is greater than my pay. Therefore, my pay must soon equal my service. I cannot be denied, for I cannot be stopped. I go the extra mile this hour. Every page of history proves it. Rockefeller gave service in organization that far exceeded the crude trade of his day. Carnegie built systems of steel stronger than any then imagined. Schwab offered enthusiasm, drive, and loyalty far beyond his salary. Each man was paid more than any of his generation because each gave more. The arithmetic never fails. Let today be the day you stop measuring narrowly. Stop asking, what is in it for me now? Begin asking, what can I add that will multiply later? Each improvement, each extra care, each added value is a coin placed in the vault of the future. Sooner than you expect, the vault will open, and you will be astonished at the wealth your extra service purchased. Rule 6. Make friends with the clock. Decision and action in 24 hours. You have asked me, can riches truly come in a day? I answer, yes, if you will obey the law of swift decision and action. Most men are defeated not by poverty, but by delay. They postpone letters, calls, plans, and bold moves until the chance has rotted. The man who decides today and acts today has harnessed time as his ally. The drifter treats time as enemy. The master makes it servant. Decision is the door through which destiny enters. Indecision is drift. When you hesitate, you leave the door wide for fear, doubt, and chance. Henry Ford listened to engineers who declared his V8 motor impossible. He did not appoint a committee to study impossibility. He decided, produce it anyway. His decision shortened time, compressed years into months, and gave him mastery of an industry. Think of the 24 hours before you now. You may waste them on worry, drift, and idle chatter, or you may compress them into a lever that moves your life. In one day, you can write your decree, rehearse it aloud, ignite desire with vivid pictures, repeat your auto-suggestions with fire, meet or call 2 allies for your mastermind, deliver 1 act of extra service, and take 1 bold step you have postponed. That day is worth a year. The timid will say, one day cannot matter. But history is built on single days. One day Gonzales preached, and Armour gave $1 million. One day Lincoln signed a decree that freed a people. One day Rockefeller closed a deal that shifted the world's oil. Riches and power respect time because they are born in the decisive hour. You must learn to act while the day is yours. List the oldest act you have delayed, a call you have feared, a plan you have postponed, a truth you have silenced. Place it first tomorrow after sunrise. Do it before breakfast if you must starve fear. The act itself will release energy, summon allies, and feed courage. Delay is death to faith. Decision is life to faith. Say with me, I trade 24 hours for momentum. I decide now. I act now. I do not drift. I do not wait. The world respects speed when speed serves quality. I step into rooms my doubt kept shut. I feed the day with deeds. The day feeds me with returns. I win the hour. The hour wins the week. Do not mistake swiftness for recklessness. Decision is not folly. It is definiteness. The reckless man acts without plan. The master decides quickly because he has already fixed his purpose. His decree guides him, his desire fuels him, his auto-suggestions command him, his master mind supports him, his extra service proves him. Decision is the natural fruit of definiteness. Think of your 24 hours as coins. Every moment spent in hesitation is a coin dropped into the gutter. Every moment spent in definite action is a coin invested at compound interest. The poor scatter their coins on trifles. The wealthy invest them into decisive acts. That is why the rich grow richer in the same hours the poor waste. Barnes did not drift when he saw Edison. He decided to be his partner and acted at once, though he had nothing. Rockefeller decided to buy when others feared. Carnegie decided to build when others hesitated. Each man bent the clock to his will by making it obey decision. Time will serve you if you command it. If you delay, it will bury you. Say again, the clock is my ally. I do not curse it. I do not waste it. I decide swiftly, act firmly, and persist daily. Each hour is my servant. Each act multiplies. Each day compresses years. Fear cannot rule me, for I refuse delay. The clock does not defeat me, I master it. Let tomorrow be your test. Write your decree. Speak it. Call an ally. Render extra service. Do the one act you fear most. Before 24 hours pass, you will feel a surge of energy, a sense of mastery. You will know that the law has begun to move. Make friends with the clock, and you will never again be its victim. Rule 7. Seal it in the deep, subconscious alliance with infinite intelligence. Every outer act of wealth is rooted in the inner covenant. The subconscious mind is the silent partner that never sleeps. It obeys the orders you feed it. It multiplies the seed of your words, your images, your gratitude. It draws from infinite intelligence, the invisible source of ideas, power, and circumstance. Seal your decree in the deep mind, and you have enlisted the greatest ally in existence. Understand this: the subconscious never debates. It never asks if your order is possible. It accepts. If you feed it doubt, fear, and hesitation, it engraves them as law and delivers defeat. If you feed it certainty, faith, and gratitude, it engraves those as law and delivers fortune. It is impartial. It will grow weeds as faithfully as wheat. Your duty is to guard its gate. Each night before sleep, perform your covenant. Review 3 proofs of progress from the day, however small. Speak your decree aloud with calm authority. Picture tomorrow's chief act already done. Give thanks by name for the allies, opportunities, and strength you already see. Then lie down, knowing your subconscious will labor through the night. While you rest, it dispatches unseen messengers. Many a dawn has brought solutions that seemed impossible at dusk. You have called them accidents or sudden inspirations. They were answers from the inner court. The subconscious copied your order. Infinite intelligence supplied the plan, and the solution entered your waking mind like a visitor at sunrise. Learn to expect such visitors and welcome them with gratitude. My own son, born without ears, proved this law. Doctors declared he would never hear or speak. Yet through years of faith, persistence, and suggestion, the boy learned to hear with special instruments. The decree was accepted by the subconscious long before science supplied the tool. What the inner court believes, the outer world is compelled to confirm. Guard the gate with vigilance. Do not allow cynics, gossipers, and prophets of ruin to plant their seeds in your soil. Every careless jest, every tale of failure, every doubtful word is a thief lounging in your storehouse. Protect your inner vault as you would your gold, for it is the gold behind all gold. A single hour of mockery can uproot a week of planting. Say with me, my inner court is loyal. It obeys my decree. It multiplies my faith. It rejects my doubt. It draws plans, people, and power. I sleep while it works. I rise while it guides. I am never alone. Infinite intelligence is my partner in profit, my counselor in decision, my supplier in service. Notice the whispers of the sixth sense. A sudden certainty to call a man, a phrase in a book that glows, a sentence in conversation that stirs your blood. These are often answers delivered by infinite intelligence through your subconscious. Record them. Obey them. They are the guidance you asked for the night before. Many men ignore their answers because they arrive quietly. Establish a weekly ritual of renewal. Enter solitude. Read your decree again. Count blessings received. Mend one fault. Forgive one debt. Choose one bold act for the coming week. Send one message of gratitude to an ally. This simple practice keeps the inner covenant fresh, clean, and fruitful. Neglect it, and weeds creep in. Honor it, and wealth multiplies. Say again, my inner court is sealed. I feed it only faith, definiteness, and gratitude. I deny entrance to fear, envy, and doubt. It is my loyal servant and my trusted ally. Infinite intelligence hears through it, supplies through it, and guides through it. I am at peace, for I know my covenant is kept. You must believe this. Riches are not built only in the outer shop. They are forged in the silent factory of the subconscious. That is where the plans are drawn, the courage is built, the magnetism is created. Seal your decree in the deep. Guard it daily. Trust its unseen labor. Then watch how swiftly the outer world rearranges itself to obey your inner command. Epilogue. The $1 million sermon is yours to preach. Do not make a museum of Frank Gonzalez. Do not admire him as though his story were locked in the past. Make a mirror of him. Your sermon is your decree. Your million is the wealth you demand. Your armor is the man or the circumstance waiting to feel the heat of your desire. The pulpit is whatever platform you stand upon this very day. You are not waiting for a benefactor. You are waiting for your own fire to be visible enough that men may warm their hands upon it. Armor did not give to Gonzalez because he pitied him. He gave because he saw a man already burning with certainty. The money was already prepared. It was only waiting for a vessel hot enough to receive it. In 24 hours, you can set a new orbit for your life. You can write your decree. You can ignite your desire. You can speak the law. You can gather one ally for your mastermind. You can render one act of service beyond pay. You can make one bold decision you have long postponed. You can seal your covenant in the deep. Do this and your day will govern your destiny. If riches do not cross your threshold tomorrow, they will be on the road, walking fast. A man who moves 7 levers in a single day lengthens that day until it governs his future. The law of riches does not dally with the timid, but it hastens to meet the decisive. Speed is the reward of definiteness. Remember this, the secret the rich seldom tell is that their fortunes are not chance, but method. They guard silence because the multitude mocks method and prefers to dream of luck. But now you know. Desire, definiteness, decision, persistence, service, alliance, faith, and covenant, these are the links of the band's success formula. The chain is yours to forge or yours to ignore. Say with me, I decree my wealth and serve greatly. My desire is fire. My work is proof. I decide and act. The hour obeys. I give more than I am paid. Wealth follows. My inner court is loyal. Wisdom guides me. I do not drift. I reign. These are not idle affirmations. They are law. Repeat them daily until your very cells obey them. The timid will call you obsessed. The drifters will call you lucky. The critics will call you arrogant. But results will silence them all. Fortune does not argue, it appears. The man who obeys this formula may be called many names, but he will never be called poor. Let the world prattle. You will build. The $1 million sermon is not confined to Chicago. You can preach it from your desk, from your workshop, from your farm, from your shop floor. You preach it when you declare your decree, when you ignite desire, when you command your subconscious, when you meet your allies, when you serve more than you are paid, when you decide swiftly, when you keep your inner covenant. That is your sermon. If anyone asks you how soon riches can arrive, tell them this story. One night a man preached with fire, and by morning $1 million arrived. Then hand them a pen. Tell them to write their decree. Tell them to heat it with desire. Tell them to repeat it until their subconscious believes it. Tell them to act within 24 hours. Then watch how swiftly the law moves. Your sermon may not yield $1 million tomorrow, but it will yield the first proof. Courage in your step, clarity in your mind, an ally at your side, an opportunity in your path. Each proof is a coin in the coffer of your fortune. Persist, and the vault will open. When it does, men will call it sudden. You will know it was long prepared. I charge you now, do not leave these words as inspiration. Make them your drill. Write, speak, serve, decide, ally, persist, seal. Repeat until it becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character becomes destiny. This is the secret the rich seldom confess. They have formed habits of definiteness that the poor never attempt. The habits themselves are the wealth. Say once more, I am not a drifter. I am a master. I write, I desire, I command, I ally, I serve, I decide, I persist, I seal. I am wealthy first within, then without. The world obeys my definiteness, for I obey my own decree. Speak it until it becomes your nature. Act it until it becomes your identity. When the vault of wealth opens to you, do not be astonished. You have obeyed the law. When critics sneer and call it luck, smile and let them drift. You will be too busy commanding, serving, building. The banned formula has never been banned by God or law, only by the indolence of men. You are free to practice it. Do so, and riches will obey. You have lived too many days as if defeat were an option, as if failure were a possibility, as if the outcome of your life depended on the kindness of chance. But hear me now. Chance is nothing. Law is everything. And the man who acts as if he cannot lose bends that law to his service. You have been trained to wait for proof before you believe, to wait for conditions before you act, to wait for assurance before you commit. And that is why your victories have been few. Life does not give its treasures to the man who waits. It gives them to the man who moves forward with the bearing of one who has already claimed them. When I say act as if you cannot lose, I do not speak of arrogance or blind gamble. I speak of a decision so fixed that no setback can touch it, a faith so steady that even apparent failure becomes a servant of your victory, a posture so certain that the world rearranges itself to match it. Look at Henry Ford when the banks doubted him. He did not walk as a man asking permission. He walked as a man collecting what was already his. Look at Edison in the face of thousands of failed experiments. He did not bow. He continued as if the answer was already secured. Look at Andrew Carnegie, negotiating from a position of command before the ink was dry, because in his mind, the deal was already done. The man who acts as if he cannot lose does not waste thought on retreat. He does not entertain the what if of failure. He carries himself, speaks, and works as if the outcome were certain, because in his mind it already is. And here is the truth the timid never learn. Life will test the man who acts with certainty, but it will also obey him. If you will listen with the intent to obey, I will show you how to move through this world as one who cannot be defeated until even the appearance of loss is turned into your advantage. You stand at the edge of your own fortune, yet your steps are uncertain. You wait for signs, for approval, for the voice of the world to tell you it is safe to move. I tell you now, safety is an illusion. There is no permission, no signal, no moment more perfect than the one before you. The man who acts with certainty bends the world to fit his decision as the general bends his army to his command. Fear of failure is the shadow that has followed you, not because failure is certain, but because indecision invites it. In Think and Grow Rich, I named it for what it is, a ghost. A ghost has no power except what the frightened man gives it. When the mind is definite, the ghost cannot enter. Fear is not conquered by time nor by study. It is banished in the instant of decision. Acting as if you cannot lose is not recklessness. It is the marriage of a definite chief aim with unshakable faith. It is the posture of the man who has examined his aim, counted the cost, fixed his course, and chosen never to retreat. This is the man the world cannot withstand, because he cannot be made to doubt himself. Look to Henry Ford when he began producing the Model T. The market doubted him. The bankers saw risk. The so-called experts predicted ruin. But Ford's mind was fixed. He spoke of the car not as an experiment, but as a revolution already underway. He built his factories, trained his men, and moved forward as though the future were already his property. The world caught up because he refused to slow down. This law is simple. When your purpose is definite and your belief is complete, your mind will command your body to act without hesitation, and the world will take shape to match that action. Circumstance is clay in the hands of the decisive man, but in the hands of the hesitant, circumstance is a prison. Most men lose before they begin because they wait for certainty to arrive from without. They study conditions, watch competitors, and measure the weather of opinion, only to find the opportunity has passed. The man who wins is the one who moves forward when others are still deciding. If you would live by this law, you must understand its demands. You must act as if the outcome is already certain. You must speak only in the language of completion, not of possibility. You must walk into every room, every negotiation, every task as if it were already settled in your favor. You will say, "But what if I fail?" I answer, you will not fail. You will encounter adjustments, delays, and detours, but each will serve you if you treat it as part of the plan. The man who has decided that he cannot lose treats every obstacle as a stepping stone. He does not measure himself by single days or single trials. He measures himself by the completion of his chief aim. This is the promise of the law I now lay before you. If you will unite definiteness of purpose with unwavering faith, if you will act, speak, and think as if the end is already secured, you will find the world arranging itself to obey you. And you will no longer ask, will it work out? You will say, it is working out. In the minutes ahead, I will give you the exact process by which you may train your mind to this certainty. I will show you how to fix your aim, form the image of inevitable victory, protect it from doubt, and move in the posture of one who has already won. But hear this first. No amount of instruction will help the man who refuses to act. Therefore, I end this part with your first command. Stop waiting for signs. Stop looking to the world for permission. Begin to speak of your aim as if it were complete. Begin to move toward it as if it could not be denied. From this hour, let your steps be firm, your voice steady, and your mind immune to retreat. The world will obey the man who refuses to question his own victory. All victory begins in the mind. No building rises before its plan. No bridge stands before its design. No fortune is gathered before its image is fixed in the mind of the man who claims it. The timid man believes the end is determined by what he sees. The bold man believes what he sees is determined by the end he has already chosen. To act as if you cannot lose, you must first see with absolute clarity what it means to have already won. This picture must not be a sketch drawn in idle thought. It must be a blueprint engraved upon your mind, revisited morning and night, until it becomes more familiar than your present surroundings. In Think and Grow Rich, I gave you 6 steps to transform desire into riches. Here they are again, not as suggestion, but as the discipline by which the mental picture of victory becomes law within you. These steps are the foundation of acting with certainty, for the mind cannot act boldly toward an end it does not yet know in detail. First, fix in your mind the exact result you desire. Do not permit it to be vague. If it is wealth, name the exact sum. If it is a position, write the title and its duties. If it is a condition in your health or circumstances, describe it so plainly that your mind cannot mistake it for another. Second, determine exactly what you will give in return for this result. You will receive nothing without first giving something of equal or greater value. State clearly the service, the skill, the hours, the attention you will devote. The man who would receive without offering equal return is not a builder but a beggar. Third, fix a definite date by which you will obtain this aim. A goal without a date is a seed left in the sack. The mind moves with urgency only when the clock is set. Fourth, create a definite plan for carrying out your desire and begin at once, whether you think you are ready or not. Action clarifies the plan, and only through action will the plan reveal its true form. Fifth, write out a clear, concise statement of the result you desire, the time limit, what you will give in return, and the plan by which you will achieve it. This is your victory statement. Sixth, read your written statement aloud twice daily, once in the morning upon rising, and once at night before sleep. As you read, see and feel yourself already in possession of the aim. Let your voice carry conviction. Let your mind form the picture. Let your heart feel the possession of it. This picture you form must be as real to you as the chair upon which you sit. It must have weight, color, detail, sound. The more senses you involve, the more real it becomes to your subconscious, and the more your subconscious will command your body to act in harmony with it. Consider Thomas Edison, who held in his mind the image of the electric light burning steadily in homes, streets, and factories. Long before the filament existed that could make it possible, he saw it as done. This picture was not disturbed by the thousands of experiments that failed. Those failures were only steps already included in the path to the picture he carried. Think of Andrew Carnegie, who saw in his mind an empire of steel when others saw only furnaces and risk. His mental picture was so fixed that every choice, every meeting, every investment aligned to bring it into visible form. The men around him caught his certainty because he carried the image as if it were already a matter of history. You must do the same. Begin at once to write your victory statement. State the aim clearly, the date, the service you will give, and the outline of your plan. Post it where your eyes cannot avoid it upon waking and before sleep. Speak it aloud. Imagine yourself there, in the office you will occupy, with the income you will receive, in the home you will own, with the authority you will command. Do not concern yourself with how far this picture seems from your present reality. The man who waits to believe until he sees will never see anything worth believing. The man who sees until he believes will find that the world begins to rearrange itself to match his vision. The subconscious mind is the silent builder of your fate. It takes orders only from repetition and emotion. If you repeat the image of victory, joined with the emotion of already possessing it, the subconscious will accept it as fact and set every faculty, every nerve, and every habit to work toward making it visible. If you allow doubt, fear, or contradictory images to mingle with your vision, the subconscious will be confused and the body will act without conviction. Therefore, guard your mental picture as you would guard a treasure. Speak only words that agree with it. Think only thoughts that strengthen it. Perhaps you have tried before to hold a vision and failed. If so, it is because you neglected repetition, or you repeated the picture without the emotion of belief. Words without feeling are as lifeless as a cart without a horse. You must feel the reality of the picture as you speak it. This practice will at first feel forced, but habit will make it natural. And when it is natural, you will no longer be trying to believe. You will believe. And that belief will pour itself into your speech, your decisions, your movements. Others will sense it and be influenced by it, often without knowing why. Affirm now, aloud, I see my victory as complete. My mind holds no image of defeat. My every act moves in harmony with the end I have claimed. Let these words live on your tongue until they become the law of your nature. When you have built the mental picture of certain victory and fixed it in the subconscious by repetition and emotion, you will have taken the most vital step toward acting as if you cannot lose. For the man who sees the end as done will walk the road to meet it with the poise of one who is returning home. Faith is the armor of the mind. It is the shield that turns aside every arrow of doubt, every whisper of fear, every appearance of defeat. Without faith, the most perfect plan will falter at the first obstacle. With faith, even a plan that begins in weakness will gather strength until it cannot be resisted. But understand me, faith is not a gift bestowed on a lucky few. It is not a matter of chance, nor of birth, nor of temperament. Faith is a state of mind, deliberately created, deliberately maintained, and deliberately strengthened. And the tool by which it is built is autosuggestion, the repeated statement of that which you desire until the subconscious accepts it as truth. In Think and Grow Rich and Law of Success, I gave the self-confidence formula. This is the working instrument for creating unshakable faith. It is not to be read casually, but with the full force of your voice and belief twice daily until the tone of your speech, the set of your shoulders, and the direction of your actions all match the certainty of the words. The formula is this. First, I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, aggressive, and continuous action toward its attainment. Second, I realize the dominating thoughts of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward physical action and gradually transform themselves into physical reality. Therefore, I will concentrate my thoughts for 30 minutes daily upon the person I intend to become, creating a clear mental picture of that person. Third, I know through the principle of autosuggestion that any desire I persistently hold in my mind will eventually find some practical means of attaining the object back of it. Therefore, I will devote 10 minutes daily to demanding of myself the development of self-confidence. Fourth, I have clearly written down a description of my definite chief aim in life, and I will never stop trying until I have developed sufficient self-confidence for its attainment. Fifth, I realize no wealth or position can long endure unless built upon truth and justice. Therefore, I will engage in no transaction which does not benefit all whom it affects. I will cause others to believe in me because I will believe in them and in myself. This is not poetry. It is a discipline. If you will speak it morning and night with the full force of your imagination and emotion, it will reshape the very structure of your belief. Look at Abraham Lincoln in the darkest hours of the Civil War. Armies defeated, cities burned, voices in his own government urging surrender. Yet he carried himself as though the Union's victory were inevitable. He spoke in public as if the outcome were assured. His faith was not in luck, but in the justice of his cause, the strength of his plan, and the endurance of his people. That faith became the backbone of the nation until victory was won. Consider Charles M. Schwab, who led U.S. Steel during times of uncertainty. Where others saw danger, he spoke of expansion. Where others hesitated, he pushed forward. His belief in growth was so strong that it became contagious, rallying investors, workers, and markets to his side. That is the effect of faith. It multiplies itself in others. You must now adopt this law. Never permit words of doubt to pass your lips. Never speak of your aim as possible, or, if it works out, speak always as if it were done. The tongue is the servant of the mind. If you let it speak uncertainty, it will feed that uncertainty back into your thought until it takes root. The man of faith is not shaken by temporary defeat. He regards every setback as a necessary step in the unfolding of the plan. To the man of faith, delay is only preparation, and difficulty is only refinement. This is why he cannot lose, because he refuses to interpret any event as loss. From this day, replace every phrase of weakness with a phrase of strength. Instead of, I hope to, say, I will. Instead of, if this works, say, this is working. Instead of, I will try, say, I am doing. The change may feel strange at first, but soon it will feel as natural as breath and as necessary. Affirm now, my faith governs my action. My words confirm my victory. I act as one who cannot fail. Speak it aloud. Repeat it until you feel its truth. For when you believe you cannot fail, you will act in ways that make failure impossible. Faith is the master key. With it, you open every door. Without it, even open doors will appear shut. Build your faith, guard your faith, and let your faith be the shield that turns every defeat into a stepping stone toward the inevitable victory you have already claimed in your mind. There is a moment in the life of every man when he must decide, not wish, not consider, not plan, but decide. In that moment, he crosses the line between drift and destiny. Decision is the act by which the will seizes its aim and refuses to release it. The man who decides completely will never again be the same, for the decision becomes the law by which he governs himself. To act as if you cannot lose, you must first decide that you will not lose. This is not a matter of public announcement. It is a private covenant between your will and your purpose. It is the moment you burn the bridges to retreat, the moment you close the door to doubt, the moment you silence the voice that says, "What if?" From that moment, your only direction is forward. History gives us an unforgettable example in Hernán Cortés. In 1519, upon reaching the shores of the New World, he ordered his ships burned. His men understood instantly. There was no going back, victory or death, but not retreat. The destruction of those ships was more than a tactical choice. It was a decision made visible. When all roads lead forward, the will finds a way. In Think and Grow Rich, I warned of the cost of indecision. The tale of 3 feet from gold is not a fable. It is the truth of countless men. They labor toward their aim, but because they have not truly decided, the first discouragement causes them to stop. Unknown to them, their goal was only inches away. Decision is the resolve that prevents such surrender. Look again at Henry Ford. His decision to produce an affordable automobile for the common man was made long before the assembly line existed, long before the infrastructure was ready, long before the market believed in it. Yet he never revisited the choice. He refined methods, improved parts, and adjusted production, but the decision itself remained untouched. That is the power of a true decision. It is final. You must now examine your own aim. Have you decided, or have you merely preferred? A preference says, "I would like to achieve this." A decision says, "I will achieve this and nothing will turn me aside." A preference will wait for ideal conditions. A decision will create them. One mark of a true decision is the removal of retreat. The man who decides does not keep a second plan in his pocket just in case. He does not hold back resources for fear they will be wasted. He does not delay action until he feels ready. Decision throws the whole man into the work without reservation. Language is another test. If you have decided, you will find that the words "if" and "try" disappear from your speech. They will be replaced by "I will" and "I have." These are not tricks of optimism. They are the natural expression of a mind that has closed every alternative to victory. From this hour, watch your words. Strike out every "if." Replace every "I will try" with "I will do." Speak as the victor speaks. Your words are the soldiers of your will. They must not be permitted to desert their post. When you make your decision, make it completely. Do not half decide today and revisit it tomorrow. Do not permit the counsel of the fearful to reopen what you have closed. Do not allow the failures of others to make you question the certainty of your own victory. Affirm aloud, "My decision is final. My course is fixed. My will is certain. All events align with my aim." Speak it until your mind accepts it as law. Decision is the trigger that sets the whole mechanism of faith, planning, and persistence into motion. Without it, nothing begins. With it, nothing can be stopped. Persistence is the proof of your decision. It is the force that converts bold beginnings into complete victories. Without persistence, even the clearest aim and the strongest plan will die in the field. With it, even the humblest start can grow into an empire. Persistence is the muscle of the will, strengthened by daily use until no obstacle can withstand it. In Think and Grow Rich, I name persistence as one of the essential qualities of success. It is built on the foundation of definiteness of purpose, backed by burning desire, supported by self-reliance, guided by accurate knowledge, strengthened by cooperation, sustained by willpower, and made habitual by constant action. Each of these fuels the fire when the road grows dark. Look to Thomas Edison for the living example. 10,000 attempts to find the proper filament for the electric light. 10,000. Each failure could have been the last. Each failure would have been the last for the man without persistence. But Edison acted as if success were inevitable, treating every experiment not as a defeat, but as a step toward the inevitable result he already saw in his mind. Consider Colonel Harlan Sanders, well past the age when most men retire, traveling from town to town with his fried chicken recipe. Rejection after rejection, over 1,000 times. Yet he moved with the carriage of a man certain of his eventual triumph. That certainty gave him the strength to knock on one more door, and one more, until the world knew his name. You must understand that persistence does not prevent challenges, it masters them. The man without persistence meets an obstacle and calls it the end. The man with persistence meets the same obstacle and calls it the next step. The difference is not in the road, it is in the resolve of the traveler. Persistence backed by belief turns delays into preparation, it turns no into not yet. It turns apparent loss into experience gained for greater victory ahead. That is why the man who persists cannot lose. He simply has not yet won. To cultivate persistence, you must set a daily standard of progress toward your aim, not weekly, not when you feel inspired, but daily. Each day must contain some act, however small, that advances you. This is the training of the will, showing it that action is taken regardless of mood, weather, or circumstance. Guard yourself against the enemies of persistence, fear, indecision, doubt, and the influence of those who have surrendered their own aims. These will whisper to you that the delay is a sign to quit, that the difficulty is a warning to stop. You must refuse their counsel, for they speak the language of defeat. From this hour, let your rule be, I do not stop because it is hard. I continue until it is done. Let this be your watchword when fatigue comes, when discouragement knocks, when the results seem slow. Affirm aloud, I outlast all obstacles. Persistence is my ally. I hold the course until the victory is complete. Speak it in the morning when the day is new. Speak it at night when the body is tired. Let it sink so deeply into your spirit that you cannot imagine stopping until the end is reached. Persistence is not glamorous in the moment. It is often lonely, often unnoticed. But in the end, it is the one quality that all victory shares. When the history of your aim is told, it will be persistence that writes the final line, and that line will read, he did not quit, and therefore he could not lose. No man ever truly wins alone. The boldest decision, the strongest faith, the fiercest persistence, these are multiplied when joined with other minds of equal determination. This is the mastermind principle, the coordination of knowledge and effort between two or more people in a spirit of harmony to attain a definite purpose. In this union, a power is formed that no single mind could produce. I have called the mastermind the driving force of nearly every great fortune. It is not a club for idle conversation. It is a council of war for your definite chief aim. In it, each member brings his experience, his insight, his encouragement, and his belief, and together they generate ideas and energy that cannot be found in isolation. Andrew Carnegie was the living proof. He openly stated that his personal fortune was the result of having men around him, his mastermind cabinet, whose combined abilities surpassed his own in many areas. He selected them not for their agreement alone, but for their skill, loyalty, and shared commitment to the aim. In their meetings, decisions were sharpened, strategies refined, and courage renewed. Look also to Thomas Edison's invention laboratory in Menlo Park. Though Edison is often credited alone, he surrounded himself with capable minds who contributed ideas, tested theories, and improved designs. The inventions that came from that place were the fruit of a mastermind, a harmonious group, each man's strength filling the gap in another. The power of a mastermind is not limited to technical skill. It is also the transfer of confidence. When your own faith wavers, the steady belief of another can restore it. When your persistence weakens, the example of a determined ally can strengthen it. When you face doubt from the world, the encouragement of your circle can drown it out. To form your own mastermind for certain victory, you must follow deliberate steps. First, choose with care. Select only those who share your level of seriousness and definiteness of purpose. A doubter, a cynic, or a half-committed member will weaken the harmony, and in weakening harmony, weaken the power itself. Second, define the purpose of your alliance with clarity. Each man must know why the group exists, what aim it serves, and what each member is expected to contribute. A mastermind without a definite aim is a ship without a compass. Third, meet regularly, not merely when convenient. The rhythm of meeting builds momentum. In those meetings, review progress, share resources, solve problems, and set the next actions. Keep records so the group can measure advancement. Fourth, maintain harmony at all costs. Disagreement over ideas is natural and even beneficial when handled with respect. But personal conflict, envy, or hidden agendas will poison the spring. Address any discord quickly, and if necessary, remove the source before it infects the whole. Fifth, give more than you receive. The strength of the mastermind grows when each member offers value without counting the cost. This spirit of generosity fosters trust and loyalty, qualities that cannot be bought. Understand this: a true mastermind is not measured by the number of its members, but by the quality of their harmony. 2 minds in perfect accord are stronger than 20 in confusion. One steady ally is worth more than a crowd of spectators. The mastermind also serves another purpose. It keeps you accountable. Alone, you may delay action or soften your standard. In a circle of determined men, you will be called to account for your commitments. This is not to shame, but to ensure that every member rises to the level of his declared aim. In times of uncertainty, the mastermind is your fortress. When the noise of critics grows loud, retreat into the council of your allies, and you will hear only the language of victory. When the path ahead is unclear, their combined insight can reveal solutions you would not have found alone. Carnegie's cabinet was not a formality, it was a living source of direction. Decisions made there carried the weight of multiple perspectives, refined by debate and united in execution. Edison's team did not merely follow orders, they contributed ideas, improved processes, and shared in the triumph of each invention. If you cannot yet gather such a circle in person, begin by aligning yourself with the minds of the great through their books, speeches, and biographies. Study their methods, adopt their principles, and imagine them as part of your council until you can join forces with living men of similar character. But do not delay in building the real thing. You will know you have found true mastermind partners when your meetings leave you more energized than when you arrived, when your vision grows clearer after each discussion, and when your belief in your aim is stronger because of their presence. To protect this alliance, you must guard it from the infiltration of negativity. Never admit a man whose spirit is opposed to your aim, whose speech is filled with doubt, or whose character is untrustworthy. Better to keep the circle small and strong than large and divided. Affirm aloud, I surround myself with allies of courage. Our union multiplies our power. Victory is certain when we act together. Let this be the creed of your mastermind. When you move with such a circle, you borrow strength on the days your own feels low. You borrow wisdom in areas where you are less skilled. You borrow courage in moments of hesitation, and in return, you give the same, creating a current of power that carries all members toward their aims faster than any could travel alone. The man who acts as if he cannot lose must ensure that his companions think the same. One voice of defeat can undo a chorus of victory if permitted to linger. Therefore, choose, build, and guard your mastermind with the same care you guard your own mind, for in truth it is an extension of it. Remember, when the history of your success is told, the names of those in your mastermind will be woven through it. They will be the ones who stood with you when the path was unclear, who pushed you forward when the world resisted, and who celebrated with you when the aim was made visible. Seek them, keep them, and together act as if you cannot lose until the world itself believes it. Controlled attention is the watchman of your mind. It is the discipline of directing your thoughts only toward that which advances your definite purpose and refusing entry to all that weakens it. The man who acts as if he cannot lose must make certain that the only pictures, words, and ideas admitted to his mind are those that strengthen the belief in his inevitable victory. Most men live with attention scattered in 1,000 directions, part on their aim, part on idle amusements, part on the gossip of neighbors, part on fears about the future. This scattering of thought is the leaking of power. A man's mind is like sunlight. Diffused, it warms. Concentrated through a lens, it burns. Controlled attention is the lens that focuses all the light of your mind on your purpose until it burns through every barrier. In Think and Grow Rich, I wrote that the dominating thoughts of your mind will reproduce themselves in outward action. But for them to dominate, they must be kept before you constantly, fed by repetition, and protected from contradiction. If you allow opposing images or fears to enter unchecked, they will fight with your aim for control of your actions. Woodrow Wilson understood this principle. When he conceived of the League of Nations, he met fierce resistance at home and abroad. Yet he held his attention fixed on the vision of a world body that could prevent future wars. He devoted his speeches, his negotiations, his travel, and his personal energy to this aim. Though the League was not adopted by the United States in his time, his unwavering focus influenced global policy for decades, and the idea lived on in later institutions. To practice controlled attention, begin by identifying every source of input into your mind. This includes the people you speak with, the books and papers you read, the broadcasts you listen to, and the thoughts you dwell upon in solitude. Ask of each, does this feed my aim or weaken it? If it weakens, remove it. Second, set aside a fixed time each day for concentrated thought upon your aim. This is not idle daydreaming, but deliberate visualization joined with planning. Picture your aim as complete, review your progress, adjust your plan, and decide the next concrete steps. Even 15 minutes of such concentrated focus daily will keep your mind aligned with your purpose. Third, replace every idle thought with a constructive one. When you find your mind wandering to worries, replace the picture with the image of your completed aim. When you catch yourself repeating doubts, replace the words with affirmations of victory. This constant redirection is the training of controlled attention. Fourth, practice accurate thinking, which is the habit of basing decisions only on facts that are relevant and verifiable. Many men fail because they accept rumors, opinions, or fears as if they were truth. These are mental weeds that must be pulled before they choke your aim. Ask, is this fact proven? Does it relate to my purpose? If not, discard it. Andrew Carnegie was a master of this. In his business dealings, he ignored irrelevant data and refused to be swayed by opinions that did not directly affect his purpose. By keeping his mind clear of clutter, he could see opportunities and threats with precision. That clarity of thought was one reason he could move decisively while others hesitated. Controlled attention also means guarding against the poison of what if it fails. This question serves no man. It diverts the mind into planning for defeat instead of victory. The only what if you must allow is, what if this works even better than I planned? All else is waste. To reinforce your attention, create physical reminders of your aim. Place your written victory statement where you will see it throughout the day, on your desk, in your wallet, by your bed. Surround yourself with symbols of your aim, a model of the product you will build, an image of the place you will live, a list of the people you will serve. Let these be constant triggers to bring your attention back to where it belongs. You must also guard your associations. Conversation with those who doubt your aim will plant seeds of their doubt in your mind. The man of controlled attention chooses companions whose speech builds, not breaks, whose questions open the road, not close it. This is why the mastermind principle is so powerful. Its harmony feeds controlled attention instead of scattering it. In moments of fatigue or discouragement, you may feel your focus slipping. This is the hour to use affirmations as a rallying cry. Speak aloud. I control what enters my mind. My attention serves my purpose. My mind rejects defeat. The act of speaking will often be enough to turn your thoughts back to their rightful course. Remember, the mind will work on whatever you feed it, whether by choice or neglect. If you do not choose your focus, the world will choose it for you, and it will not choose in your favor. Advertisements, gossip, news of disaster, these will claim your thoughts if you do not claim them yourself. Controlled attention is not a burden, it is a liberation. It frees you from wasting energy on matters that do not advance you. It turns every hour into an investment in your aim. It makes you immune to the panic and distraction that control the average man because your thoughts are anchored in a port that no storm can touch. Practice it until it becomes instinct. When you can no longer tolerate unproductive thoughts, when you automatically turn from doubt to vision, when your mind rests naturally on the picture of your victory, then you will know you have mastered controlled attention. The man who acts as if he cannot lose feeds only the images, words, and facts that confirm his victory. He starves doubt, he silences fear, and he rejects distraction. His mind is a fortress with a single banner flying from its tower, the name of his aim. And because he guards it so well, that aim becomes reality. Affirm it now. My attention is my servant, not my master. I feed it only victory, and it gives me victory in return. There is a difference between the man who hopes to win and the man who lives as if the victory were already his. Hope waits. Living as if you have already won commands. Hope asks for permission. Living as if you have already won issues orders. The man who carries himself as the possessor of his aim bends the conduct of others to match his certainty. When you live as though your victory is past and only the date of its unveiling remains, you alter every detail of your conduct, your voice, your stride, your planning, your speech. People feel it before you tell them. They sense it in the way you choose your words, in the calm with which you make decisions, in the absence of hesitation. You have removed if from your vocabulary because you are not speculating, you are fulfilling. Andrew Carnegie was a master of this. In negotiations, he spoke of agreements as if they were already signed. This did not insult his partners, it reassured them. They felt they were stepping into a certainty, not a gamble. His confidence was not bluster. It was the natural result of having already decided in his mind that the outcome was his. The world merely had to catch up. Henry Ford did the same when announcing projects. He spoke of what would be built as if it were already standing. Engineers who told him it could not be done found themselves working to make it so, because Ford's manner allowed no room for the possibility of failure. His conviction was infectious. It became the climate in which his associates worked. To live as if you have already won, you must first see the result as complete in your mind, as we have established. But then you must let that image shape your outer life. Begin with posture and tone. Stand, walk, and speak as the man who holds his prize. This is not arrogance. It is poise born of certainty. People trust the man who trusts himself. Next, make decisions from the standpoint of your accomplished aim. Ask yourself in each choice, what would the man who already holds this victory decide? Make that choice, even if it demands greater courage or investment than you feel ready for. This brings your present behavior into harmony with your future possession. Third, order your environment to reflect your victory. If your aim is to lead a great enterprise, keep your workspace in order and your dress in accordance with the dignity of your role. If your aim is to master a craft, surround yourself with the tools, books, and materials of the master, not the beginner. Let every sight in your daily life confirm the truth you have claimed. Fourth, speak only as the victor speaks. Do not announce your aim as a far-off hope. Speak of it as a certainty, and of your progress toward it as a matter of course. Avoid boasting. That is the habit of the insecure. State your aim and your progress plainly with the calm of a man reporting the sunrise. Fifth, carry yourself with the patience of the man who knows the outcome. You are not frantic because you have no fear. You do not rush blindly because you know the finish is already secured. This patience is not passivity. It is the steady application of effort without panic. Others will mistake it for luck when it is simply the conduct of certainty. You will find that when you live in this manner, others begin to treat you in alignment with your belief. Opportunities will be offered without you begging for them. Doors will open because people assume they should be open for you. Assistance will come from unexpected places because your composure convinces others that their help will not be wasted. This way of living is sustained by repetition until it becomes a hypnotic rhythm, as I described in Outwitting the Devil. When you repeat the actions, speech, and posture of the victor daily, they cease to be an act and become your nature. At that point, nothing can shake you from them, because you would have to deny yourself to change them. To fix this rhythm, I give you a 30-day challenge. For the next 30 days, speak, act, and decide in every matter as if the aim were already yours. Begin each day by reading your victory statement aloud with conviction. Throughout the day, check your posture, your tone, your words. Do they belong to the man who has already won? If not, correct them immediately. Keep a record each evening of how you conducted yourself. Note where you acted in harmony with your victory and where you allowed doubt to color your conduct. Over 30 days, you will see the balance shift until victory conduct becomes automatic. There will be moments when the present facts seem to contradict your claim. Ignore them. Facts change. Truth endures. The truth is that you have already won in the realm of decision, belief, and purpose. The facts will rearrange themselves to match that truth if you persist. Affirm aloud, I am the victor. My words are law. My actions are certain. The outcome is mine before the world sees it. Let this be your final word in the face of any challenge. This is the culmination of all we have discussed. The definite aim fixed in the mind, the mental picture fed by faith, the decision made without retreat, the persistence that outlasts resistance, the mastermind that multiplies your power, the controlled attention that guards your purpose. All of it leads here, to living as though the aim were already yours. When you live this way, you no longer chase success. You embody it. And when you embody it, the world cannot deny you for long. Circumstances will align, people will assist, events will unfold, not because of chance, but because you have trained your mind and body to walk in the certainty of victory. So I give you the final command. Act now, act boldly, and act as if all is already yours, until the world itself can no longer tell the difference between belief and fact. And when that day comes, you will smile, not in surprise, but in recognition, because you knew all along. It always works out, because you make it so. You have heard the law. You have been shown the path. Now the choice stands before you, and it will not wait. You may leave here as you came, measuring yourself by the doubts of others, stepping softly lest the world disapprove, living by the permission of circumstance, or you may walk out as a man who cannot lose. To live as such a man, you must take the aim you have chosen and write it on your heart as law. You must see it not as a hope, but as a fact waiting to be revealed. You must speak of it only in the language of certainty. You must make decisions that leave no door to retreat. You must persist until even resistance serves you. You must surround yourself with those who will not let you forget who you are. You must guard your attention from all that contradicts your truth. And then you must live as though the victory were already won. The world will test you. It will ask, "Are you sure?" It will send delay, resistance, and criticism to your door, and you will answer not with complaint, but with action, not with fear, but with the calm of a man fulfilling what was decided long ago. This is the man the world cannot defeat, the man who commands events as the general commands his army, the man whose faith is a shield, whose decision is a fortress, whose persistence is a battering ram, whose allies are his strength, whose focus is unbroken, whose conduct is the very image of victory. Stand now and claim this identity. Say aloud, "I am the victor. My words are law. My actions are certain. The outcome is mine before the world sees it. It always works out because I make it so." Live these words until they no longer sound like ambition, but like fact. And when the day comes that the world sees what you have known all along, you will not be surprised. You will simply nod, for you will recognize it as the natural conclusion to the life you have been living from this moment forward. Now go. Act as if you cannot lose, and you will not. You have been lied to about age. They told you youth was a season that passes, that your best years are behind you, that your season of greatness is only a memory. I tell you now, your season of greatness is not in the past. It is wherever your purpose is alive. And the man with a burning purpose does not grow old, he grows powerful. The true old age is not in the body, it is in the mind that drifts. It is in the heart that stops pursuing. It is in the hands that cease building. I have seen men of 20 already withered because they live without aim. And I have seen men of 70 alive with the fire of conquest because they rise each day to advance a definite chief aim. Look at Andrew Carnegie, directing vast enterprises in his later years, working with more influence than ever before. Look at Thomas Edison, inventing long after most would rest. Look at Henry Ford, launching new projects while others his age surrendered to comfort. These men did not measure life by birthdays. They measured it by the progress of their purpose. Age cannot stop the man who refuses to stop himself. It cannot bind the one who decides each morning to move forward. And I say to you, your season of greatness is not marked by the calendar, but by the clarity of your aim, the faith with which you pursue it, and the persistence with which you serve it. This is not a speech about wishing for youth. This is a command to claim it. If you listen, believe, and obey what follows, you will discover that the years ahead can be the most vigorous, productive, and victorious of your life. Your season of greatness is now, if you will take it. You have been told a lie, that the passing of years determines the measure of your strength, the scope of your ambition, and the height of your achievement. You have been taught to look backward with longing instead of forward with fire. But I tell you now once again, it is not the calendar that weakens a man. It is the loss of definite purpose. Age does not drain you. Drifting does. In Think and Grow Rich, I spoke of the 6 ghosts of fear. Among them, the fear of old age is the most treacherous, for it whispers softly, stealing ambition long before the body is truly weak. This fear convinces men to retreat, to stop striving, to surrender to comfort. It kills the desire to advance years before the body gives out. It is not age itself, but the surrender to its fear that destroys men. The devil himself confessed in Outwitting the Devil that drifting is the true old age. When a man ceases to live with definiteness, when his hours are no longer tied to purpose, he has surrendered his youth. You may meet a man of 20 already beaten by drift, his eyes dull with indecision, and another of 60 aflame with purpose, whose energy puts younger men to shame. Understand this. A man with a burning purpose commands more from life at 60 than a drifter does at 20. Purpose quickens the blood, sharpens the senses, and keeps the spirit alive. A body may show years, but a spirit fixed on an aim remains forever young. Look at Andrew Carnegie in his later years. Having already built the steel empire, he turned his energy toward philanthropy. With the same fire that once raised factories, he built libraries, funded universities, and advanced knowledge for generations yet unborn. His purpose did not retire, it redirected, and with it, his vigor remained. You must see that the secret to feeling young is not in wishing back the past, but in commanding the present with definiteness. Every morning you rise with a clear aim, you rise in youth. Every evening you measure your labor against that aim, you preserve your strength. Drift, however, will rust the spirit faster than decades. I will give you a step-by-step formula to bend time to your service. You will learn how desire fuels the body, how faith renews the mind, how decision breaks the chains of too late, how persistence erases years, how the master mind restores courage, how controlled attention conserves energy, how extra mile service multiplies vitality, and how a 30-day proving ground will reset the rhythm of your spirit. But first, I issue you this command. Decide now that age will take orders from you, not the other way around. Decide that from this hour forward, you will measure life not by years, but by definiteness of purpose. You will not drift. You will not surrender to fear. You will not retreat because the world tells you your time has passed. Speak aloud this affirmation. I am governed by purpose, not by years. My spirit is alive. My aim is definite. My energy grows as I advance. Age serves me. It does not command me. The truth is plain. Age cannot stop you unless you first stop yourself. And once you refuse to stop, once you bind your life to a definite chief aim, you will discover that the passing years are not chains, but instruments carrying you forward into ever greater usefulness and power. If there is one element that keeps a man young, it is not the smoothness of his skin, nor the strength of his back, nor the quickness of his step. It is burning desire. Desire enlivens the spirit, renews the will, and gives the body reason to endure. A man without desire grows old at any age, but a man with a definite burning desire will remain vigorous while others fade. Desire is the fuel of all achievement. In Think and Grow Rich, I called it the starting point of all riches. Without it, no great work has ever been begun. With it, men have labored beyond the capacity of their years, crossing obstacles that defeated others. Desire is more than a wish. It is a consuming need, a fire that demands to be satisfied. It is this fire that makes effort joyful instead of weary. To turn desire into power, you must follow the 6 steps I laid down. They are not to be skimmed, but obeyed. First, fix in your mind the exact thing you desire. Vague wishes weaken. Exact aims strengthen. A man who says, I want to be better off, is like a ship without a compass. A man who says, I will earn $50,000 by this date through this service, is like a ship on a fixed course. Second, determine what you will give in return. Desire without willingness to serve is selfishness. Life does not reward the man who asks without offering. State clearly the service, skill, or effort you will provide for the prize you seek. Third, fix a definite date. Without a date, desire becomes daydreaming. The date puts urgency into your labor. It says, this is the hour to act, not tomorrow. Fourth, form a clear plan and begin at once, ready or not. Do not wait until conditions are perfect. They never will be. Start now and perfect your methods as you advance. Fifth, write your desire, your offering, your date, and your plan on paper. This is your binding law, your written declaration. Sixth, read your written statement aloud twice daily, once upon rising, once before sleep. Read with faith, with vision, with emotion, as if the thing were already yours. This daily practice will fix the desire in your subconscious until it drives you with power that never weakens. You will find new energy in your body, new ideas in your mind, new courage in your heart. This is not theory, it is law. Consider Thomas Edison. Past middle age, he still pursued the electric light with the zeal of youth. Thousands of experiments failed. Many men would have said, "It is too late. I am too old for such labor." But Edison's desire would not let him rest. He rose each day with the vision of that light burning steadily, and that vision pulled him forward until it was reality. Think of Henry Ford and his pursuit of the V8 engine. His engineers told him it was impossible. Months passed, resources strained, but his desire did not cool. He told them to keep at it until it was done. And at last, it was. Ford's desire not only pulled his own mind forward, it pulled entire teams of men along with him. Or look to Alexander Graham Bell, who after the success of the telephone did not rest on fame. He continued experimenting, inventing, exploring new ideas well into later years. His desire did not expire with his first achievement. It renewed itself continually. That is why he kept the vigor of youth long after others settled into comfort. The lesson is clear. A definite desire keeps the mind alive and the body engaged. Vague wishes, however, let the spirit rust. A man who says, "I wish I were younger," grows older by the day. A man who says, "I will build this, achieve this, serve in this way by this date," grows younger in spirit, no matter his age. Therefore, choose now a goal worth daily action, worth sacrifice, worth service. Choose one that excites you to the point where fatigue cannot quench you. Let it be so definite that you can measure your progress, so valuable that you will not give it up, and so noble that it benefits others as well as yourself. Desire is the fountain of youth because it gives the mind something to pursue, the body something to serve, and the spirit something to burn for. Without it, men retire from life before they retire from work. With it, men rise each morning with fire, regardless of the number of years behind them. Affirm aloud, "My desire is definite, my aim is clear, I burn with purpose that strengthens me daily. My spirit is young because my goal is alive." Speak it in the morning and at night until you feel it lift your heart. For the man who lives with burning desire cannot truly grow old. Faith is the mightiest of all states of mind. It is the medium through which desire is translated into its physical equivalent. Faith is not a matter of luck, nor is it a fleeting feeling that comes and goes. Faith is created, planted, cultivated, and strengthened by the thoughts you permit, the words you repeat, and the images you hold in your mind until they command your actions. Every man who has accomplished enduring greatness has learned to govern his speech, for the tongue is the servant of the mind. Speak of weakness, and weakness grows. Speak of strength, and strength answers. Speak of age as decline, and decline quickens its pace. Speak of age as mastery, as harvest as power. Then you will live those words. In Law of Success, I gave the self-confidence formula, 5 pledges to be read aloud each morning and each night. These are not idle affirmations. They are laws you impress upon your subconscious until they govern your every move. Each time you read them with emotion, you water the seed of faith until it grows so tall it shades out every weed of doubt. The formula declares, "I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, continuous action toward its attainment." That is the first pledge. Knowledge of ability, demand of action. Without it, no man works to his full strength. I realize that the dominating thoughts of my mind will reproduce themselves in outward action. Therefore, I will concentrate for 30 minutes daily upon the person I intend to become, creating a clear mental picture of that person. That is the second pledge, the discipline of controlled imagination. I know that through autosuggestion, any desire I hold persistently in my mind will eventually find expression. Therefore, I will devote 10 minutes daily to demanding of myself the development of self-confidence. That is the third pledge, the daily practice of faith. I have clearly written my definite chief aim, and I will never stop until I have developed sufficient confidence for its attainment. That is the fourth pledge, decision without retreat. I realize that no wealth or position can long endure unless built on truth and justice. Therefore, I will engage in no transaction that does not benefit all it affects. I will cause others to believe in me because I will believe in them and in myself. That is the fifth pledge, faith joined with integrity, the only faith that endures. If you will speak these pledges aloud morning and night with the full tone of conviction, you will transform your very nature. Faith will cease to be something you are seeking, and it will become the air you breathe. Beware of careless words. Many men, in moments of fatigue or complaint, speak of themselves as too old, too late, or past their prime. These words are poisons. Each time you say them, you carve a deeper channel for defeat in your subconscious. The world takes you at your word. The body obeys the command of the tongue. If you speak decay, decay will answer. But if you speak youth, strength, victory, definiteness, your subconscious will obey. It will marshal your energies, awaken your courage, and direct your attention toward proof of what you have declared. The words you feed your mind are the food of faith. Look to Abraham Lincoln. In the bleakest days of the Civil War, when armies were defeated, when critics in his own cabinet sought to undermine him, he still spoke with calm faith in the preservation of the Union. His words steadied the people, not because the facts favored him, but because his faith shaped the facts. The power of his speech carried the weight of destiny. Consider Charles M. Schwab. When the market wavered and fear spread, he spoke to his men with assurance of growth, of expansion, of progress. His tone carried conviction, and their productivity rose because his faith became theirs. He did not describe decline. He declared advance, and his declarations carried the company forward when conditions would have discouraged a lesser leader. This same power is yours. Train your tongue to speak only what serves your purpose. Replace every idle complaint with a declaration of progress. Instead of, I am too old, say, I am experienced and strong. Instead of, it is too late, say, the right time is now. Instead of, I am tired, say, I am advancing. Words spoken with belief are seeds planted in the subconscious. In time, they grow into actions, habits, and results. If you guard your speech, you guard your faith. If you let your speech wander, your faith will weaken. To keep your faith alive, you must also fill your ears with words that build it. Choose companions who speak of growth, not decline. Read books that enlarge your vision, not shrink it. Listen to voices that strengthen your courage, not those that feed your fears. Your faith is too precious to be left exposed to the poison of idle or negative talk. Here's your exercise. For the next 7 days, monitor every word you speak. If you find yourself speaking against your aim, correct it immediately and replace it with a statement of faith. Keep a record. At the end of the week, you will see clearly whether your tongue is serving you or betraying you. Affirm now, aloud, I believe. I speak with authority. My words govern my mind. My mind governs my body. My body serves my purpose. I advance with calm courage and cheerful faith. Speak this until your voice carries the tone of inevitability. Faith is the shield against defeat because it changes how you interpret events. The man without faith sees a delay and calls it failure. The man of faith sees the same delay and calls it preparation. The man without faith hears criticism and calls it condemnation. The man of faith hears it and calls it opportunity to improve. Faith does not remove obstacles. It makes them servants. You must live so firmly in faith that nothing shakes you. Let every defeat be temporary, every obstacle a step, every doubt an opportunity to deepen conviction. Speak this truth. My faith turns defeat into advance. My words create my world. My aim cannot fail because my belief does not fail. When you join burning desire with spoken faith, you renew your youth daily. Your spirit does not sag under the weight of years because your words lift it. Your purpose does not weaken because your declarations strengthen it. You walk with the bearing of a man who knows the outcome, and the world responds in kind. Faith is not abstract, it is practical. It gives power to your hours, certainty to your labor, energy to your body, and courage to your spirit. Without it, you will work hard and accomplish little. With it, you will outwork every rival and outlast every obstacle, for your faith will make the outcome inevitable. There is a cruel lie that has stolen the hopes of countless men and women. It is the whisper that says, "It is too late for you, too late to change, too late to build, too late to rise." This lie is one of the most destructive tools of the fear of old age. It has kept men from beginning when the road was still open before them. I tell you this with force. It is never too late unless you decide it is. Indecision is the true old age. The body can endure much, but the mind that hesitates becomes weak. When you postpone decisions, you postpone life itself. Each day you wait, your desire cools, your faith falters, and your spirit drifts. The man who has not decided is the man who has surrendered before the contest has even begun. In Think and Grow Rich, I told of the man who dug for gold and stopped 3 feet from the vein. He had invested labor, money, and time. But because he lacked persistence, because his decision to continue was soft, he quit. Another man came, continued where he left off, and found the gold. The lesson is not about mining, it is about the cost of indecision. Quitting too soon is the real loss, not the years already lived. Henry Ford provides a different lesson. When he demanded that his engineers build a V8 engine in a single block, they told him it was impossible. Months passed and still no success. But Ford's decision was final. He told them to continue until it was done. His will did not bend. His persistence did not weaken. And in time, the engine was built, not because it was easy, but because his decision allowed no retreat. Consider Colonel Harlan Sanders. At an age when most men retire, he took his chicken recipe door to door. Hundreds rejected him. He was told, "You are too old, it will not work." Yet he persisted. He kept walking, kept offering, kept believing. At last, he found one who said yes. From that one, yes, came a franchise empire known throughout the world. Sanders proved that persistence makes years irrelevant. Why do so many men surrender to the too late lie? Often it is not lack of strength, but the fear of criticism. They dread appearing foolish. They fear the laughter of those younger, the doubts of those older. But I tell you, critics grow weary quickly. They